The back of my head cracked against hard wooden planks. The pain sent stars swimming across my vision. I shot upright. A moldy stench crawled into my nose. Cold wind poured through the gaps in the walls and down my collar. I shivered and reached for the bedside switch. My hand came away full of rotten wood splinters. No light. No bed. No phone. A ramshackle wooden hut, drafty on all four sides, with a sagging thatch roof overhead. I rubbed my face. It was rough and coarse against my palm. This was no dream. 1 second ago, I'd been watering plants on my balcony. The next, I was lying in this dump. A roar tore through the woods outside, terrifyingly close, thick with a wet, bloody stink. I froze and held my breath. Footsteps thudded across the mud beyond the wall. Heavy, one slow step at a time. With every step, the thin wooden walls trembled. A blue panel suddenly popped up in front of me. Welcome to the Chaos Realms. 10 billion humans of Blue Star have completed their descent. Your current identity, Novice Lord. Survive, build your territory, or become monster food. 3 lines of cold white text. Not a shred of warmth in them. In the top right corner of the panel, a speaker icon blinked without stopping. Beside it floated a red 99+. I tapped it. The chat box exploded. Where is this? I was in a meeting. How did I get dragged here, chair and all? There's a black wolf out here bigger than a bull. Somebody help me. The system says fixing my hut takes 100 units of wood. Where am I supposed to get that? Anyone who goes out to chop trees is an idiot. I just watched a guy run outside and get half his head bitten off by a bug. The messages scrolled by in a blur. Despair and panic spread through them like a plague. I swallowed hard and closed the chat. The situation was clear. The whole world had been transported. Wilderness survival. And we all started with a single life. I leaned toward a fist-sized hole in the wall and looked out. Half a meter past the door, a rusted iron axe stuck out of the ground at an angle. The wooden splinters on the handle were visible to the naked eye. A few black trees stood around it, their bark like crocodile scales. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled like grinding sheets of metal. Take that broken axe and go fight those roaring monsters out there for wood? Give me a break. I stood and walked a circle around the hut. There was a busted wooden crate in the corner. I gave it a kick. Empty. So this was the starting hand for us Blue Star humans. They didn't even give us a kitchen knife. The others might still be crying for their parents in the channel, but I understood one thing. If I didn't get something to defend myself, I'd be dead by nightfall. My hand had just touched the broken door. A chime rang in my head. This one was different from the cold announcements before. It carried the faint static hiss of a cheap speaker. Host's heart rate spike detected. The OneCoin Absolute Black Market system is now loaded. I yanked my hand back. A dark gold panel popped up, shoving the blue system into the corner. The glare made my eyes ache. This black market refreshes 5 items every midnight. From gods above to weeds below, it covers all things. Every item sells for 1 fixed price, 1 gold coin. I stood there stunned. My palms were soaked with sweat. I stared hard at those 3 words. Covers all things. You can buy anything? My voice came out a little hoarse. A line flashed across the panel. Yes. Ding. Beginner's gift pack delivered, 1 gold coin. A heavy gold coin dropped straight into my shirt pocket, tugging at my chest with its weight. I fished it out. Stamped on the coin was a skull wearing a monocle. It was ice cold and dug into my hand. I pinched my thigh hard. It hurt. This was real. Another scream came from outside, a few hundred meters off, followed by the crisp crunch of bones being chewed. No time left. I fixed my eyes on the 5 cards in the center of the panel. The first was a pile of white bread. Ordinary food pack. Baked bread for 100 people. 1 gold coin. A lifesaver. That crowd in the channel was starving. I could trade this for a mountain of resources. My heart sped up a couple beats, but I didn't tap it. I looked further. The second card showed a thick-backed axe gleaming with cold light. 10 fine iron woodcutting axes. 1 gold coin. If the folks screaming about chopping trees saw this, they'd trade their lives for it. Further right. The words on the third card made my breath catch. Basic resource gift pack. 100 million units each of wood and stone. 1 gold coin. My hand trembled. 100 million? The crowd in the channel was killing themselves over 100 units of wood. Fixing a house only took 100. This gave 100 million at once. With this, I could build a fortress right where I stood. I took a deep breath and forced myself to keep reading. The fourth card. An incomplete basic magic tower blueprint. 1 gold coin. Good stuff, but I was a general with no army. It was useless to me. My gaze landed on the last card. Its edges glowed a piercing red gold. On it was the silhouette of a woman in a black dress, standing atop a burning sea of corpses and blood. Mythic hero, Iris, the Witch of Pride. Status: full power, completely loyal. 1 gold coin. Mythic tier. My mind went blank with a buzz. In the world announcement earlier, the strongest monster mentioned was only Lord tier. Mythic tier. What kind of concept was that? I looked down at the coin in my hand, then at the broken door that could collapse any second. All the resources in the world meant nothing if I didn't live to spend them. Could 100 million units of wood crush the monsters out there? No. But 1 mythic tier enforcer could let me walk this hell of an opening like I own the place. Bang. The door boomed. Wood chips burst out and sprayed across my face. A black wolf, stockier than a water buffalo, had rammed its head through the door. Half its body was jammed in the frame, its reeking drool dripping onto the mud. I didn't back away. I gripped the coin tight and jabbed my finger down onto the 5th card. Buy her. Payment successful. The coin dissolved into a streak of gold light and vanished. The next second, the air directly above the hut tore open, like a rag ripped apart by a pair of enormous, invisible hands. A pitch-black crack split across the sky, every roar in the entire forest cut off at once. A pressure that made my very soul tremble came crashing down through the crack. The crack hung over the roof. The thatch roof was sliced open by invisible wind blades, dry grass spiraling upward. The black wolf jammed in the doorframe, still dripping drool, suddenly let out a strangled whimper. Crack. Its thick neck snapped under an unseen weight. Its hundreds of pounds of body slumped over the threshold like mud, black blood seeping out. A foot in a slim black high heel stepped out of the crack, the toe touching down on the broken floor. Then came a pale, long leg wrapped in a black lace garter. Iris walked out of the void. A dark red corseted gown, its hem charred and ragged as if burned by fire. Dark red curls draped over her shoulders. The moment she stood straight, her brow knotted into a scowl. She pinched her nose between 2 fingers and looked down in disgust. Her heel had come down right on the wolf's corpse, grinding its head into the mud. What kind of pigsty is this? Her voice was cold, with the grating quality of scraping metal. She turned her head, her gaze sweeping across the drafty, broken walls, finally landing on me. A mortal. Her red eyes rolled, and she let out a scoffing laugh. She rose slightly into the air on the tip of her toe, arms crossed, looking down at me from above. You're the one who summoned me from the abyss. I opened my mouth to speak. Killing intent slammed down without warning, like an entire concrete slab crashing into my chest. My vision went dark. My ribs let out a dull crack. The air was crushed out of my lungs in an instant. I clawed at the wooden wall beside me, my nails scraping white streaks, splinters driving into my palm. That was the only thing that kept me from dropping to my knees. She raised her right hand, one black lacquered nail pointed at my heart. A ball of black fire flared at her fingertip. A mortal thinks he can look a witch in the eye? I'll burn you into fertilizer right now. I swallowed the taste of rust in my throat, stared her down, and snapped my will into motion. System, suppress her. The words had barely left my mouth. The black fire at her fingertip died instantly. A thumb-thick dark gold chain reached out of the void and coiled around her neck like a viper. She cried out. Her suspended body plunged straight down. Her heel twisted, and she crashed hard into the bloody, muddy ground, her red gown smeared with black mud. The crushing pressure on my chest vanished all at once. I gasped for air and shook the splinters off my hand. She clawed at the chain on her neck like a madwoman. The chain contracted fast, biting into her flesh, then dissolved into a dark gold brand that pressed itself tight against her collarbone. A prompt jumped up in front of me. Absolute contract is now in effect. Enslavement status, fully locked. Any thought of resisting the host will trigger soul strangulation. She lay sprawled on the ground, her immaculately combed hair now loose and stuck with dry grass. She clenched her teeth, her cheeks bulging, grinding her molars with a grating sound. What did you just do? She tried to raise a hand to cast a spell. The instant her fingertip moved, the brand on her collarbone flared red. A pain that struck straight at the soul made her curl into a ball. I walked over, planted my army boot on the black wolf's tail, and looked down at this mythic tier witch. Call me master. Her head snapped up, her red eyes full of humiliation and fire. I didn't push. I just watched. 10 seconds. The red glow of the brand grew brighter. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead from the pain. A drop fell into the mud. She slammed a fist against the ground, splashing muddy water. Master. I nodded and turned to walk to the busted wooden crate in the corner. A stiff, dried-out rag lay draped over it, along with a faded floral apron. I grabbed them, turned, and threw them at her head. Dust rained down. Achoo. She tore off the rag, choking until her eyes went red, and stared at the apron in her hand like it was some vicious, cursed object. Put it on and clean this place up. I patted the dust off the crate and sat down, sprawling like a king. And while you're at it, throw that hunk of wolf meat by the door somewhere far away. She gripped the apron, her knuckles white. You're making a mythic tier, which scrub floors? You've got 9 minutes left. I glanced out the window. She bit through her own lip. Stiffly, she stood and fumbled the tacky, dirt-cheap apron around her waist. She tied the strings into a hopeless knot. She bent down to wipe up the wolf blood with the rag, her movements clumsy as a rusted puppet. The rag snagged on a nail and tore open with a loud rip. Furious, she flung the rag into the water bucket, splashing mud all over her own leg. I sat on the crate and watched her fumble around. That dying, strung-tight feeling from before finally faded. The panel was still lit. I glanced at my balance. 0 gold coins. Outside, the sky had gone fully dark and the wind rattled the door. Of those 5 items, the one I needed most, the basic resource gift pack, was still out of reach. I had to scrape together 1 gold coin. I got up and walked to the door, kicking the half-wolf carcass aside. The stench of blood drifted out. Deep in the woods, more than a dozen pairs of green, glowing eyes lit up all at once. Low wolf howls rose and fell. I looked back at Iris, who was locked in battle with a single splinter. Stop cleaning. Get to the door. She dropped the rag with a slap and let out a long breath. She strode over, not even bothering to step over the threshold, and leaned against the doorframe. Finally, something worth doing. She didn't even glance at the pack of wolves. She casually raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. Snap! A ball of dark purple fire formed at her fingertip, no bigger than a fist. She flicked it away with a curl of her finger. The fireball drifted out lazily and dropped into the forest. Boom. No blinding flash, just a muffled blast. The ground jolted hard. I grabbed the doorframe to keep my footing. Every tree for dozens of meters ahead was reduced to drifting ash. The dozen or so demon wolves didn't even get to scream before they became a field of charcoal. One gust of wind smeared it all across the ground. She clapped her hands, turned to look at me, and lifted her chin a fraction. She was about to speak when I pointed at the ash on the ground. Go see what dropped. Bring it back. The pride on her face froze on the spot. She took a deep breath and walked into the forest on her heels. A few minutes later, she came back with a dark face and opened her hand. More than a dozen copper coins, still faintly warm, lay in her pale palm. All low-grade junk. She dumped the coins into my hand with disdain. I ignored her. The moment the coins touched my hand, a chime rang in my head. Loot detected, 100 chaos copper coins. Convert to 1 gold coin? I confirmed it silently. The copper coins melted instantly and reformed into a single gold coin stamped with a skull. Enough money. I pulled up the black market panel again and locked onto the third card. The one with the wood and stone. Basic resource gift pack. 100 million units each of wood and stone. 1 gold coin. I curled my finger and pressed down hard, without the slightest hesitation. Purchase. Payment successful. The words had barely landed when the whole panel flashed. In the resource bar at the top right, the numbers spun wildly. Wood, 100 million. Stone, 100 million. A long string of zeros that nearly burst the panel. Before I could even close it, the broken hut suddenly blazed with piercing white light. The light poured out through every seam in the boards, lighting up the dark night outside as bright as day. A cold, mechanical voice slammed straight into my ears. Warning. Territory warehouse resources critically overflowing. Wood and stone have exceeded the storage limit of the current hut. Do you wish to immediately perform a massive territory upgrade? Upgrade. Upgrade all of it. I jabbed a finger hard onto the confirm button. In the resource bar, the 100 million units of wood and stone plummeted like a bursting dam. The next second, blinding white light erupted from under my feet and swallowed the whole broken hut in one gulp. The ear-splitting screech of grinding brick and stone rose from the ground. The muddy floor suddenly heaved upward. I stumbled and grabbed a stone pillar that had appeared out of nowhere. Granite. Cold. Rough. Digging into my hand. A muffled grunt came from beside me. Iris was rubbing her nose, red from the dust. The ground shook, her ankle buckled, and the ragged cleaning cloth dropped into a mud pit. What's your problem now? She braced against the wall, her dark red hem caked in freshly turned wet mud. Her heels sunk into the dirt and stuck fast. I had no time for her. The white light in front of me was rapidly reassembling. The thatch roof was pushed aside by thick slabs of bluestone. The rotten wood peeled away layer by layer on all four sides, and huge dark gray stone bricks stacked up in perfect seams. Less than 10 seconds. The broken hut, once barely 3 square meters, ballooned like a balloon into a 2-story stone keep. And it wasn't over. The resources kept pouring out. The soil around the keep churned. A 10-meter-high wall of pitch-black stone burst rumbling out of the ground, like the ribs of a colossal beast, snapping the surrounding black trees off at the roots and forcibly carving out a wide clearing in the middle of the monster horde. A heavy iron-bound wooden gate crashed down, its impact setting the stone floor humming underfoot. The wind stopped. Those bone-chilling beast roars were sealed tightly outside the thick walls. Safe. Absolutely safe. I let out a long breath. My shoulders, tensed for so long, finally dropped. The mechanical voice in my head shifted pitch, going sharp and piercing. Ding. Congratulations, Lord Suju. By consuming a massive amount of resources, your territory has leaped up 3 levels. Current territory level, Basic City. The words had barely landed when the blue system panel was forced open for the entire server. A line of gilded text scrolled wildly across every player's retina. World announcement. Lord Suju has achieved the server's first kill and first city construction, unlocking the achievement Pioneer of the Wilds. Reward. 1 epic city lord's throne and a territory-exclusive food gift pack, 10 tons of premium roasted meat. Glittering gold, broadcast 3 times in a row. The world channel went dead silent for 3 seconds. Then, like a ladle of cold water poured into boiling oil, it exploded. Built a city? I couldn't even scrape together the 10 pieces of wood to fix my door, and this guy built a city? System, I'm reporting him. He's definitely cheating. I went out to chop trees, and a wild boar bit off 3 of my fingers, and he's living in a castle. Godsu, please, open your gate. There's teeth grinding all around my hut. I don't want to die. Big brother Suju, need a leg ornament? I can warm your bed. Sweet voice, soft body. I watched the messages scroll by in a frenzy, despair leaking out from between every word. I swiped a hand and closed it. Sympathy, here, wasn't worth a single gram of sawdust. I had more important things to do. I turned and walked toward the keep's main gate. The 2 copper-bound doors slid open to either side on their own. The great hall was spacious. Torches crackled in the iron brackets on the walls, driving off the chill. On the raised platform at the center sat the city lord's throne, the system reward. A dark gold backrest, armrests inlaid with pigeon blood rubies, the seat draped in snow-white beast fur. I climbed the stone steps and dropped down into it. Too soft. My body sank down a good ways, and the beast fur cradled my back steadily. I narrowed my eyes in comfort. Half an hour ago, I'd been eating dust on a drafty wooden board of a bed. Now I was the master of this city. Creak. The gate pushed open. Iris walked in holding up her filthy skirt, staring down at her mud-caked heels, her face gone green. She was about to blow up. Then she looked up and saw the throne gleaming golden in the firelight, and me sitting on top of it. Her steps halted. Your magic aura is weaker than the lowliest goblins. She ground her teeth, studying the stone walls around her. How could you possibly build a city in the blink of an eye? I shifted my position and propped both legs up on the low table in front of me. It's called the power of money. I had no interest in explaining the system to her. With a flick of my will, I opened the territory warehouse. In the first slot sat that food gift pack, quiet and still. 10 tons. I tapped withdraw. Plop. A half-pound cut of roasted meat, glistening with oil, dropped into a silver plate, steaming hot. The overpowering aroma of cumin, coarse salt, and top-grade fat mixed together instantly filled the entire hall. My stomach clenched hard and let out a growl. I grabbed it and took a huge bite. Scalding juices burst in my mouth, hot enough to make me suck in air. The skin was crisp and fragrant, and the inside was so tender it could make you swallow your own tongue. 2 or 3 bites, and half a pound of meat was gone. Warmth spread out from my stomach, coursing through my blood to every corner of my body. Even the fingers stiffened by the cold wind came back to life. A very faint swallow came from beside me. I turned my head. Iris quickly looked away, staring hard at the torch on the wall, pretending to study its patterns. But her pale throat still slid up and down once. A mythic tear which truly didn't need to eat. But this aroma was just too overpowering. I chuckled to myself and didn't call her out. I turned my attention back to that line of numbers on the panel. 10 tons of premium roasted meat. On this first night of ice and snow, when everyone else didn't even have tree bark to gnaw on. What did these 10 tons of meat mean? Out there, tens of billions of lords were huddled in broken huts, starving, and freezing. They might be clutching precious blueprints, might have picked up rare ores, but none of that would fill their stomachs. One single dripping piece of meat would be enough to bring them to their knees, to hand over everything they owned, even to sign away their own freedom. And I held the only granary on this entire continent right now. I leaned back into the chair, the firelight lighting up half my face. I pulled my lips into a grin. What I lacked most right now was rare materials and special blueprints. And all those things were in the hands of people about to starve to death. I sat up straight, fingers flying across the panel, and pulled up the regional trade channel on its own. This was limited to the 10,000 people in the same region, the only place where cross-space trading was currently possible. The channel was full of people begging for water, begging for food. I locked onto post an item. I carved off a palm-sized cut of roasted meat from the warehouse. Its surface still sizzled with oil, edges lightly charred, a single drop of juice clinging on, ready to fall. I dragged its image into the display box. On a night when even a mouthful of clean water was a luxury, this cut of meat, dripping oil from every angle, was a nuclear-grade psychological strike. I flexed my fingers, knuckles cracking. In the blank field for trade conditions, I typed out a line. When I finished, I looked it over. It was a condition harsh to the extreme, one that would wring the very marrow out of a person. No negotiation. I was satisfied. My finger hovered over the red publish button, then pressed down, hard. Publish. The red button sank in. That sizzling, oil-dripping cut of meat, along with that cold line of text, shot straight to the top of the regional channel. One cut of roasted meat, in exchange for all the wood, stone, and blueprints on the buyer's person. No negotiation. At the end, in bold, in red, the channel paused. Just 3 seconds. Then the comments exploded at 10 times the speed. Damn, have you lost your mind from being broke? One cut of meat for everything I own. Nobody trade with him. This guy's a vampire, robbing us while we're down. I nearly got bitten to death by a viper chopping trees. It took forever to gather 50 pieces of wood, and you want it all for one cut of meat? Dream on. Boycott him. As long as none of us buy, his meat can rot before he ever sells it. I watched the curses roll by and shifted into a more comfortable position, my back sinking deep into the beast fur. I picked up the last small piece of meat from the silver plate and tossed it into my mouth. The fat melted on my tongue. I didn't reply to a single word. I just swiped the panel off to the corner. When people first fall into a hopeless spot, they always carry a little unrealistic pride. But pride doesn't fill an empty stomach, and it doesn't hold back the cold wind. Outside, the sky had gone completely black. The wind picked up. In less than half an hour, the temperature plunged. Cold wind whistled in through the firing slits in the walls, sharp as a whistle. I got up and walked to the fireplace, tossing in 2 logs. The flames leaped high, orange-red light lighting up most of my body. Warm. I sat back down in the throne and pulled up the panel. More than an hour had passed since I posted the trade. The cursing had died down by more than half. What remained was all short, trembling pleading. So cold. The wind blew the door off my hut. Somebody give me a little wood to block it up. Boss Sue, I was wrong. I shouldn't have cursed you. I've got 100 pieces of stone. Can I trade for 1 bite of meat? Just 1 bite. I can't chop anymore. My hands are frozen stiff. I can't even grip the axe. Can I trade a blueprint? I've got a straw sandal blueprint. I don't even need to be full. Just give me some hot soup. I stared at the screen, fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. The condition hung there. I couldn't be bothered to change it, and I absolutely would not. It had to be everything they owned. Call it the rule. Ding. A crisp notification tone rang out in the quiet hall. A green dot lit up on the private trade interface. Someone had caved. I opened it. Sender, Wong Gang. The item slots were stuffed full. Wood, 140. Stone, 80. 1 crude stone spear blueprint. 1 faint blue fluorite. The message dripped with hysteria. Boss Sue, this is everything I own. That blue rock I dug out of the belly of a dead rat. I don't know what it is, but it's all yours. I'd already gone 2 days without food before the descent. Now my stomach feels like it's on fire. My hands are shaking so bad I can barely tap the screen. Please, give me the meat. I'm kowtowing to you. I didn't hesitate. I tapped accept trade. A cut of roasted meat vanished from the silver plate. The warehouse numbers ticked up, and that wood and those blueprints went into my pocket. Less than 10 seconds. A voice message came through. I played it. First came a burst of violent chewing, like a starving stray dog tearing at bones, mixed with muffled swallowing and sobbing. Ugh, it's hot. It's really hot meat. Boss Sue, you're my own father. You're my savior. Wong Gang's voice was hoarse, feverish with the thrill of survival. From now on, my life belongs to you. Point me anywhere, and I'll fight. Just call me Little Wong. I chuckled to myself. This guy knew how to read the room. He adapted faster than anyone. With a flick of my will, I pulled out the faint blue fluorite. Walnut-sized, rough on the surface, giving off a faint blue glow in the firelight. Ice cold in my hand, like a chunk of ice that would never melt. This was a special material that, at this stage, not even the system shop could produce. I'd gotten it with a single cut of roasted meat that cost me next to nothing. Wong Gang was showing off like a lunatic in the channel. I got some. Boss Sue's meat is hot, fresh off the fire. My whole mouth is dripping with grease. Brothers, I'm alive again. Those few lines shattered every last shred of resistance the others had been clinging to. Dignity means less than nothing next to starving to death. Ding, 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 ding. The notification tones on the trade interface went off like a death knell. The green dots merged into a solid mass. I sat up straight. I became an emotionless rubber stamp machine, my finger tapping accept without stop. Wood and stone rolled upward by the tens of thousands. But I didn't care about all this basic junk. I kept my eyes locked on the rare goods tucked in among it. Obtained, 5 poison berries. Obtained, 1 damaged hide armor blueprint. Obtained, 2 dried goblin ears. Obtained, 10 hematite ores. Obtained, 1 unknown beast leg bone. 10,000 people. Even if only a tenth of them had ventured into the forest, the materials they brought back added up to an astronomical figure. These people had risked broken arms and legs to snatch materials from the jaws of monsters, and now it all flowed into my pocket. This was monopoly. The thrill of getting everything for nothing made my blood run faster. Half an hour later, the notification tones finally thinned out. I stopped, the pad of my finger red from pressing the screen. I opened the warehouse and materialized the small pile of freshly harvested special materials on the stone table before me. The stone table was instantly buried under bones of every strange shape, glowing herbs, and battered parchment scrolls. The smell of earth mixed with blood drifted up. I picked up a simple trap blueprint and studied it by the firelight. Below the stone steps, Iris sat on the second step. The hem of her dark red gown was caked with dried mud, stiff as a rag. She'd tried to burn the mud off with magic earlier and nearly scorched a hole through the dress, so she'd given up with a sullen face. Now she held a black pointed stone chip she'd picked up somewhere, and by the firelight, she irritably filed the nail she'd just chipped. Scrape, scrape. The sound of the stone scraping her nail echoed through the empty hall. I ignored her and kept counting the hematite ore. 1, 2, scrape. The sound suddenly stopped. Iris's hand froze. The stone chip dragged a white line across her thumb, nearly breaking the skin. She didn't spare the wound a glance. Her head snapped up. In her dark red eyes, that irritation and idleness vanished, wiped clean in an instant. She stared hard at the heavy, shut wooden door. 2 seconds later, she tossed the stone chip aside. It clattered against the bluestone floor. Master. She stood, brushing the stone dust off her skirt, her voice back to that cold, metallic quality. The smell of your roasting meat seems to have drawn a crowd of uninvited guests. I set down the hematite ore in my hand. Before I could say a word, Owel, a long, shrill wolf howl pierced through the thick stone walls and poured clearly into the hall. Then the second, the third, dense, overlapping howls merged into one, sweeping in from the depths of the pitch-black forest like a tsunami, and in the blink of an eye, they had the entire stone keep surrounded. Guns. The wolf howls came like a rising tide, wave after wave crashing against the keep's outer wall. I swallowed the last mouthful of meat and casually flicked an oily fragment of bone into the fireplace. Sparks burst out and scorched the bluestone floor, sending up a wisp of white smoke. I stood and strolled over to the firing slit in the wall to look out. The black forest outside had come fully alive. Dense red dots rose and fell in the dark, like a field of embers scattered by the wind. Those were the eyes of hundreds of high-tier demon wolves. Driven mad by the smell of meat, they charged frantically around the 10-meter wall, claws scraping and clawing endlessly at the stone bricks at its base. The grating sound set my teeth on edge. Even through the wall, I could smell that thick, bloody stench. The world channel had exploded again, the whole screen full of bold exclamation marks. Why are there wolves howling everywhere? My whole busted hut is shaking. We're finished. I looked through the crack in my door. 100 or 200 big black wolves with glowing red eyes, all running toward Boss Sue's place. What tier of monster wave is this? A stunt this brutal on the first day? Hold on, God Sue. If you die, who are we going to trade for hot meat? I closed the light screen. I looked down at my oil-slicked fingers, tore a scrap of cloth from my hem, and carefully wiped clean between them. Hundreds of high-tier demon wolves. For the newbies in the channel who couldn't even gather a wooden stick, this was a guaranteed death sentence. Let even one slip through, and it could slaughter the entire beginner zone. But I wasn't the least bit worried. I finished wiping my hands, threw the dirty cloth into the fire, and turned to look at Iris below the steps. She was locked in battle with a chunk of dried mud on her hem. She yanked hard. The mud came off, and it tore away a big strip of black lace with it. Her face went green in an instant. Go clean up out there. I leaned against the wall, my tone flat. Her movement stilled. Her head snapped up, her dark red eyes full of refusal and disgust. That pack of filthy, flea-ridden things out there? She ground her back teeth. I'll get my dress dirty. Your dress is already very dirty. I pointed at the puddle of muddy water at her feet. She took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. The dark gold contract brand on her collarbone flickered faintly. A thread of stinging pain drilled through her skin into her nerves. She forced the curse rising to her lips back down and clenched the torn lace into a ball in her fist. Fine, you win. She let out a cold snort, lifted her ragged hem, and walked toward the gate on her heels. The two copper-bound doors slid open to either side on their own. Cold wind, thick with the stench of blood, poured in, whipping the fireplace flames into a frenzy. The moment the gate opened, the wolf pack went silent for a second. Then, the dozen or so giant wolves at the front lowered their forequarters at once, bloodthirsty growls rumbling in their throats. Their hind legs kicked off, and they lunged like black cannonballs. Too close. I could even see the shreds of meat caught between their teeth. Iris didn't so much as give them a straight look. She stepped half a pace out the door, raised her right hand, and casually pointed her index finger forward. A black orb of light the size of a soybean formed at her fingertip. The air around the orb warped strangely, even the light being drawn into it. Crush. Her red lips parted slightly, spitting out the single word. The black orb drifted forward half a meter, light as a feather, then suddenly burst in midair. No flash, no thunderous roar, just an indescribable, terrifying gravity, like an invisible mountain of steel, slamming down onto the open ground outside the gate. Boom. The ground sank violently. The dozen or so wolves that had lunged first were flattened right there in midair, no time even to yelp. The sound of bones shattering was as dense as firecrackers, their spines snapping into a dozen pieces in an instant. And that was only the beginning. The gravity field spread outward like ripples on water. The black trees within 300 meters snapped clean off in unison, with chips filling the sky. The remaining hundreds of wolves sensed something was wrong and tried to flee with their tails tucked. But the moment they lifted a claw, their massive bodies were pressed down hard into the mud. Squelch. The ear-splitting sound of flesh and blood being crushed rang through the night sky. Hundreds of high-tier demon wolves, like tomatoes run through a hydraulic press, burst into clouds of blood mist in an instant. Red mist drifted through the air. The ground outside the wall had sunk 3 feet out of nowhere, forming a huge circular crater. The bottom was carpeted with dark red flesh paste, mixed with splinters of white bone. The bloodiness reached its peak. One gust of wind, and it all smelled of rust. Iris yawned. She brushed away non-existent dust from her palms and turned to walk back. Mosquitoes swatted. She glanced at me. Next time you've got a dirty little chore like this, don't call me. With that, she walked straight to the fireplace to dry her damp high heels. I looked at the giant crater outside the gate. This was no mosquito swatting. This was taking an anti-aircraft gun and blowing up an entire ditch. Today I'd finally seen the true worth of a mythic tier hero. I walked down the steps and stepped out of the keep. The blood mist hadn't fully cleared. The cold wind cut at my face like a knife. I trod across the ice-crusted mud and walked into the gravity crater. Above the flesh paste, dense clusters of light the size of fingernails drifted about. All of it was loot. I bent down, and the moment my hand touched a cluster of light, the notification tones in my head started running non-stop. Obtained, 30 chaos copper coins. Obtained, 1 broken demon wolf fawn. Obtained, 45 chaos copper coins. Obtained, 1 intact cold-resistant wolf pelt. I made a full circle around the bottom of the crater. Hundreds of high-tier demon wolves, killed across tiers, with an absurdly high drop rate. By the time I walked back to the gate, I had a heavy fistful of gold coins clinking against one another. No more, no less. Exactly 13. My pack was also stuffed with hundreds of intact cold-resistant wolf pelts and a pile of demon wolf fangs for alchemy. These leeks sure grow lush. I bounced the gold coins in my hand and pulled my lips into a grin. I immediately opened the regional trade channel. Selling meat earlier had only netted me some junk basic resources. Now I had wolf pelts that offered absolute warmth. At this late hour, with the temperature still dropping, those lords freezing to death would surely trade their lives for them. I'd just dragged a wolf pelt into the trade slot, my finger hovering over the input field, ready to set another marrow-sucking price. Dong! A distant, deep bell toll rang without warning in the depths of my mind. Midnight. 12 o'clock had arrived. The dark gold system panel popped up abruptly, covering the trade interface, piercing red light traveling along its edges. A mechanical voice detonated in my head. Ding! A new day has arrived. The one-coin absolute black market has refreshed. The dark gold light flickered before my eyes. I rubbed my fingers together. The fingers that had just picked up the demon wolf gold coins still carried a faint metallic tang. I opened the black market panel. 5 cards, each backed with the monocled skull, spread out in a row, slowly rotating in the void. The first, 100 crude goblin spears. 1 gold coin. A quick glance, skip it. This junk could con somewhat out of people in the trade channel, but it was beneath me. The second, 500 bags of moldy wheat seeds. 1 gold coin. I didn't even have a plot of land. Buying seeds would be a pure waste. The third, clean spring water generator. Automatically produces 100 liters of pure water each day. 1 gold coin. Good stuff. I didn't hesitate. I tapped purchase directly. The 13 coins in my pocket dropped by one with a crisp chime. A silver machine, half a person tall, appeared in the warehouse. In this beginner period, when even a mouthful of snowmelt could be poisonous, pure water was an even harder currency than roasted meat. The fourth card turned over. 1 abyssal succubus's original flavor torn fishnet stockings. 1 gold coin. My hand froze. The curse rising to my lips, I swallowed back down. This black market sourcing channels had a truly absurd range. My gaze slid right and landed on the last card. My breath stopped for a beat. My throat bobbed as I stared hard at that long string of zeros. Advanced Resource Gift Pack. 100 million units of fine iron. 10 million units of mithril. 1 gold coin. Fine iron. Mithril. The system prompt at the descent had spelled it out clearly. Wood and stone were basic goods, felled with a single swing of an axe. Fine iron was the core material for building Tier 2 cities and heavy weapons. As for mithril, that was a high-grade magic-conducting material. Lords at this stage weren't even qualified to lay eyes on it. Others would fight wild boars to the death in the Black Forest for a few rusty scraps of stone. This black market handed it over by the 100 million. I pressed my finger down hard, jabbing it in. Buy. 1 gold coin deducted. The mechanical voice in my head suddenly jumped an octave, sharp as a nail scraping glass. Warning. Territory warehouse capacity critically overloaded. Fine iron resources overflowing. Mithril resources overflowing. Please consume immediately, or the warehouse will collapse in 30 seconds. My eardrums ached from the shock. I spun around and strode out of the hall. Outside it was still pitch black, dark enough that I couldn't see my own hand. Cold wind, carrying the bloody stench from the bottom of the crater, drilled into my nose. Iris was crouched at the fireplace, drying her damp high heels over the flames. Hearing my footsteps, she looked up. It's the middle of the night. What are you fussing about now? I ignored her. I strode to the center of the courtyard and looked up at the ring of 10-meter bluestone walls. The wall was thick, but the claws of that pack of high-tier demon wolves had still left several whitened scratches across its surface. This was the limit of stone. I summoned the construction panel and swiped to wall modification. The once grayed-out options, fine iron material and mithril magic array, now glowed dazzlingly. I dragged the resource bars to full. 100 million fine iron. 10 million mithril. Poured it all in. Confirm modification. The bluestone floor beneath my feet sank abruptly. I stepped back half a pace to steady myself. Rumble. A deep, muffled roar came from underground, like an ancient behemoth rolling over beneath the earth. The 10-meter bluestone wall shook violently, gray-white stone powder raining down. Piercing silver-black light seeped out from the seams of the stone, like a living liquid, spreading frantically along the grain. Less than 3 seconds. The drab gray stone was gone. In its place stood a wall of fine iron, pitch black from top to bottom, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. And it wasn't over. It was still rising. 15 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. The huge sound of grinding metal set my teeth on edge. 30 meters, 10 stories tall, slamming a steel forbidden zone straight into the black forest. Those thick black trees on the perimeter looked as small as matchsticks against this wall. Across the wall's surface, silver veins grew out like the veins of a tree. Those were the magic array circuits forged from mithril, giving off a faint blue glow in the dark night. The copper-bound wooden door was replaced by two pure steel gates half a meter thick, studded with fine iron rivets as thick as an infant's arm. Cold wind blew across this 30-meter metal fortress, producing a low hum. Clatter. At some point, Iris had come to stand at the keep's doorway. The high heel she hadn't finished drying dropped from her hand onto the bluestone floor. Barefoot on one foot, she stared, transfixed, at the flowing mithril circuits on the wall. Mithril. You used mithril this pure to paint a wall. Her voice wavered a little, as if squeezed out through a throat that had seized up. In the abyss, even the throne of Demon King Ball was inlaid with only a few dozen tails of mithril. This mortal had poured millions of units into a wall. She looked away and let out a dry laugh, suddenly feeling that her feat of killing hundreds of wolves earlier was a bit of a joke. I walked to the base of the wall and reached out to touch that layer of pitch-black metal. A bone-deep cold spread through my whole body from my fingertip. Indestructible. This was true security. I was just about to take the remaining fine iron and upgrade the main body of the keep. The sky changed. The pitch-black, starless night was suddenly torn open by a brilliant streak of golden light. Too bright. Even the blood crater outside the gate was rimmed with gold. I instinctively raised a hand to shield my eyes. In my head, the mechanical voice of the region-wide announcement crackled and stuttered, detonating with a roar. Detected. In Beginner Zone 999, a defensive structure has appeared that severely exceeds the current stage. Regional Combat Power Assessment System has crashed. Restarting. Restart successful. The Regional Combat Power Leaderboard opens ahead of schedule. In the sky, that golden light took the shape of a giant scroll a kilometer long, slowly unfurling. Any lord in this zone, no matter which forgotten corner they hid in, could look up and see this leaderboard hanging in the sky. At the top of the scroll, in blood-red text, Combat Power Rankings. Below it, names began scrolling wildly. Number 10, Zhao Ritian. Tier 1 Hut. Combat Power, 45. Number 9, Su Mushua. Tier 1 Hut. Combat Power, 50. Number 2, Long Outyin. Tier 2 Hut. Combat Power, 150. Number 2, Long Outyin, had awakened a giant dragon bloodline and stood a good deal higher than number 3. But at the very top of the scroll, the number 1 spot was left blank across a wide space. As if the system were struggling to calculate a number 2 enormous to display. It lagged for a full 5 seconds. A streak of gold light, more blinding than the sun, burst open in the number 1 spot. The font was a full 3 times larger than number 2's. Number 1, Suju. Territory level, basic city, fine iron and mithril specialized edition. Overall combat power, 8,500,000. 8.5 million. Number 2, 150. A fault line crushing of tens of thousands to 1. The golden light lit up the night sky across the entire continent. I pulled my gaze back, brushed the metal fragments off my hands, and turned around. In the lower right of my vision, the envelope icon for private messages had gone berserk. It was no longer blinking. It had smeared into a single blob of red light. Beep, 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 beep. The notification tones merged into one shrill, unbroken line, as if the panel would burst the very next second. Beep, 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 beep. The notification tones merged into one shrill, unbroken line. The envelope in the lower right had swelled into a blob of red mosaic. I tapped it. The panel lagged for a full 2 seconds, then poured out text like a waterfall. Big shot. Need a leg ornament? I was the campus queen at my university. I can dance. All I want is one meal. Did Godsu exploit some construction bug? Teach us, brothers. I'll give you my life. A wild boar just bit my leg off. Help. Somebody give me some medicine. All garbage. I swiped the private messages into the background and turned to walk back into the keep. The heavy fine iron gate slammed shut behind me, cutting off the biting wind and the stench of blood completely. The hall was warm, the logs in the fireplace crackling. Iris sat on the steps, locked in battle with her high heel. The fire had dried out the leather, shrinking it stiff, like a slab of iron. She gritted her teeth and forced her foot in, rubbing a large patch of her heel raw. This dump doesn't even have a dwarf to fix shoes. Irritated, she yanked the shoe off and flung it hard. The high heel smacked against the bluestone wall and bounced into a pile of dust in the corner. I ignored her. I walked to the clean spring water generator I'd just bought, its silver casing gleaming with cold light. I picked up the wooden cup on the table, filled it halfway, tilted my head back, and gulped it down. The water was cold. It ran down my throat into my stomach, washing away the greasy film left by the roasted meat. I walked to the center of the hall and sank back into the beast fur of the throne, opening the regional channel. The text here scrolled even more terrifyingly fast than the private messages. The 10,000-person zone had descended into total frenzy. Every topic revolved around that 8.5 million hanging in the sky. 8.5 million. I counted the zeros 3 times. What the hell is this? My hands are blistered from chopping trees, and my combat power went up 2 points. He moved the whole planet over here. He's definitely cheating. System, I'm reporting Suju under my real name. Stop arguing. I can see the skies lit up outside. That's fine iron reflecting light, right? He built an iron city on day 1. The screen was full of astonishment, jealousy, and pleading. In the middle of all that fervor, a bold message with a gold border popped up. The font was a size larger than everyone else's, and it lingered longer too. This was the privilege of the number 2 spot on the combat rankings. Speaker, Long Out Yin. Long Out Yin. All of you shut up. Use those walnut-sized brains of yours and think. Long Out Yin. I awakened an S-tier dragon bloodline and killed a tier 2 beast at the risk of my life, and my combat power is only 150. Long Out Yin. At this stage, even a god descending couldn't break 200 combat power. He typed fast, message after message popping out. Even through the screen, you could smell the sour reek of his frustration. Long Out Yin. This Suju definitely just happened to trigger a building data bug in the beginner zone by chance. His combat power is all fake, a pile of phony numbers. Long Out Yin. He's using fake data to scare people and act like a big shot. Also, he can con your blueprints and rare resources at sky-high prices. Long Out Yin. Everybody band together and absolutely do not buy his overpriced roasted meat. Go hungry before you let him bleed you dry. Let his meat rot in the warehouse. The moment he spoke, people rushed to agree. Li Si, Brother Out Yin's right. 100 some of us followed Brother Out Yin and built a defensive line. We don't need that scrap of rotten meat at all. Wang Wu, boycott the black-hearted merchant. Absolutely no trading. Huddle together for warmth and make it through tonight. Most of those joining the pylon were survivors hiding under Long Out Yin's protection, along with a few sour losers who were simply starving and couldn't stand to see anyone else do well. I watched the flickering text, my fingers tightening around the wooden cup. I chuckled to myself. Boycott. The temperature outside was still dropping, and each wave of wolf howls was more miserable than the last. By the small hours of the morning, these people shouting boycott would be tearing the leg bones off their teammates to burn as firewood, all for half a bone. Butting heads with the walking dead who were about to starve was a pure waste of time. I closed the regional channel. 10 tons of premium roasted meat were still steaming in the warehouse. I was in no rush. I opened the private messages again. The screen full of nonsense made me too lazy to scroll. In the filter bar, I typed a few words. Blueprint, rare, or pledge allegiance. Confirm. The red sea of messages instantly cleared. Only one long, unread message remained, hanging alone at the very top. Sender, Wang Gang. I opened it. A long paragraph riddled with typos. Clearly Wang Gang had bundled himself in a drafty, ragged blanket and tapped it out shivering. Punctuation scattered every which way. Wang Gang, Boss Su. It's little Wang. The one who traded you for meat earlier. Wang Gang. I saw that idiot Long Out Yin and his crew cursing you in the channel, and I was so angry my lungs nearly burst. They don't know a thing. You're keeping the flame of humanity alive for us. Wang Gang. Boss, for someone of your standing, haggling with them is beneath you. It's an insult to your eyes. Wang Gang. I used to be a labor foreman on construction sites. Nobody knows better than me how to manage that pack of grunts down below. Wang Gang. As long as you let a little meat broth trickle through your fingers to me, I'll be your white glove. Wang Gang. From now on I'll handle all the dirty, exhausting trade work. Anyone who refuses to hand over materials, I'll bring people to tear down his wooden shack. I'll play the bad guy, and you can sit safe and sound in your city counting your money. I looked at this long pledge of loyalty and reached up to rub my chin. The pad of my fingers scraped over freshly grown stubble, a little prickly. A zone of tens of thousands, materials in the thousands upon thousands. I really couldn't manage that many leaks on my own. Time to hire a foreman. I opened the reply box, typed one line, and sent it. Ding. In his broken wooden hut, Wang Gang shivered all over from the cold. He was wrapped in a thin blanket full of holes, his teeth chattering top against bottom. Hearing the notification tone, he opened the panel with trembling hands. Suju's reply was just one short line. I'll give you a chance. Turn in 100 units of rare materials each day in exchange for half a pound of scrap meat. Fail, and you're blocked. Wang Gang stared at the words, rubbed his red, swollen eyes, and read them one by one. Then he threw off the sour-smelling blanket. He knelt bolt upright in the muddy ground and, facing the direction of the ultimate demon city, knocked his forehead against the earth with loud thuds. Thank you, Boss Su. Thank you, Grandpa Su. Muddy water splashed onto the tip of his nose. He didn't bother wiping it. With his frozen fingers, he jabbed rapidly at the light screen. I guarantee I'll get the job done. I won't sleep. I'll start working for you right now. The message had barely sent. The trade panel flashed. Suju had sent over an advance payment. Wang Gang hurriedly tapped accept. Plop. A palm-sized offcut of meat, with 2 gnawed-down bones, dropped into the mud in front of him. The meat was still steaming, fat mixed with cumin, melting the white frost off the ground. Wang Gang lunged at it. He scooped it up with both hands, didn't even brush off the dirt, and stuffed a bone straight into his mouth, sucking hard. Scalding marrow burst in his mouth along with the aroma of meat. Tears shot out of Wang Gang's eyes. 2 streams of hot tears cut through the grime on his face and dripped onto the meat. He wanted so badly to swallow it in one gulp. But after his throat bobbed violently a few times, he forced himself to dig the meat back out of his mouth. He couldn't finish it. This was capital. He found a relatively clean broad leaf, wrapped the meat carefully, and tucked it into the pocket against his chest. The warmth pressed against his chest through his clothes, steady and reassuring. He sat back down in the corner, rubbed his face, and put on the fierce look he used to give when chewing out workers on the construction site in his past life. He opened the regional channel. Long Outyan's crew of underlings were still flooding the screen with boycott messages. Wang Gang went straight to the item display, recorded the image of the meat from his pocket into it, deliberately capturing the angle where the fat gleamed brightest. Send. Open your dog eyes wide and take a look. What's this? He sent it 3 times in a row. The channel, which had been cursing along with the crowd, seized up in an instant. That steaming scrap of meat was a nuclear-grade temptation in the dark night. Wang Gang typed right after. This is the late-night snack boss, Su, just rewarded me. And it's still hot. Follow Long Outyan, and all you'll get is the northwest wind. I'm Boss Su's #1 outsourcing supervisor now. The chat box stalled for 2 seconds, then exploded completely. Holy crap, he really gave you meat? Brother Wang, Grandpa Wang, can you spare me a mouthful of broth? Didn't Brother Outyan say Suju had no materials? Where'd this meat come from? To hell with the boycott. I'm about to starve. Supervisor Wang, are you still hiring? I'll work like an ox and a horse for you. Despair and hunger easily punched through that pitiful shred of self-respect. Wang Gang cleared his throat and started sending voice messages. Boss Su's gathering team is officially hiring. No wood, no stone. Only glowing plants, strange bones, and special ores. 10 units of rare materials. And I'll let you lick the leaf the meat was wrapped in. 50 units. And I'll cut you a piece the size of a fingernail. No credit whatsoever. You sign a system contract. Someone complained in the channel. 50 rare materials just for a fingernail-sized piece. That's way too ruthless. Wang Gang sneered and cursed him out. Think it's ruthless? Then go out and gnaw on demon wolves yourself. Trade if you want, get lost if you don't. I'm giving you a way to live here. Spots are limited, and once they're gone, they're gone. After that cursing, nobody below dared to talk back. The private message panel flickered like mad, all people lining up to sign contracts. Wang Gang, like a foreman skimming off the top, reviewed each one. He took a 20% broker's fee, bundled the rest, and forwarded it to Suju in batches. Ultimate Demon City, the Stone Keep's Great Hall. I lounged in the throne. The trade panel chimed ding after ding. Pile after pile of mud-caked exotic flowers, herbs, and vibrantly colored ores appeared out of nowhere on the long table in the center of the hall. Obtained, 120 star sand. Obtained, 15 poison swamp konjac. Obtained, 300 obsidian fragments. Obtained, 2 frost cores. I picked up a chunk of obsidian and tossed it up a couple times in my hand. Heavy, pitch black all over, giving off a dark purple gleam in the firelight. I quirked my lips. This lackey's got real business skills. I casually cut a small strip off the 10 tons of roasted meat, hung it in the trade slot, and sent it to Wang Gang. Good work. Keep it up. The materials on the table piled higher and higher, unknowingly stacking into a small mountain. Quite a few of them were epic tier materials giving off colored light, bathing the hall in a rainbow of colors. I stood up and stretched, my joints cracking. I stepped down the stairs, walked out of the keep, and came to the courtyard of the inner city. The 30-meter fine iron wall blocked out the cold wind completely. The courtyard was quiet, no wolf howls audible from outside. I looked down at the ground beneath my feet. After the 3-level jump earlier, the system had paved the courtyard with uniform bluestone slabs, drab and gray, carrying a faint whiff of earth. My army boots landed on it with a dull thud. I walked to an uneven slab and stopped. My brow slowly furrowed. I ground my toe against the seam. The rough texture came up through the sole of my boot. An unidentified weed was trying to push its way up through the crack in the stone. I lifted my foot and kicked the weed away, dirt and all. I turned my head and glanced at the pile of colorful rare ores in the hall. Star sand, obsidian, all kinds of glowing high-grade offcuts. For a tyrant of 10,000 realms, these floor tiles are too cheap. I brushed the dust off my hands and called out toward the hall. Iris, haul the epic tier materials out of the warehouse. We're relaying the floor. Lay the floor. Iris glared at the mountain-sized heap of rare ores giving off colorful light. She thought she'd misheard. A dignified mythic tier which, the incarnation of pride, feared throughout the abyss. And now she was supposed to do a bricklayer's work? I rapped on the doorframe and pressed her. Hurry up. We've got to finish before dawn. She gritted her teeth. The dark gold brand on her collarbone suddenly burned hot. She sucked in a cold breath from the pain, her body seizing up in an instant. The contract's suppression didn't listen to reason at all. The moment a thought of resistance formed in her mind, her soul felt as if it were being pierced by a needle. I got it, she yelled in a rough, gravelly voice. Her one bare foot stepped onto the icy bluestone, her toes curling from the cold. Resigned to her fate, she walked toward the pile of materials. Star sand, obsidian, frost cores. These rare ores, which other lords would enshrine as family heirlooms and fight to the death to seize, lay scattered on the ground like trash. She raised her hand, a thread of black energy leaking from her fingertips. Don't just smash them. Cut them flat. I dragged over a chair and sat down, holding the cup of pure water I'd just filled. She shot me a hard glare. A black gravity blade formed in midair and sliced silently into a millstone-sized chunk of obsidian, like cutting tofu. Stone chips flew everywhere. A fingernail-sized fragment burst out and struck me right on the forehead. I hissed and rubbed the reddened spot. You did that on purpose, didn't you? My hand slipped. She rolled her eyes and turned her face away, a vengeful satisfaction glinting in her eyes. The obsidian was cut into half-meter square floor tiles, stacked one by one to the side. I pointed at an empty room behind the keep. Lay the obsidian in the bathroom. That stuff doesn't absorb water, so it's easy to clean. Her hand trembled. She nearly crushed the gravity blade. Use high-grade magic conducting or to tile an outhouse. This nouveau riche was insane. But she said nothing. Holding her breath, she hauled the cut slabs over. The hundreds of pound stones slammed onto the ground with dull thuds. I followed to look. The half-meter square obsidian was fitted against the wall, flat and smooth. Lit by the firelight, it could serve as a mirror. The gaps are too big. What if it leaks? I pointed between two of the stones. She was holding a basin of scrap material and nearly threw it in my face. This is raw ore. Raw ore. Do you have any idea how hard this stuff is? Her voice climbed. It's a miracle I cut it with gravity without chipping the corners. I don't know. I said it with total conviction. All I know is I paid, so I'd better see good goods. Fill it in with mortar. She stared hard at that gap. She looked like she wanted to stuff me into it and seal me in. But she still reached out with her dust-covered fingers and packed the star sand, bit by bit, into the seams of the obsidian. Deep black slabs, paired with grout that glittered with starlight. A 10-square-meter outhouse was forced to take on the feel of a temple. Back in the courtyard, among the materials Wang Gang had sent was a frost core the size of a large bowl. Left outside, this thing could trigger a blizzard for 10 miles around. I pointed at it. Break it up, mix it into the mortar. She looked at me like I was a madman. You're really not afraid of freezing the whole courtyard into an ice sculpture? Let's talk. Smash it. I took a sip of water. She brought down a fist wrapped in dark element. The frost core shattered into a dozen pieces. Bone-chilling cold burst out instantly, and a thick layer of white frost visibly formed across the ground. The next second, I tossed over some hematite or scraps. The scorching fire element energy collided with the cold. A muffled hiss came from the air. The two extreme forces canceled each other out completely, leaving only an extremely refreshing coolness. perfect for regulating the underfloor heating. I nodded, satisfied. The entire laying process was a perfect illustration of the phrase reckless waste of heaven's gifts. She swung the gravity blade mechanically, like an emotionless mortar machine. For traction, I even had her carve rows of diamond grids into the smooth stone surface. Every cut she made sliced away high-grade magic-conducting materials that the lords outside could only dream of. She crushed the star sand to powder with her bare fist. Finding the tools too dirty, she simply wrapped her hands in magic and grabbed at the water-soaked mortar directly. Her dark red hem dragged heavily through the muddy water, the lace edge caked into a black clump. She trod barefoot back and forth through the rubble, several cuts scoring the pale backs of her feet. Crooked, I leaned back in the chair and pointed at the wall corner with my wooden cup. The gravity blade in her hand buzzed. Swallowing back her curses, she roughly pried out the hundreds of pound stone and realigned it. Half an inch to the left. I kept directing. A full 3+ hours. A huge, unidentified beast bone was cut to length and laid across as a threshold behind the gate. The juice of the poison swamp konjac was squeezed out and brushed around as an anti-rot, anti-pest varnish. Until at last she pressed the final epic tear crystal, glowing with colored light, hard into the socket at the very center of the stone steps. Done. She slumped to the ground, gasping for air. Sweat plastered her hair to her cheeks, leaving her looking like a drowned rat. She didn't even have the strength left to lose her temper. The instant the crystal seated itself, the ground of the entire ultimate demon city let out a deep hum. The soles of my feet went numb. The drab gray bluestone was all gone. The whole inner city courtyard was covered by a layer of light woven from deep blue and silver white. The depth of the obsidian, together with the faint glow of the star sand, was like standing on a whole slab of the starry sky. The mechanical voice in my head detonated wildly. Ding. Territory infrastructure materials substantially upgraded. A large amount of epic tier material detected in use for basic paving. Territory durability increased by 500%. Territory environmental comfort has reached its maximum. Special terrain phenomenon triggered, spiritual energy turning to rain. The notification tone had barely faded. Inside the 30-meter fine iron wall, the air suddenly turned thick. Wisps of milky white mist drifted up from the seams between the tiles, gathering more and more, condensing into clouds in midair. Plip! A drop of water landed on the back of my hand. Not cold. Instead, it carried a gentle, mild warmth. A fine, dense rain drifted down. The rain didn't wet my clothes. The moment it touched skin, it turned into pure energy and burrowed into the pores. The exhaustion from staying up night after night was swept away in one go. Even the greasy film in my stomach from the roasted meat dissolved along with it. The earthy smell in the air and the bloody stench drifting in from outside the city were all covered over by a fresh scent of grass and trees. That patch of muddy ground in the courtyard, trampled to ruin by the demon wolves, and the few withered weeds on it, visibly turned green, sprouted, and grew leaves. In a few seconds, a patch of faintly glowing little flowers bloomed. I took a deep breath. A rush of comfort spread through my chest. I opened the panel and glanced at the regional channel. The channel was broadcasting Death Live. Brother Wong. Help. The wolves clawed my door open. My hut collapsed. So cold. The fire's out. A long string of gray avatars dimmed out. Meanwhile, inside the ultimate demon city, the temperature held steady at a comfortable 20 degrees. The spiritual energy rain was like a natural insulating dome, keeping the harsh winter and the killing out. I closed the panel, expressionless. Whether the people outside lived or died had nothing to do with me. Below the steps, Iris tilted her head back. The spiritual energy rain fell on her face, washing away the grime. She closed her eyes and let out a long breath. The abyss was harsh to the extreme, reeking of sulfur and lava everywhere. Even the Demon King's palace had never known this kind of pure elemental baptism. The rain trickled down her neck and into her collarbone. She felt her depleted magic slowly recovering, the abrasions on her skin visibly healing, and even that ragged, stiff dress softened a little under the moisture. She opened her eyes. She looked at the glowing floor tiles around her, then at me beside her, eyes closed, savoring it. The wicked fire in her heart, without her noticing, had died down by more than half. She'd assumed that following a mortal would mean living a primitive life of eating raw flesh and drinking blood. But now, aside from doing a bit of rough bricklaying work, this environment was 100 times better than her own territory in the abyss. This place, it's not so terrible after all. She muttered it under her breath, her voice very soft. I tilted my head toward her. What did you say? She stiffened, spun around to face away from me, and said in a rough voice. I said I'm exhausted to death. I want to sleep. But she didn't go far. She just walked to a corner of the courtyard, found the smoothest obsidian tile, and plopped down without a shred of dignity, stretching her legs out and letting out a comfortable sigh. The torches in the hall weren't even needed anymore. The glow from the tiles lit the surroundings up bright. The night outside grew deeper. That pack of wall-ramming demon wolves seemed to have worn themselves out too, their howls gradually dying down. Dong! In the depths of my mind, a long, deep bell toll rang right on time. Midnight. A new day had arrived. That dark gold light leaped out from my retina once more. The one-coin absolute black market has refreshed. The system notification tone carried its distinctive static hiss. I sat up straight, all sleepiness instantly wiped away. I opened the dark gold panel with one tap. 5 cards, each backed with the monocled skull, slowly rotated before my eyes. My gaze swept across them. The first, low-grade iron ore. The second, moldy old fabric. I couldn't be bothered to look longer and swept my eyes straight to the middle. The instant the third card turned over, a blinding rainbow of light burst forth. Too intense. It crushed the glow of every epic tier material in the hall into dim insignificance. 7 colored lights swirled across the card's surface, faintly revealing a heavy metal mechanical quality. My gaze was nailed to that blueprint. I couldn't tear it away by even a fraction. The rainbow light was too bright. My eyes stung, forcing me to turn my head and squint for half a second. When my vision refocused, I stared hard at the card hovering in the center of the panel. There were no magic runes on it, no shadow of a giant beast, just a squared-off metal tracked module with 2 smokestacks. Below it, a line of bold text. Universal Blueprint Production Factory. 1 gold coin. The description was short, just 1 sentence. Feed in any material, analyze it, and print the corresponding tier of blueprint. Output has no upper limit. My breath stopped for a beat. My throat bobbed twice. On this continent, blueprints were the lifeline. Those lords in the channel would fill a beast's belly with human lives just to drop 1 low-grade stone spear blueprint. Some lost an entire squad and only managed to strip half a straw sandal blueprint off a goblin. And this machine, it could bypass the fixed rules of monster drops and mass-produce blueprints industrially. My fingers went a little numb. I jabbed hard on the purchase button. Buy. The coin I'd just warmed in my pocket vanished in an instant. Rumble. In the inner city courtyard, a gale sprang up out of nowhere. The spiritual energy rain was churned to shreds. A colossal object tore through the mist in midair and slammed down hard onto the freshly laid obsidian tiles. The ground sank abruptly. The hard, epic tier slabs were pressed with several spiderweb-like white cracks. It was a steel behemoth over 10 meters long and wide. Its shell was rough, dark gray armor plating, smeared with engine grease. Several waist-high brass gears were exposed along its sides, the chassis riding on 2 wide tracks. The smell of engine oil mixed with rusting steel instantly overwhelmed the fresh scent of grass and trees in the courtyard. I strode over and reached out to slap its shell. Cold, hard. The pad of my finger came away coated in a layer of black, oily grime. So real. This was in a completely different style from those flashy magic creations. Directly in front of the factory was a huge funnel-shaped intake. Beside it was set a liquid crystal screen glowing green. I wiped the dust off the screen with my sleeve. The interface was as simple as an old-fashioned ATM. Just 2 options, random analysis print and targeted analysis print. So noisy. An impatient complaint came from behind me. Iris walked out of the corner on bare feet. She'd just fallen asleep and been jolted awake by the din of steel slamming into the ground. Her face was murderous. She rubbed her messy red hair and stared at this blockhead iron lump. What's this ugly thing? Not a trace of magic aura. What do you want with a tin box? I ignored her. I turned and walked to the side of the stone steps, where the small mountain of materials Wang Gang had tribute was piled. I rummaged through it a few times and picked out a dozen or so high-tier demon wolf fangs streaked with blood, a few thunderstruck stones giving off electric sparks, and a pile of scrap metal. Carrying all this, I dumped it into the intake in one go. I turned and pressed targeted analysis print. Defense tower on the screen. The screen flashed green twice. Clack. A dull sound of gears meshing came from inside the machine. The smokestacks belched a burst of white, scorching steam. The whole steel shell shook rhythmically, giving off a low rumble. Iris took a faceful of steam. She coughed hard and stepped back twice, about to blow up. The flat outlet at the bottom of the machine went hiss. A rolled sheet of parchment was spat out and dropped into an iron tray. I walked over and picked up the blueprint. The edges of the parchment glowed faintly purple gold. Thunderstorm Magic Tower Blueprint. Exceptional tier. Requirements: 100,000 fine iron, 5,000 mithril, 1 thunder element core. I shook it open and glanced at it. On it were drawn intricate magic circuits and the tower's structure, detailed down to every rivet. From dumping the materials into the blueprint being spat out. Less than 10 seconds. Iris's coughing seized up in her throat. She stepped over the tiles and craned her neck to look at the blueprint. Her red eyes went wide in an instant. She snatched the blueprint out of my hand and held it up to her nose to sniff it. This is impossible. She pinched the edge of the parchment, her voice a little off-key. The most elite array master in the abyss would have to shut himself in a sealed room and grind away for half a month to draw a single thunderstorm tower blueprint. She stared hard at the tin box, like she was looking at a monster she couldn't comprehend. You stuffed a pile of junk in, and it spat this out in the blink of an eye? It's called mass production. I pulled the blueprint back out of her hand and glanced at the machine screen. The progress bar was still running. Hiss, hiss. The tray began spitting out parchment sheets one after another. 1, 2, 5. Like a copier jammed with paper, the purple gold blueprints quickly piled into a small mountain in the tray. Iris's mouth fell slightly open. She was completely speechless. She felt like her common sense had been dragged down and ground into the floor by this junk tin box. The dignity of magic was an absolute joke in front of this thing. I paid no mind to whether her worldview had shattered. I picked up the thick stack of blueprints and turned to walk to the center of the courtyard. I had the blueprints. All that was left was building. And right now, the one thing I had no shortage of was construction resources. 100 million units of fine iron, 10 million units of mithril, lying quietly in the system warehouse. Use blueprint. I ground my fingers together, and a sheet of parchment dissolved into purple points of light. The obsidian tiles beneath my feet trembled faintly. On the open ground a dozen some meters from the keep, the earth churned. A pure black metal tower rose from the ground. The tower body was cast entirely from fine iron, its surface carved all over with lightning runes fused from mithril. At the top, a basketball-sized blue thunder orb was slowly taking shape. Thunderstorm Magic Tower, 1 of 1, construction complete. Continue. Without even a pause, I ground the second blueprint to dust. The light shot out and landed on the 30-meter fine iron wall. Gears meshed inside the wall. A gap split open at its top, and a second thunderstorm tower burst through. The mithril circuits connected directly to the wall's original defensive array, fitting together seamlessly. Third sheet. Fifth sheet. I stood in the rain, my fingers rubbing mechanically. Purple light flitted around the city like fireflies. The fine iron and mithril numbers in the warehouse plummeted. But what it bought was a scalp-tingling explosion of firepower. 10, 20. Towers drilled up one after another from underground, from the wall, from the tops of the arrow turrets. The whole territory's aesthetic changed completely. The once fairly open inner city and high walls were now covered with these metal pillars radiating an aura of destruction. Their cold spires all pointed toward the dark night outside the city, like a steel porcupine with its quills up, full of violence and a heavy metal beauty. Iris had already retreated to the wall corner. She tilted her head back, looking at the 20-some thunderstorm towers lined up along the wall. The blue thunder orbs at their tips resonated with one another, drawing dazzling arcs of electricity through the air. The scent of grass and trees in the air was gone, replaced entirely by the sharp smell of ozone. Madman. She swallowed dryly. Demon King Ball saved up his fortune for 500 years and only built 3 Thunderfire towers at the gate of his palace. And you're running a wholesale operation here. She didn't feel at all now that I was a weak little mortal. What kind of mortal uses magic towers costing 100,000 fine iron each as fence posts? I crushed the last blueprint in my hand. The 30th Thunderstorm Tower landed steadily directly above the city gate. I brushed the parchment scraps off my hands and walked to the base of the gate. I fished a Thunder Element crystal core, dropped by a Demon Wolf boss, out of my pack and slotted it into the power socket at the base of the tower. Clack! The socket locked. The runes of all 30 Thunderstorm Towers lit up in that same instant. The faint blue light merged into one. Thick currents darted back and forth between the tower tips, crackling and booming. The whole ultimate demon city was lit up a ghastly blue. Power connected, activated, complete. In the very instant the blue light reached its peak. Directly above the ultimate demon city, a transparent light dome, originally invisible to the naked eye, suddenly showed its shape. That dome, representing absolute beginner protection, had its surface crawling with dense cracks. The cracks spread rapidly. Crack, like a huge sheet of glass smashed by an iron hammer. The dome turned into a sky full of fine light fragments and dissipated completely into the cold wind. Then, a cold, mechanical, faintly deathly system voice detonated without warning in the minds of all 10,000 lords in the zone at once. Warning. Beginner protection period has ended. The native dark creature tide begins its indiscriminate assault. The fragments of the light dome were still falling from midair, like a rain of glass with no warmth to it. The fragments turned to faint light and evaporated completely before they even hit the ground. The last barrier separating all the lords from the wilderness was gone. The black forest outside instantly boiled over. It wasn't the stir of a few demon wolves. The whole forest, ground and all, was shaking. The dull footsteps merged together, rattling the fine iron wall with a low resonance. The wind changed direction. A thick, rotten stench mixed with a bloody gust poured in through the breach. I leaned against a crenellation on the wall, holding a wooden cup with purple-red juice I'd just squeezed from 2 rare berries. I looked down and took a sip. A little sour, but it would do. Below the wall, tens of thousands of blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness. Like a moving sea of blood, rushing toward the ultimate demon city at a frenzied speed. Demonized wild boars, 2-headed hyenas, giant spiders half a person tall. More kinds than I could count. I opened the regional channel. The message box that had scrolled dozens of lines a second was now a pure live broadcast of death. The text had all turned a piercing blood red. That was the system's automatic warning when under attack. Save me. The door's been rammed open. It's a bear with 2 heads. Less than 2 seconds after that line was sent, that smiley face avatar instantly went gray. Dead. Forget about blueprints. Somebody help me. The stone wall's been eaten through by acid. I'm on the roof, and it's swarming with bugs down there, gnawing at the wood until it creaks. Brother Outyin. Boss Long Outyin. Didn't you say you built a defensive line? Why did you let all the monsters in? I don't want to die. The scroll speed on the screen grew slower and slower. Fewer and fewer people were left alive. Those earthlings, raised in greenhouses, holding crude stone spears and wooden sticks, couldn't last even a second in the face of a real monster tide. This was the system's cold selection. I closed the panel. I didn't find it noisy, just a little boring. I turned and hauled a grand armchair out of the system space. I'd just printed it in the blueprint factory a moment ago using a scrap of epic tier wood, with a whole demon wolf pelt cushioning it. I sat down at the edge of the wall, found the most comfortable angle, and propped both legs up on a crenellation. Iris stood behind and to my side. That dark red dress had finally dried, but the hem was in tatters. She wasn't looking at the monsters outside the city. Instead, she stared hard at the blue glowing thunderstorm towers on the wall, her red eyes full of undisguised doubt. These iron pillars you conjured up, can they really kill monsters? She pointed at the nearest one. There's not even a low-grade magic core inside, just those few crude metal grooves on the outside. In her millennia of abyssal understanding, without pouring in the blood essence of a high-tier demon king, you couldn't build a proper defense tower at all. An assembly line printed thing like mine was practically an insult to magic. Just watch. I swirled the juice in my cup. The monster army outside pressed closer and closer. 2,000 meters. 1,500 meters. On the few hundred demonized wild boars at the front, you could already make out the shreds of flesh hanging from their tusks. 1,000 meters. In the instant the monster horde crossed that invisible warning line, all 30 thunderstorm towers let out a high-pitched hum at once. The sound was sharp, stabbing painfully at the eardrums. The blue thunder orbs at the tips instantly swelled to the size of water vats. Zzzzt. No casting wind-up. No magic chant. 30 bolts of azure lightning, thick as thighs, tore the dark night apart. The thunder light lit the ultimate demon city bright as day. The lightning, at a speed the eye couldn't catch, struck viciously into the densest cluster of monsters. Boom. A deafening thunderstorm blast erupted. Earth was blown into the sky. The few hundred demonized wild boars at the front didn't even get the chance to scream. Within a tenth of a second of touching the lightning, they carbonized outright. The black ash was swept up by the shockwave, swirling through the air. And it wasn't over. The thunderstorm tower's attacks chained and splashed. Blue arcs, like vipers, darted wildly through the monster horde. Everywhere they passed, whether thick-hided 2-headed bears or lightning-fast spiders, all were reduced to charcoal amid a fit of convulsions. Iris's mouth fell slightly open. She took a step forward. At some point, the gravity blade in her hand had dissolved. She swallowed. The attack frequency was too monstrous. Those thunderstorm towers didn't need to cool down at all. One bolt struck, the orb at the tip spun once, and the second bolt had already fired. 30 towers. Like 30 tireless heavy machine guns, weaving a wall of firepower with no blind spots. Forget getting near the wall. Those monsters couldn't even get past a point 800 meters from the ultimate demon city. The ground was plowed with charred, deep furrows. The air was full of the sharp smell of ozone, mixed with the reek of burning fur. I sat in the armchair, the thunder light flickering across my face, bright then dark. I slurped some juice and opened my balance panel. The numbers ticking on it were better looking than fireworks. Killed Tier 1, Demonized Wild Boar, Chaos Gold Coins +1. Killed Tier 2, Two-Headed Hyena, Chaos Gold Coins +3. Killed Tier 1 Burrow Spider, Chaos Gold Coins +1. I'd set the long string of notifications to silent, keeping only the numbers rolling. Every bolt of lightning that struck sent my balance up by a few hundred. My breathing grew a little heavy. Selling roasted meat earlier, I'd racked my brains haggling with that pack of paupers just to squeeze out a bit of resources. And now, all I had to do was sit here drinking water, and money flew into my pocket on its own. Several thousand monsters, in less than 5 minutes, and the thunderstorm towers had cleared out more than half. The monsters behind finally knew fear, snarling low and shrinking back, unwilling to advance. But the thunderstorm tower's target locking was ruthless in the extreme. As long as you were within the 1,000-meter range, whether you hid behind a tree or lay in a pit, the lightning struck you all the same. Bang! Iris slapped a palm against the crenellation. The fine iron cast wall took a shallow handprint from her. She gritted her teeth and stared at the lightning. She, a dignified mythic tier witch, had gotten her dress dirty just fighting a few hundred wolves. And now these few dozen junk iron pillars had, so casually, slaughtered over 10,000 native creatures? These things of yours, where on earth did they come from? She turned her head, her voice dry. Bought them. I pointed at the scorched earth below. As long as I've got the money, I can build these towers across the whole continent. I stood up. The armchair scraped a grating screech across the fine iron floor. The juice in the cup was gone. I casually tossed the wooden cup down below the wall. Watching my skyrocketing balance, I laughed out loud, stretched, and my joints cracked. Lords all over the world were wailing and howling through this monster tide, treating it as the end of the world, desperately blocking doors and praying. But in the ultimate demon city, this was a grand money-printing party. These aren't monsters at all. I braced both hands on the crenellation, looking at the loot glittering all over the ground 1,000 meters out. These are clearly leaks lined up to deliver money to me. The thunderstorm sounds gradually thinned. The last demon wolf, cowering under a black tree, was struck precisely in the head by a bolt of lightning that curved around. Its brains burst, and it became a charred corpse. The surroundings fell dead silent once more. Only the arcs on the thunderstorm towers still gave off a faint zizzing, as if belching after a full meal. The first monster tide had been slaughtered to a fault line. Not one dared to raise its head. On the scorched earth outside, a dense layer of copper coins and silver coins was spread out, with flashes of gold mixed among them. That was the monster's loot. Money everywhere. I rolled my neck, about to head down from the wall tower to sweep all this money into my own pocket. I'd just taken half a step. Thud. From the direction of the ultimate demon city's side gate came the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Then a figure, filthy as a mud monkey, came scrambling and tumbling in through the gap in the gate. It was Wang Gang. The ragged cotton coat on his body was more than half torn away, exposing shoulders covered in bloody marks underneath. He'd lost one shoe, and his bare sole left a trail of bloody footprints across the blue stone. He couldn't spare the breath to catch it. He scrambled toward the stairs on this side of the wall on hands and feet. Boss Su. Wang Gang's voice was cracked, choked with tears, echoing around the empty inner city. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees at the very bottom of the steps, both hands clutching desperately at the icy stone. I stopped and looked down at him from above, my brow furrowing. You didn't die in a monster's jaws, and you came here to wail at me? It's not monsters. Monsters are nothing. Wang Gang coughed violently twice and hacked up a mouthful of bloody spit. He tilted his head up, his mud-caked face full of terror, his hand trembling as he pointed toward another direction in the black forest beyond the gate. Boss, it's bad. Wang Gang gasped for breath, spitting out a single sentence in 3 broken pieces. That Long Out Yin. He didn't go fight monsters. He's leading over 100 lords, and he's using the chaos to attack our way. I was still holding an empty wooden cup. Hearing Wang Gang's cracked, off-pitch voice, I turned my head and looked toward the pitch-black forest outside the city gate. There was movement, all right. Not the chaotic, senseless roaring of native monsters. A messy set of footsteps, but carrying a certain sense of purpose. Torchlight flickered in the depths of the forest. I casually tossed the wooden cup down by my feet and looked at Wang Gang, sprawled at the bottom of the steps. The fat man was covered in blood, a large patch of skin torn off his shoulder, shivering from the cold. What are you panicking about? I pulled a scrap of coarse cloth out of the system space and threw it in his face. Wrap up your foot. Don't go tracking that stinking mud all over the tiles I just laid. Wang Gang fumbled to catch the cloth, swallowed a mouthful of bloody spit, and wounded it messily around his soul. Boss, I'm really not being a coward. That Long Outyin has gone mad. He just killed a tier 2 beast and drank some kind of dragon blood. Wang Gang braced himself against the icy stone wall and forced himself upright. He can breathe fire now. His arms grown scales all over. He looks just like a monster. He absorbed all the lords who survived nearby. At least 100 some people. They're saying you've hoarded too much iron, ore, and food, and they're coming to enforce heaven's justice, to take over your city. The more Wang Gang said, the more his voice shook, his teeth chattering. I quirked my lips. Enforce heaven's justice? On the Chaos continent, that phrase sounded more ridiculous than a sow climbing a tree. I turned around and walked back to the edge of the 30-meter wall, pressed both hands against the icy crenellation, and looked down. The torches at the forest's edge were all lit now. 100 some people, treading over the scorched earth and demon wolf corpses, shuffled slowly out of the black forest. This crowd looked truly wretched. They were wrapped in torn leaves and rotting hides, their weapons all over the place. Bloody wooden sticks, chipped stone axes, some holding nothing but a rock. More than half were wounded, limping. But when they stepped out of the forest and saw the colossal thing before them, everyone stopped in their tracks. The torchlight fell on the pure black, 30-meter fine iron wall without so much as a reflection. At the top of the wall, 30 blue-glowing thunderstorm towers gave off a low hum. The smell of ozone from the high-voltage strikes still lingered in the air. This group of newbies, who fought wild boars to the death in the mud, had their brains short-circuit in an instant. Dead silence across the field. Only the wind howling across the steel structure. Then heavy, ragged breathing spread through the crowd. The fear was quickly suppressed by another, more intense emotion. Jealousy. Sour, reeking jealousy and greed. This was built by a person. Someone gritted his teeth and muttered it, not loud, but perfectly clear across the quiet, open ground. We lost more than half our brothers out there, and he's hiding in here, living it up? So much iron. Just how many materials is that? No wonder Brother Outyin said he's cheating. He definitely built this by bleeding the whole zone dry. The muttering grew louder and louder, finally turning into an outraged public denunciation. The crowd split open a path down the middle. A tall, well-built man walked out. It was Long Outyin. The clothes on his upper body had long since become tattered strips hanging at his waist. The right half of his body, from his neck all the way to his wrist, was covered in a layer of dark red, rough scales, firelight faintly showing through the gaps. He dragged a heavy, thick-backed broadsword in his hand, the blade scraping a deep furrow in the mud. Long Outyin walked to the very front and tilted his head up. The red scales on his neck compressed with the motion, giving off a grating scrape. He opened his mouth and exhaled a lungful of sulfur-smelling black smoke. Suju. His voice was loud enough to make a few people in the front row holding wooden sticks cover their ears. Long Outyin jammed the broadsword into the ground. I know you're up there. Stop hiding in your iron shell playing dead. He pointed at the towering wall, his tone full of the arrogance of one standing on the moral high ground. In tonight's monster tide, we lost several thousand people. There are corpses everywhere. People are eating mud just to stay alive. And you? Long Outyin sneered, his voice carrying far. You've claimed the most resources in the whole zone, built an iron city this tall, and yet you watch your own kin die without lifting a finger. You sell overpriced roasted meat, sucking the marrow from everyone's bones. You're a criminal against all humanity. Up on the wall, I dug at my ear. The wind was a little strong, blowing my hair into a mess, but I heard him clearly. This righteous-sounding nonsense turned my stomach a bit. Seeing no reaction from above, Long Outyin thought I was scared. His chest puffed out higher. But I, Long Outyin, am not an unreasonable man. I awakened an S-tier giant dragon bloodline. I'm destined to lead everyone in surviving on this continent. A selfish little man like you doesn't deserve to own this city at all. He pulled the broadsword out of the ground and pointed its tip at the gate. Now, open the gate immediately. Hand over control of the territory and distribute all the food and weapons in the warehouse to the brothers outside. Cooperate, and I'll call the shots. I'll spare your dog's life and keep you in the city as a servant. Otherwise, once we break down the gate, you won't even keep a whole corpse. The 100-some people below were instantly ignited by these words. Greed flushed their eyes red. The way they saw it, 100-some against one was a guaranteed win. And the wall? Long Outyin had an S-tier bloodline. A fire-breathing Superman. Open the gate. Hand over the resources. Get down here and kowtow. Admit your crimes. Capitalists come to no good end. Today we strike down the landlords and share out the fields. All kinds of ugly cursing drifted up the wall on the cold wind. Someone even lifted a rock and slammed it hard against the fine iron gate. The rock shattered into powder, not leaving so much as a white mark. Wang Gang braced against the crenellation, poked half his head out to look, and shrank back in fright. Boss, there are too many of them. Wang Gang stamped his feet in alarm, the wound on his soul seeping blood again. How about we blast them a few times with the thunderstorm towers first, as a warning? I said nothing. Looking at the survivors below hopping around like grasshoppers, I couldn't stir up even a ripple of emotion. What a pack of waterlogged fools. The thunderstorm towers had just struck several hundred demon wolves dead in a single second. Were they blind, unable to see it? Seeing me stay silent, Long Outyin below assumed the city's defenses had run out of power. He sneered. You won't cry until you see the coffin. He suddenly drew a deep breath. The dark red scales on his right arm instantly lit up, like a red-hot branding iron. Given face, and you still won't take it? Then let me show you the power of an S-tier bloodline. Long Outyin roared and threw his right fist forward. A wash basin-sized dark red fireball flew from his hand, carrying astonishing heat, slamming viciously toward the 30-meter fine iron wall. Boom! The fireball burst against the wall's surface. Flames scattered everywhere, the display looking quite fearsome. His underlings below erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Brother Outyin's awesome. Burn through that junk iron wall. However, the flames dispersed. That patch of fine iron wall that had been struck hadn't even lost a fleck of paint. Instead, as the temperature rose, the mithril circuits on the surface lit up with faint blue light, absorbing that pitiful scorch mark clean away. The cheering cut off abruptly. The flesh on Long Outyin's face twitched a couple times. That was a bolt of dragon flame he'd fired by scraping together his strength, and it hadn't even left a mark? To cover his embarrassment, he forced himself to shout. Suju, that was just a warning. I haven't used my full strength yet. Don't force me to tear your city out by the roots. Too noisy. I rubbed my brow and retreated to my grand armchair. I'd lost even the interest to stand and watch the monkey show. I plopped back down onto the soft wolf pelt cushion. Beside the armchair sat a low table made of wood. Iris was sitting on the edge of the low table. She dug a bunch of amethyst grapes out of some system-dropped supply pack and was now peeling grape skins out of boredom. She peeled slowly, her dark red nails picking away the skin bit by bit. Clear purple juice ran down her pale fingers. Her brow was slightly furrowed, as if she found the sticky sensation distasteful. She tossed a peeled grape into her mouth, chewed twice, and spat out a seed. Is this the kind of bug chirping you usually listen to? Iris didn't even lift her eyelids, her voice thick with disgust. That ugly thing covered in festering sores. His shouting is giving me a headache. Below the city, Long Outyin's cursing continued. Suju, I'll count to 3. 1. I leaned back in the chair and let out a long yawn, a bit of reflexive tears squeezing from the corners of my eyes. This crowd was truly boring. Even when robbing someone, they did it so crudely, and they had to find a high-sounding excuse for it. Not a shred of professionalism as villains. I glanced at Iris beside me, still focused on dealing with a second grape, and tapped my fingers lightly on the armrest twice. Too noisy. I closed my eyes, my tone as flat as if I were remarking that the night looked nice. Clean up the trash. Clean up the trash. My voice wasn't loud. On the wall, where the wind howled, it seemed to drift. But Iris heard it perfectly clearly. She was pinching half a peeled amethyst grape in her hand. Hearing those words, her fingertips loosened. The grape skin dropped onto the wooden low table, the sticky purple juice smeared on her pale fingertip. She furrowed her brow in disgust, rubbed her finger against the corner of the table a couple times, and wiped off that bit of sticky juice. Then she stood up. Her tattered dark red hem snapped in the cold wind. She took up no weapon, made no elaborate casting gesture. She just tilted her head up slightly, closed her eyes, and drew a deep breath of the cold, bloody air. When she opened her eyes again, she smiled, bearing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth, a cruelty long suppressed showing in her smile. In the abyss, whenever she was displeased, she would wipe out a few demon tribes. Today she'd been used as a bricklayer for half the night, and a bellyful of wicked fire had built up. Now, at last, a punching bag had come to her door. Her bare feet left the icy stone. Her whole body seemed to lose all weight, drifting lightly up into the air, rising past the 30-meter fine iron crenellations. Below the wall, Long Out Yin was raising that heavy broadsword, his chest heaving violently. 2. He roared out the second count. He felt that his current self was simply terrifyingly strong. The dark red scales on his right arm were steadily radiating astonishing heat. The cold wind striking the scales turned directly into clouds of white steam. This surge of power made him feel an illusion. He felt he was the chosen son of destiny of this chaos continent. Long Out Yin glanced back over his shoulder. 100-some surviving lords were staring at him with fervent, greedy eyes, staring at the iron city behind him. These people were starving mad. They'd smelled the roasted meat drifting from inside the wall. Break down that gate, and the countless iron ore, the endless hot meat inside, would all be theirs. Brothers, Long Out Yin raised the broadsword over his head, its back reflecting the torchlight. That turtle Su-ju doesn't dare make a sound. His defense towers must be out of power. They're just a pile of scrap iron. Once I smash open this gate, we split everything inside evenly. Split it. Split it. The lords below acted like they'd been shot with adrenaline, waving their broken sticks and rocks in frenzied agreement. A few were so worked up that drool spilled out, running down mixed with the black mud on their faces. The mood was pushed to its peak. Long Out Yin turned back and stared hard at that heavy fine iron gate. He bit through the tip of his tongue, a rusty taste spreading in his mouth, and spat a mouthful of bloody froth onto his scale-covered right arm. Hiss! The instant the blood touched the scales, it evaporated. A blinding red light lit up from the blood vessels of his arm, spreading along his shoulder all the way to his back. Roar! A deep dragon's cry came from within his body. The air warped violently. A 3-meter-tall illusory dragon shadow slowly took shape behind him. The dragon shadow, formed of flame and black smoke, bared its fangs and brandished its claws, radiating the savage pressure of a Tier 2 beast. The surrounding temperature shot up instantly. A few lords standing close in the front row were scalded by the heat wave and staggered back, their hair curling. See that? This is an S-tier bloodline. Long Out Yin laughed wildly, loud enough to make his own eardrums ache. He had it all planned out. Once he charged in, he'd step on my head, make this nouveau riche hand over all his materials with both hands, then cut me down with one stroke and take over the city completely. Just as he was about to shout the final 3 and swing his fist at the gate, in the air directly above his head, a figure suddenly appeared. Long Out Yin's motion stalled. He looked up. The torchlight lit up that figure hovering in midair. A woman, wearing a tattered, mud-caked dark red gown, not even wearing shoes. Just standing there with both arms crossed over her chest, looking down at them from on high, like she was looking at a heap of maggots in a latrine. Long Out Yin froze for a moment, then split into a wide grin. Su-ju, you really have no balls. Too scared to show your own face, so you push a woman out to die? The broadsword in his hand pointed at Iris in the air. Hey, you up there, you beggar. If you open the gate right now, I, Long Out Yin, will call the shots and spare your life. From now on you can pour my tea and... He didn't finish. Iris had no patience whatsoever for listening to bugs chirp. She simply raised her right hand coldly, her slender index finger aimed at the 100-some people below. Then she pressed her fingertip down. No dazzling magic effects. No deafening explosion. In the very instant her finger pressed down, the weight of the air in this space changed, grew hundreds, thousands of times heavier than mercury, like a whole invisible mountain of steel, slamming down from high above without any warning. Thud, 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 thud. A string of scalp-tingling dull thuds burst across the muddy ground outside the wall. The 100-some lords who'd been cheering with their sticks raised 1 second before. The next second, they were all sprawled on the ground in grotesque postures. They couldn't react at all. The instant the gravity field descended, their fragile kneecaps shattered outright. The immense pressure pressed their faces hard into the mud mixed with demon wolf flesh and blood. They couldn't even scream. because the air in their lungs had been squeezed out in an instant by that terrifying crushing weight. Crack, crack. The sound of bones snapping was as dense as stepping on dry twigs. The wooden sticks in some hands were pressed to splinters. Some stared wide-eyed, the corners of their eyes squeezing out threads of blood under the immense pressure plastered hard to the ground. Their minds went blank. 1 second before they'd been dreaming of robbing and splitting meat, and now they couldn't lift so much as a little finger. Fear coiled around every heart like a viper. The only person on the whole field who hadn't gone down was Long Outyin. But the state he was in now was hardly better than the one sprawled out. The instant the gravity field pressed down, his prized S-tier physique helped him withstand the first wave of impact. His legs were driven hard into the mud, his knees bent at an extremely twisted angle. Every bone in his body was groaning under a load it couldn't bear. What kind of monster is this? Long Outyin clenched his jaw so tight his lips split. Blood dripped down his chin and was drawn into a red thread by the gravity before it could hit the ground. His thighs trembled violently like a sieve, the veins on his neck bulging out one by one, thick as earthworms. He desperately drove the giant dragon bloodline within him. The flame dragon shadow behind him let out a shrill roar, trying to prop open that invisible mountain overhead with its wings. The two forces battled fiercely in midair, a grating scrape ringing through the air. Long Outyin felt his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. In midair, Iris looked at the man still stubbornly holding on and furrowed her brow in irritation. So noisy. She'd only meant to casually crush these bugs. But this slightly larger bug actually dared throw out a shadow and yell at her. She lost the last of her patience. Iris flipped her wrist, no longer a single finger. She spread all 5 fingers and, aimed at the dragon shadow behind Long Outyin, delivered a hard slap through the air. Slap. A crisp crack, like an adult slapping a fragile glass bottle. That dragon shadow, arrogant and radiating savage heat a moment before, couldn't hold up even half a second under Iris's slap. It split straight down the middle with a huge black crack. Then the whole shadow blew apart with a roar, turning into a sky full of fine sparks, like an unfinished meteor shower, crackling as it fell to the ground. The backlash of the bloodline connection being forcibly severed instantly swept through Long Outyin's whole body. Huh! A big mouthful of black blood mixed with chunks of viscera sprayed from his mouth. The dark red scales on his right arm burst apart in large patches, as if flayed, dripping with blood, revealing the ghastly white bone within. He couldn't hold on any longer. Both knees slammed hard into the ground with 2 crisp fracture sounds. Long Outyin collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud. The thick-backed broadsword in his hand had long since been crushed by the gravity into 2 lengths of scrap iron. His head lolled, half his face buried in the muddy water, his mouth full of foul-smelling mud and his own blood. He struggled to keep his bloodshot eyes open, staring hard at the red-haired woman in the air, not even the corner of whose clothes was out of place. So much for the S-tier bloodline. So much for the chosen son of destiny. Before this woman's casual slap, it was simply a joke. Endless despair and fear thoroughly destroyed that laughable shred of pride of his. The battle was over. From the moment Iris pressed down that finger to the moment Long Outyin's shadow shattered. All told, not even 3 seconds had passed. The 100-some people who'd been clamoring to raise the city a moment before were now all living dead on the ground. Only faint groans and sharp gasps for breath remained. Iris yawned. She withdrew her hand, and the terrifying gravity field around them instantly dissipated. The pressure on the ground was gone, but not one of those lords could stand up anymore. They all lay sprawled like dead dogs, gulping mouthfuls of the cold air into their lungs. So boring. She clapped her hands and turned to drift back inside the wall. Outside the gate, dead silence. Only the cold wind swept up sparks from the ground, blowing over these lords with their broken limbs. Long Outyin rolled over with great effort and lay face up. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger now. He could only wait to die. At that moment, rumble. The despair-inducingly thick, fine iron gate of the ultimate demon city suddenly gave off a dull metallic scrape. The 2 half-meter-thick pure steel gates slowly slid open to either side. The gate opened. A shaft of dim yellow torchlight spilled out from inside, falling on the maimed lords all over the ground, accompanied by the unhurried tread of army boots on the ground. I walked out through the gate. Draped over my body was a heavy black cloak I'd just synthesized with the system. In my hand, I held a thick stack of parchment, contracts freshly printed from the blueprint factory, their edges still carrying the warmth of the press. I walked to the edge of the crater that had been pressed into the ground and stopped. I looked down at Long Outyin by my feet, his whole body fractured, still coughing up blood. My army boots trod through the mud mixed with blood and water, giving off a sticky squelch. I walked to the edge of the crater and looked down at the man at my feet from on high. Long Outyin lay face up in the muddy water, his chest heaving violently like a broken bellows. He stared hard at me as I approached, a whistling rasp coming from his throat. Terror. A terror more pure than facing a high-tier monster gripped his heart tight. The wind picked up. I drew my collar tighter, tucked my left hand, red from the cold, into the cloak's pocket, and held the stack of freshly printed parchment in my right. I was in no hurry to speak. Wang Gang followed out through the gate, limping. The fat man held a torch in his hand, that scrap of coarse cloth wound around his soul. He walked too fast, stepped on a snapped-off stone axe, slipped, yelped, and fell flat on his face, the torch nearly singeing his own eyebrows. I stopped and glanced at him sideways. Wang Gang scrambled up, not bothering to brush the yellow mud off his chest, and clambered over to my side, raising the torch high to light up this wretched scene at my feet. Boss, a good few of these bastards are still breathing. Wang Gang sniffed at the snot the cold had brought on, and, riding on my authority, kicked the lord next to him, who was playing dead. The man groaned from the pain and quickly clamped both hands over his mouth, his body trembling like a sieve. Though the fat man was scared out of his wits too, his talent for borrowing a tiger's fierceness was first-rate. I withdrew my gaze and settled it back on Long Outyin. His right arm was completely ruined. Ghastly white splinters of bone had pierced the skin and stuck out. Blood mixed with mud congealed into hard clumps. He struggled to sit up. He tried twice, his knees soft as noodles, and slammed back down hard into the mud. Su-Ju. The moment he opened his mouth, bloody froth ran down from the corner. We're all Earthlings. He gasped laboriously, his voice as small as a mosquito's whine, not a trace left of the bravado with which he'd tried to take over the city. The monster tide just passed. We've already lost more than half of us. Long Outyin struggled to swallow a mouthful of bloody water, trying to make his voice sound more sincere. Between kinsmen, there's no need to leave no one alive, is there? I chuckled. I pulled my left hand out of my pocket and rubbed my icy knuckles. The stack of parchment in my hand rustled loudly in the night wind. Kinsman. I chewed on the two words, like I'd heard some absurd joke. I used the edge of the parchment to lightly pat his mud-caked cheek. The motion was gentle, but carried extreme insult. Half an hour ago, you led 100-some people to block my gate. You wanted me to open the gate, hand over all the iron, ore, and food. You even wanted to take my life while you were at it. I straightened up and looked at him coldly. Why didn't you mention kinsman then? The muscles on Long Outyin's face twitched a couple times. His eyes darted away, not daring to meet mine. I did it to save the people outside. He was still making excuses, only his voice grew weaker and weaker. You hoarded so many resources. Share a little, and how many people could live? Everyone chose me as their leader. I had to stand up for them. Even Wang Gang, holding the torch beside me, couldn't stand listening to this line, and spat a mouthful onto the ground. I shook my head and rolled the parchment into a tube. Stop gilding your own face. You came here for one reason. You smelled the meat drifting out of my city, saw the iron on my walls. You're hungry, you're cold, and it eats you up inside to see me living comfortably. With every line I spoke, Long Outyin's expression turned a shade uglier. If you're robbing, then rob. Stop playing the saint. I crouched down. The hem of the black cloak dragged straight into the muddy water, staining with demon wolf blood. I couldn't have cared less. I looked straight into his eyes. No anger, no mockery. Only an absolute, see-through-everything indifference. This is the Chaos Continent, not playing house on Earth. My voice wasn't loud, but each word landed heavy, striking the ears of everyone present who could still hear. Don't give me any talk about the great cause of humanity. Morality is a fig leaf invented by people with full bellies and nothing better to do. Here, it can't even buy you a stick to stoke a fire. I used the rolled parchment to gesture in a circle around us. 100-some lords lay scattered every which way on the ground, all holding their breath, eavesdropping. In my territory, we don't feed idlers, and there are no kinsmen. Only one thing can keep you alive. I tapped the parchment. Value. You want resources, you trade your life for them. You can't outfight me, so you'll lie in the mud and listen to me talk. I stood up, my army boot pressing down on Long Outyin's broken half-length broadsword, giving off a grating metallic scrape. My fist is bigger, So my rules are the rules of this continent. The cold wind poured in down my collar. Long Outyin shuddered violently. Looking at my untroubled face, that shred of wishful thinking in his heart was crushed completely. This man had no human compassion at all. He was a pure egoist, a capital machine without a single emotion. A few suppressed sobs came from around us. The lords sprawled in the mud playing dead had their last psychological defenses collapse upon hearing my words. Someone began pleading in a low voice. Big shot, Sue. I was wrong. I was just tagging along for the excitement. I don't want to die. I've still got 3 mithril ores in my pack. All of it's yours. Please let me go. I can farm. I farm really fast. Spare my dog's life. The pleas grew denser, sounding pitiful mixed with the wind. I didn't even glance at those begging. Wang Gang. Here. Boss, your orders. Wang Gang quickly straightened his back, raising the torch higher, slapping his chest with loud thumps. Go. Hand these papers out. I passed over the stack of parchment in my hand, keeping only the top sheet. Anyone still breathing gets 1 each. For those who can't read, take the torch and read it to them. Wang Gang took the thick stack of parchment with both hands. The paper felt rough to the touch, carrying the warmth of having just been spat out by the machine. By the torchlight, he lowered his head and scanned the contents. His throat bobbed violently. Wang Gang sucked in a cold breath, his hand trembling, nearly dropping the top few sheets into the mud. This was too damn ruthless. But he reacted quick, immediately putting on a fierce, savage face. Borrowing a tiger's fierceness was a job he knew inside out. You hear that? Boss Sue is showing mercy, giving you a chance to live. He limped over to the nearest lord and stamped a foot on the man's already broken leg. Ah! The man let out a scream, rolling on the ground in pain. Wang Gang slapped a sheet of parchment down hard into the muddy water beside the man's head. What are you screaming for? Hurry up and read it. A few lords nearby trembled as they picked up the parchment fallen beside them. They'd read one line. Several collapsed straight into the mud, unable to even cry. The mood across the whole open ground turned even more oppressive than when the gravity field had pressed down. I paid no mind to how Wang Gang threw his weight around. Holding the last remaining sheet of parchment in my hand, I looked down at Long Outyin, still gasping on the ground. You said earlier you awakened an S-tier bloodline. My voice was a bit offhand. Your physique is decent, all right. Your recovery ability should be a bit better than theirs. Tomorrow you'll go mine at the Amethyst Crystal Cave in the back mountain. Your quota is doubled. With that, I loosened my fingers. That sheet of parchment, glowing with faint purple-gold light, drifted lightly down. It landed right over Long Outyin's blood and grime-covered face. The parchment covered his mouth and nose, nearly cutting off his breath. Enduring the piercing pain in his right arm, he used his one remaining left hand to pull the paper off his face. By the torchlight from Wang Gang's side, he struggled to open his eyes, his vision a little blurry. His gaze fell on the line of bold black text at the very top of the parchment. He'd looked for just one glance. The color drained from his face in an instant, his lips turning ashen gray. His fingers spasmed as if electrocuted, crumpling the parchment into a wad. This. Long Outyin trembled, even his teeth chattering. His voice went sharp and off-key, filled with extreme despair and disbelief. This is a system notarized. Soul enslavement contract. You actually want us to sign this? The surroundings fell dead silent in an instant. You could only hear the parchment rustling in the night wind. I looked down at him from on high and sneered. Sign, or die right now. My words landed like a slab of pig iron, heavy in the muddy water. The surroundings fell dead silent in an instant. You could only hear the wind scraping over the scorched earth and the rustle of parchment blown by the wind. The parchment in Long Outyin's hand shook like a leaf in the wind. Beside me, Wang Gang picked up the torch that had dropped by his feet and stepped forward a couple paces. He cleared his throat and, in his cracked gong voice, began loudly reading out the contract's contents. The fat man knew he was my face right now. He read with rising and falling cadence, afraid this crowd on the ground wouldn't hear clearly. Everyone prick up your ears and listen. Article 1. After signing the contract, your personal territory is automatically merged into the Ultimate Demon City's subordinate zone. Whether you dig out wood and stone or drop gold coins and blueprints from killing monsters, you turn over 95%. A round of sucked-in breaths came from the lords on the ground. 95%. A man with a broken leg struggled to lift his head, his face covered in blood. The remaining 5% isn't even enough to buy a black loaf. Are you trying to starve us to death? Wang Gang scoffed and spat a wad of thick phlegm into the mud beside the man's face. Starve to death? Boss Su's territory provides you 2 meals a day. Gruel as much as you want. You won't freeze, you won't starve. Count yourself lucky. By the torchlight, he narrowed his eyes and read Article 2. Article 2. Mandatory daily labor time shall be no less than 16 hours. Anyone who dares slack off or fake illness to avoid work has all their food for that day docked, plus 30 lashes. Article 3, and the most important one. Wang Gang put heavier emphasis on his tone, the firelight throwing his fat face into something fierce. Your life and death are controlled by the Lord of the ultimate demon city, Suju. The system absolutely notarizes it. If you dare hold even the slightest thought of betrayal, escape, or resistance in your mind, the contract will grind your soul directly into paste. Having read out that last line, even Wang Gang felt the back of his neck go cold. He swallowed and edged closer to my side. This was no indenture. It was the instruction manual for a juicer, meant to wring a person dry, bone and skin and all. Among the hundred-some people sprawled on the ground, some had already begun wailing in despair. I won't sign. Signing is a fate worse than death. 16 hours. Even a donkey in a production team wouldn't be worked that hard. Big shot Sue, I beg you show mercy. Even 80% tax would do. 95 really leaves no way to live. I tucked both hands into the cloak's pockets. I couldn't be bothered to answer even half a word. The rules were laid out. Don't accept them, then go die. Long Outyin gripped the parchment in his hand hard. The muddy water on the back of the paper was squeezed out, dripping down between his fingers. He was Long Outyin, after all, the chosen son of destiny with dragon and heaven in his very name. He'd awakened an S-tier giant dragon bloodline, and by rights should be the protagonist of this chaos continent. How could he be someone's minor for the rest of his life? He bit through the tip of his tongue. The sharp pain jolted his nerves, forcibly pressing down the fear in his heart. A thick, vicious energy crept out from his very bones. He lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes staring hard at me. I was very close to him, less than 2 steps away, and my hands were still in my pockets, looking utterly undefended. Long Outyin's left hand pressed silently into the mud. Beneath the mud was a rock, cutting into his palm, but he didn't feel the slightest pain. He was gathering strength. He wrung out the last dregs of his giant dragon bloodline in a frenzy. Even if he was going to die, he'd drag this devil down with him. I, Long Outyin, he muttered under his breath. Suddenly, his left hand shoved hard against the ground. Crack. His already broken right leg dislocated completely. But with that burst of desperate force, his whole body sprang up like a cannonball. Extremely fast. The 5 fingers of his left hand curved into claws, tips even trailing a few inches of flame shadow. Straight from my throat. My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's. A death-bent roar erupted from Long Outyin's hoarse throat. His voice carried unwillingness, madness, and the resolve to destroy them both. Wang Gang yelped in fright, dropped the torch again, and scrambled to dodge aside. I didn't move. I didn't even blink, and my hands showed no intention of coming out of my pockets. I just coldly watched that twisted face lunging at me. Just as Long Outyin's fingertips were half a foot from my throat, the air suddenly froze. A beam of red light shot out from the shadow of the gate behind me, so fast the eye couldn't make it out at all. PFT, an extremely faint dull sound. Long Outyin's body seized up abruptly in midair. He looked down at his own chest. At some point a black flame no bigger than a soybean had appeared there. The flame had no temperature, and he couldn't even feel any pain. Inside the gate, Iris leaned against the stone brick, letting out a bored yawn. She was still holding that unfinished bunch of amethyst grapes. A moment ago, she'd casually flicked her finger. What's all the shouting for in the dead of night? Bugs are just noisy. Iris curled her lip and tossed a grape into her mouth. Long Outyin wanted to speak, but all his throat could produce was a gurgling rush of air. The next second, that soybean-sized black flame instantly detonated. There was no thunderous explosion, just a beam of blinding black light spraying out from all 7 of Long Outyin's orifices. Boom. He didn't even get the chance to scream. Long Outyin's prized S-tier body, together with his bones, viscera, and bloodline, was completely vaporized in less than 1/10 of a second. Only a human-shaped clump of black ash remained where he'd stood. A gust of night wind blew. The ash scattered down, falling into the mud beside, falling onto the faces of the lords around. The air was filled with the reek of scorched protein. Aside from the thick-backed broadsword broken in 2 on the ground, no trace of Long Outyin's ever having existed could be found. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. You could only hear the wind howling across the wall. The hundred-some people sprawled on the ground were all dumbstruck. Some had long out Yin's bone ash stuck to their cheeks and didn't even have the courage to reach up and wipe it off. They knew I was strong, knew my heart was black, but they'd never seen a method that burned a person straight to ash. And the one who'd struck was that woman who'd been following behind me the whole time, looking like a down-and-out maid. At this moment, their psychological defenses collapsed completely. So much for dignity, so much for backbone. In the face of staying alive, they were worth less than mud. If signing the contract was a fate worse than death, then not signing was having your bones ground and your ashes scattered. I'll sign. I'll sign. A man with a full beard was the first to break down. He scrambled to grab the parchment on the ground, bit through his own thumb, and, trembling, pressed the blood onto the contract's signature spot. The moment the parchment touched the blood, it instantly turned into a stream of purple gold light and burrowed into the space between his brows. The bearded man collapsed limp into the mud, crying and laughing at once. Once there was a first, there was a second. I'll sign too. Don't kill me. I can work. I can do 18 hours a day. Grandpa Sue, I've signed. Look, the paper lit up. Give me a paper quick. My paper just fell in the pit. Supervisor Wong. Give me another one. 100-some people snatched at the parchment on the ground like they'd gone mad. Those with broken hands pressed their prints, biting the paper in their teeth. Those with broken legs dragged their half-bodies toward the torchlight, terrified that pressing 1 second too late would turn them into a smear of black ash on the ground too. The rising and falling cries and the sounds of kowtowing merged into one. I stood in place, still keeping both hands tucked in my pockets. In the lower right corner of my vision, the system panel began flooding with text. Ding. System notarization successful. Lord Zhang San has signed the soul enslavement contract. Lord Li Si has signed the soul enslavement contract. Ding. Ultimate Demon City, subordinate population, +1. Ultimate Demon City, subordinate population, +1. The dense notification tones were like a beautiful symphony. I opened the territory's population panel. The labor force column, once empty, instantly gained 100-some green icons. Beneath each icon was marked absolute loyalty, enslaved status. This was the most perfect free labor force. No need to pay wages, no need to consider anyone's mood. Just give them a few mouthfuls of food a day to keep them from starving, and they'd generate wealth for me without end. I closed the panel and quirked the corner of my mouth in satisfaction. I turned my head and looked at Wang Gang, still staring blankly beside me. Wang Gang had only just come back to himself from the shock of Long Out Yin turning to ash. He quickly bent at the waist and put on his most fawning smile. Boss, they've all signed. Not a single one left out. I nodded and glanced at the crowd of newly minted slaves on the ground, still crying their eyes out. Take them to the amethyst crystal cave in the back mountain. My voice was as cold as a slab of ice. Anyone not mining within 10 minutes gets buried on the spot. Wang Gang carried a cowhide whip in his hand. I dug the whip out of the scrap in the warehouse, its grip wrapped in iron sheeting, its tip fitted with barbs. Faster, all of you. Quit playing dead. Wang Gang cracked the whip against a rock beside him, sparks flying. He kicked the man in front of him square in the backside. The man's leg was already broken. He let out a muffled grunt and rolled straight down the slope into the pitch-black amethyst crystal cave. The cave never saw sunlight, filled with the sharp, moldy smell of groundwater. Icy droplets seeped from the stone walls, cold as ice to the touch. 100-some lords, once lofty and above it all, were now prisoners at my feet. They trembled as they picked up the heavy iron picks thrown into the mud. No one dared stop to rest. The contract's mark burned hot on their foreheads. In under 10 minutes, the chaotic, disordered clang of metal on stone rang out from deep in the cave. The Stone Keep's Great Hall. I leaned back in my grand armchair, looking at the virtual panel before me. Line after line of green notifications scrolled by at high speed. 105 beginner territories detected, forcibly annexed. Territory map is recalculating. A few dull rumbles came from outside the city. The broken wooden huts and fences once scattered throughout the black forest turned into streams of light and were forcibly stitched onto the outskirts of the ultimate demon city. In the blink of an eye, they formed a large, continuous, subordinate mining zone. Along with it came the frenzied ticking of resource numbers. All this crowd had to do was chip out a chunk of amethyst crystal in the cave, or dig out a piece of iron ore in the surrounding area. 95% of it would instantly teleport into my exclusive warehouse. No manual hauling required at all. This was the system's most unreasonable bandit logic. And the remaining 5%? I tossed Wang Gang a few sacks of moldy wheat and had him add water and boil it into a paste. These people don't need to eat too well, just enough to not starve. I picked up a wooden cup and drank a mouthful of pure water. As long as they've still got a breath left to swing a pick, they mine for me until they drop. The days rolled by like this, one after another. The clanging in the cave went on day and night. Zhang San's palm had blistered in a row. The blisters burst, blood mixing with amethyst crystal grit and sticking in his palm, an agonizing pain. He'd just stopped his pick and wanted to lean against the wall to catch his breath. His back took a solid whip crack. Wang Gang, draped in a thick wolf fur coat, cursed viciously from behind. Who told you to stop? Today's quota is 3 chunks short. No supper for you. 16 hours of mandatory high-intensity labor every day. They ate wheat paste mixed with sand and slept on bone-chilling stone slabs. This crowd of lords who'd once dreamed of conquest were thoroughly wrung into thoughtless, walking corpses. And this bottomless exploitation bought me a vast fortune in primitive capital. Every midnight, 12 o'clock. This was when I was most clear-headed. Ding. The black market panel refreshed right on time. I sold the amethyst crystal at a high price to native merchants in the trade channel. The chaos gold coins it brought in were more than I could ever spend. The items the black market rolled out grew more and more outrageous. 6-barrel rotary heavy machine gun array blueprint, text side. 1 gold coin. Buy. Large mana deflection shield generator. 1 gold coin. Buy. The coins in my pocket flowed out like water. I stuffed the purchased blueprints and the mountains of piled-up materials all into the printing factory. The machine gave off a dull rumble, spewing scalding steam. Purple gold scrolls spat into the tray like snowflakes. The fine iron wall was raised higher once again, built straight up to a despair-inducing 50 meters. Along the top of the wall, dozens of heavy machine gun bastions were forcibly crammed into the gaps between the row of thunderstorm towers. Gleaming golden ammunition belts trailed across the fine iron floor. Magic defense and tech-heavy firepower violently stitched together by me. The ultimate demon city had become a war fortress that simply could not be broken through. The hall door was pushed open. Iris walked in carrying a copper basin full of hot water. She wore no shoes, walking barefoot on the glowing obsidian tiles. She reached the armchair and slammed the basin down hard on the wooden table. A few splashes of water leapt out, landing on the tabletop. Your face-washing water. Iris gritted her back teeth, her face black as the bottom of a pot. She, a dignified mythic tier witch, now doing menial chores every day, pouring tea and water, chopping wood, and lighting fires. Yesterday, I'd even had her use her gravity field to tenderize the wild boar meat in the kitchen. An utter, shameful disgrace. I wetted a towel and wiped the oily grime off my face, not even looking at her directly. Did you sweep the snow in the courtyard clean? Iris's hand froze. She swallowed the curse that had reached her lips and abruptly turned to walk out. At the doorway, her toe accidentally kicked a thick power cable. She stumbled, nearly slamming into the doorframe. What is this junk wire? Sooner or later, I'll tear down this whole junk city of yours. She stamped her foot in exasperation, then obediently went to fetch the broom after all. The spiritual energy in this city was too thick, hundreds of times more comfortable than the abyss. Aside from her sharp tongue, she had no intention of leaving at all. The 7th day? The ultimate demon city's underground vault. This was newly dug out by that crowd of slaves. A 200 square meter space, its walls all cast from blast-proof fine iron. The ground was covered in a thick layer of gold coins. Dressed in a single thin garment, I lay spread-eagled in the pile of coins. The metal coins dug into my back, a little painful, but I found it the most comfortable bed in the world. I grabbed a fistful of coins, held my hand up in midair, and slowly spread my 5 fingers. The coins clattered down onto the mountain of gold, giving off a crisp clink. This was the taste of financial freedom. No need to consider whether others lived or died. Just keep exploiting endlessly, and the money would fill every corner on its own. Just as I closed my eyes, meaning to catch some more sleep in the pile of money, the light in the vault changed. The white light that had been leaking in from the vent high above dimmed at a visible pace. My hand paused. The coins, half dropped, hung in midair. I furrowed my brow. The color was off. That beam of light had turned an eerie dark red. It carried a thick, bloody smell, as if someone had splashed a great basin of stale blood outside. Even the reflection off the coins on the ground turned ghastly. The temperature in the underground vault plummeted within a few seconds. I shivered. I threw down the coins in my hand and sat up. Before I could even reach the door, an extremely high-pitched, ear-splitting, dizzying alarm detonated without any warning deep in my mind. Not the blue of the trade channel, nor the dark gold of the black market, but a blood-red light screen, viscous as fresh blood, forcibly popped onto the retinas of all 10 billion lords across the server. Blood-red bold text flashed frantically. It nearly took up my entire field of vision. Warning: Abyss-class cataclysm detected. World environment rules are about to change. I stared at those lines, my breathing unconsciously slowing half a beat. The text below was still scrolling. Every word radiated the system's cold, killing intent. Cataclysm event, Crimson Moon. The Crimson Moon will officially descend in 24 hours. At that time, all native monsters throughout the myriad chaos realms will fall into a state of absolute berserk. Monster numbers doubled. Monster strength multiplied tenfold. The blood-colored screen slowly faded before my eyes, leaving those words seared hard into my retinas. Tenfold. The sky over the whole world had already turned completely dark red. The blood-colored screen had seized every person's retinas. A piercing dark red, carrying a rust smell too thick to dissolve. The online count in the upper right of the world channel had still been ticking slowly. In that instant, it froze dead. Dead silence. A full second of dead silence. As if a pair of invisible giant hands had gripped the throats of Blue Star's 10 billion humans. 1 second later, the text in the chat box poured down like it had gone mad, at a speed that nearly crashed the server. It went red. All red. The whole screen full of blood-colored exclamation marks. Tenfold. Is this a joke? I nearly died to the ordinary monsters on day 1. They're trying to wipe us out. There's no way left to survive at all. I just patched my drafty wall with wood. A tenfold strength monster could chew my hut to bits in one bite. I'm done with this game. Send me back. I've got work tomorrow. Fear detonated instantly like a plague. Reason was ground to dust. Some began frantically sending gibberish in the channel. Some began writing their wills, reporting the location of their stash savings on Earth to wives in who knows what zone. More were cursing the rules of this chaos continent in the most venomous language. Heaven is unjust. Why give us wooden sticks to fight tenfold monsters? There's a tier 3 fury bear nest next to me. It just roared once, and my dirt wall cracked. Where's Suju? Big shot Sue, save us. You're so rich, you must have a way to survive, right? Stop begging that capitalist. A tenfold monster tide, and his iron city will get gnawed down to iron scraps too. The back mountain of the ultimate demon city. In the amethyst crystal cave, the clanging of picks that had rung out stopped. The iron pick in Zhang San's hand, polished to a shine, clanged onto the waterlogged stone ground. The muddy splash soaked his ragged trouser leg, but he didn't wipe it. He stared blankly at the red warning lingering in the void before him, his legs going soft as if the bone had been pulled out, and he knelt down limply. Tenfold. Zhang San's mouth hung open, drool running down from the corner of his cracked lips. He turned to look around. 100-some lords, once lofty and above it all, were now all rotting meat sprawled in the mud. No one cared about the enslavement mark burning on their foreheads anymore. They'd be eaten alive by monsters in 24 hours anyway. What was the point of mining this junk crystal now? We're done for. A lord missing half a front tooth clutched at his own hair, crying and laughing, his fingers scratching his scalp bloody. We're all going to die? That devil Suju is going to die too. His iron city can't hold back a tenfold monster army either. We all die together. At least there's company on the road to the underworld. Bullshit. Wang Gang, draped in his wolf fur coat, kicked the man in the shoulder, sending him rolling 2 turns in the mud. Wang Gang cursed viciously, but his voice shook badly. The cowhide whip dropped from his hand, and he didn't even have the strength to pick it up. The truth was Wang Gang had no confidence either. Tenfold strength. Those 2 words bearing down were like 100 mountains slamming onto the crown of his head. He scrambled out of the cave. The sky outside had turned completely dark red. The wind cut at his face like a knife carving flesh. He panicked as he opened the private message panel, his hands trembling as he sent me a message. Boss, Grandpa Sue, did you see the announcement? Can our city hold? Should I make these wastes stop mining and all go haul stones up to the wall? Having sent the message, Wang Gang pressed his palms together and bowed frantically toward the stone keep. Inside the stone keep's great hall, I'd just come up from the underground vault. I changed out of the thin garment, dusted with gold coin grime, and draped the black cloak back on. I glanced down at the message Wang Gang had sent. I didn't reply, and closed the panel directly. I walked out of the hall into the inner city courtyard. The spiritual energy rain was still falling, but the rainwater landing on the ground, under this eerie sky light, glowed with a faint red tinge. Iris was sitting on the steps. She held a rag in her hand, looking up at the fully reddened sky. Her dark red eyes showed a rare hint of gravity. The abyss's blood moon. Iris murmured to herself, her brow tightly knit. Only when a demon king is replaced, or a plane collapses, does the abyss show a celestial phenomenon like this. She tossed the rag in her hand into the wooden bucket, water splashing onto the obsidian tiles. She turned to look at me. Hey, nouveau riche. At this level of berserk, low-tier monsters lose their sense of pain. Even with their guts spilling out, they'll keep biting. Those iron pillars of yours, if the firepower net gets clogged with monster corpses, you'll be in real trouble. I walked to the center of the courtyard. I paid her warning no mind. I tilted my head up, my gaze passing over the 30-meter inner wall, toward the outermost 50-meter fine iron wall. On the pitch-black wall face, the mithril circuits flickered with faint blue light. Dozens of thunderstorm towers and six-barrel heavy machine gun arrays, like a row of cold steel behemoths, stood silent guard along the wall. My firepower had already overflowed. Tenfold strength monsters? Nothing more than slightly thicker hides, slightly sharper claws, slightly faster running. Even if a few million came, in the face of this dimensional reduction heavy firepower net, they'd be leaks harvested in swaths. The ultimate demon city could not possibly be breached. But my brow furrowed bit by bit all the same. My OCD was acting up. I stepped forward and reached out to touch the icy face of the fine iron wall. Tenfold strength meant the monster's claws and fangs could easily tear apart ordinary steel. Even fine iron, clawed at in waves by tens of thousands of berserk beasts, would surely be left with white scratch marks. If enough monsters piled up, mounting their corpses into a hill to climb, then their corrosive venom and acidic blood would splatter onto the clean wall face. It might even dirty those glowing mithril circuits. Flesh jammed in the gears, how much effort would that take to clean out? Iris would surely use the chance of scrubbing the wall to pull a long face at me again. The more I thought about it, the tighter my brow furrowed. The epic tier materials I'd worked so hard to obtain, the invincible fortress I'd built. If its outer face got gnawed full of pits and dents by this pack of wild dog monsters, the wall hung all over with flesh scraps and bloody grime. Where would that leave the face of me, a tyrant of the myriad realms? Someone who didn't know better would think the ultimate demon city was a slaughterhouse. Absolutely not. I withdrew my hand, my voice cold enough to chip. Not one scratch on the surface. Not one dirted brick. I had to find a way to block that crowd of monsters dead, several hundred meters outside the wall. Don't let so much as a speck of blood splatter onto my wall. I took a couple steps in the courtyard. My army boots trod on the glowing obsidian tiles, giving off a dull thud. Dong. A distant, deep bell toll rang out in the depths of my mind. Midnight, 12 o'clock. It came at just the right time. The dark gold light tore through the red warning on my retinas. The one-coin absolute black market has refreshed. The familiar rustling sound rose. I immediately opened the panel in the void. 5 cards, their backs printed with skulls, slowly turned under the dark red sky light. I didn't even have the mood to browse. My gaze swept over them at high speed, extremely picky. The first, a Tier 5 Earth-traveling dragon mount. Useless. I'd have to feed it after buying it. Skip. The second, 10,000 enchanted armor-piercing longbows. Junk. Skip. The third, the recipe blueprint for elven holy water. Ignore it outright. My gaze moved to the fourth card. The instant my line of sight touched it, my hand paused. I held my breath. On the card was drawn a very tiny tower-shaped structure. Its base was a dark gold hexagram, its body covered with mana patterns intricate enough to make the eyes swim. Even just looking at the image on the card, I could feel a scalp-tingling forbidden pulse spilling out through the screen, as if one glance would place some invisible crushing weight on my very soul. I stared hard at the description text below. Just one short line. But this one line perfectly solved my heart's affliction of fearing the wall would get scratched. 9th tier absolute defense magic tower. 1 gold coin. Suju buys a 9th tier magic tower for 1 gold coin. 9th tier absolute defense magic tower. The description column held only one crude, blunt line of small text. Deploys an absolute rule barrier. Unbreakable by anything below a true god. Price, 1 gold coin. My finger stopped in midair. I stared at the words, unbreakable by anything below a true god, and read them over twice. What was a blood moon's tenfold strength monster next to that? Even if a native god of this continent descended in person and swung a hammer at it, it would just have to stand outside and glare, helpless. Bye. I didn't hesitate even half a second, pressing my finger down hard on the card. The virtual panel flashed a burst of green light. The icy chaos gold coin in my pocket vanished into thin air. The sky changed. Directly above the ultimate demon city, that nauseating dark red sky was torn wide open by a brutal force. A golden pillar of light slammed down through the rift, landing straight on the obsidian tiles of the inner city. Boom. The whole ultimate demon city shook violently. I stepped back half a pace and steadied my footing. The blinding golden light dispersed. A tower-shaped structure stood firmly planted in the center of the courtyard. This tower was completely unlike those cold steel thunderstorm towers on the wall. It wasn't tall, 10 meters at most. Its whole body showed a dark gold color settled over tens of millions of years, neither metal nor wood. The tower body had no door and no windows, its surface covered with dense ancient divine script, so intricate that a single glance made your head swim and your stomach turn. Thud. A heavy sound came from behind me. I turned my head. Iris was sprawled flat on the glowing obsidian tiles. She hadn't fallen. She'd been forcibly pressed down. The instant the 10-meter 9th-tier magic tower manifested, a sacred pressure that towered above all laws swept across the whole courtyard like a tsunami. As an arrogant witch of the abyss, her dark attributes were naturally at odds with this tower. Iris gritted her teeth hard, the veins bulging on her pale neck. She tried to prop up her arm and stand, but her joints gave off a strained crack under the unbearable weight. That tattered dark red gown on her gave off a hissing wisp of white smoke, as if a red-hot branding iron had been pressed straight onto her very soul. What the hell is this thing? Iris squeezed a few words out of her throat, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She didn't even have the strength to lift her head and look at the tower. 9th tier. How could this junk continent possibly have a 9th-tier divine artifact? In the abyss, a 7th-tier defensive array was enough for several demon kings to beat each other's brains out fighting over it. A thing carrying a trace of creation-level rules existed only in the most ancient legends. I paid no mind to the witch trembling on the ground. I strode up to the magic tower. There was no complex control panel on the tower body, just a palm-sized recess. A red light glowed beside it, indicating the energy was depleted. For a strategic structure of this level, the energy required to start it was an astronomical figure. I opened the system warehouse directly. My fingers swiped through the material categories a few times. I grabbed a big fistful of high-grade monster cores. Thunder attribute 1s, fire attribute 1s, a colorful handful. Like dumping trash, I stuffed them all into that recess. Clack. The recess closed automatically. The ancient divine script on the tower body lit up in sequence. From the lowest layer, it lit up ring by ring going upward, all the way to the spire. The red light flipped to green. Hum. A low hum that pierced the soul. A pure golden droplet of light seeped out from the spire, then burst violently. The golden light screen expanded outward with a roar, like a huge glazed bowl turned upside down. So fast that not even an afterimage could be seen. The light screen passed straight through the solid stone keep, through the inner city, sweeping over the 30 thunderstorm towers on the wall, sweeping over the 50-meter fine iron outer wall. The light dome didn't stop. Carrying an unstoppable, all-crushing momentum, it spread frantically toward the muddy ground and black forest outside the city. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers, until it had covered the whole several dozen-kilometer range around the ultimate demon city, the subordinate mining zones and logging camps included, all wrapped up snug inside. Only then did the dome stop expanding. The golden light flowed along the edge, forming a visible semi-transparent dome. Isolation. Absolute isolation. The instant the dome sealed shut, the bone-chilling cold wind outside, the sharp reek of flesh and blood, and the mad, frenzied roars of the demonized beasts in the distant forest driven wild by the blood moon's arrival. All were cut off, like a noisy movie playing when someone suddenly hit the mute button. Inside the dome, it was so quiet you could only hear the spiritual energy rain pattering on the tiles. I looked up. That dark red blood moon overhead, once so oppressive it made breathing hard. Seen through this layer of golden light screen, it was like a warm yellow filter had been laid over it. Not only was it not frightening, it even carried a gentle, sunset feel. So reassuring. Even if it rained knives out there now, they couldn't break through this layer of golden glass. the back mountain of the ultimate demon city. In the large stretch of muddy ground outside the amethyst crystal cave, Zhang San and 100-some lords who'd signed the indenture were sprawled every which way on the ground, waiting to die. They'd cursed enough a moment ago, cried themselves tired. They were all waiting in despair to be torn to shreds by tenfold strength monsters in 24 hours. Suddenly, a gust of golden wind swept past. Zhang San felt a warmth on his face. He instinctively opened his eyes, swollen like walnuts. Overhead, it was no longer that terrifying blood red. A huge golden light dome had covered the whole mining zone. The dome's edge fell less than 100 meters from him, cutting off the black forest outside. A few demon wolf corpses, not yet fully dead, were sliced clean in two by the dome's edge. The outer half still froze in the wind, and the inner half, touched by the golden light, turned straight to flying ash. What is this? A lord with a broken leg scrambled over to the dome's edge. He reached out his grimy hand and cautiously touched it. Solid, like an untouchable wall. Where his fingertip made contact, rings of golden ripples spread out. Outside, a low-tiered, demonized spider, drawn over, rammed head-on into the dome. It didn't even raise a splash, and was instantly bounced back dozens of meters, smashing into a puddle of green liquid. A rain shield? No, this is a defensive barrier. Zhang San suddenly caught on. He scrambled up out of the mud and howled in his cracked gong voice. Boss Su's city has raised a shield. We're covered inside it. Despair instantly turned to wild joy. 100-some people who'd been cursing me as a devil a moment before were now all kneeling on the ground, kowtowing frantically toward the inner city. Long live Grandpa Su. Big shot Su, I wronged you. You're our true living bodhisattva. No need to die. As long as they were inside this golden shell, whatever tenfold or hundredfold monster tide came, it couldn't harm even a single hair. Wang Gang stood at the mouth of the cave. The wolf fur coat on his body was covered in mud. He craned his neck, looking at this absurdly huge golden dome, his mouth open wide enough to fit a fist. He'd been a labor contractor on construction sites before, and he was most sensitive to the matter of area. He held up his fingers and gestured in the air a couple times, his eyeballs rolling. The ultimate demon city was dead center. Their subordinate mining zones were in the inner ring. But this dome had expanded far too large, covering several dozen kilometers. That meant, between the dome's edge and their mining zone, there was still a large stretch of flat, empty wasteland. That wasteland could hold well over 100,000 people. Wang Gang swallowed. An idea, bold to the extreme and rotten to the extreme, popped out of his mind. He slapped his thigh. He didn't even want the cowhide whip dropped on the ground anymore. He threw out those short legs in their ragged straw sandals and ran flat out, racing toward the main gate of the ultimate demon city. The inner city. Iris had finally adapted to the pressure of the 9th-tier magic tower. Ghost pale, she crawled up off the obsidian tiles. She hid far away in a corner of the courtyard, plastered hard against the wall, no longer daring to go near that dark gold tower in the center. I was sitting in my grand armchair, having opened a regional chat channel. The channel was still full of wailing and howling. The lords outside didn't know about the changes in the ultimate demon city. They were all counting down desperately, waiting to die. All kinds of messages begging for help with rare resources flooded the screen. Thud, thud, thud. A round of chaotic footsteps came from outside the gate. Wang Gang had run until his lungs nearly burst. He shoved open the half-closed fine iron side gate and squeezed in. His foot slipped, and he slid to his knees across the bluestone for over 2 meters, stopping right in front of my armchair. Boss, Wang Gang gasped, reaching out to wipe the muddy sweat off his face. His eyes were shifty bright, like he'd spotted a big bar of gold in a mud pit. Even his voice trembled as he spoke. Boss, this dome of yours. It's too fierce. Wang Gang couldn't even catch his breath, stammering. I just took a look outside. This dome covers our whole territory, but between the dome's edge and our outermost mining zone, there's still a big stretch of empty ground. I moved my gaze off the light screen and looked at the fat man below, brimming with wicked schemes. Get to the point. Boss, just think about it. Wang Gang rubbed his 2 mud-covered fat hands together and swallowed. Those 10,000-some lords out there are all waiting to die right now. They've definitely still got blueprints hidden away and special ores they haven't handed over. Since everyone's going to die anyway. Wang Gang grinned, showing an extremely greedy smile. Can we maybe put that empty ground to use and sell tickets? The fingers pinching my wooden cup stopped. I said nothing. I just looked at Wang Gang steadily. A few seconds later, my eyes lit up. Wang Gang knelt on the tiles before me, his two mud-covered fat hands rubbing together, his face tilted up staring at me, nervous as a dog waiting for a bone. I knocked the wooden cup down on the table. Your brain works fast enough. I grabbed a fist-sized chunk of roasted meat off the plate and casually tossed it into his arms. The hot grease scalded him and he juggled it, but he still split into a foolish grin. The ticket-selling business, sucking the marrow from their bones. Enormous profit, but I wasn't in a hurry to make the announcement. Those 10,000-some lords out there, driven to a dead end, were a pack of mad dogs right now. To stay alive, they'd do anything. That ninth-tier dome only defended against the outside. If I let this pack of mad dogs into the buffer ground inside the dome, and a few of them had a screw loose and wanted to charge the inner city to rob me, it would be some amount of trouble. Before opening the gate, I had to first mount a row of cannon barrels on the wall that could blast them to pulp. The edge of beginner zone 999, the black swamp. Sumushua wiped her face with the back of her hand. The mud and grit scratched a bloody mark, stinging. This ice-cold female tycoon who back on Earth had traded in tens of billions at a stroke now wore a coarse cloth shirt covered in patches, its hem caked with green mud, cold and clinging to her legs. CEO Su, the woods run out. A bespectacled male lord slumped in the mud, gasping, the stone axe in his hand already dull and curled. Su Mushiwet gritted her teeth, staring at the 3-meter stone wall before her. She'd bankrupted herself, used every trick she had, trading back and forth in the trade channel, worn her eyes red, just to earn this wall. On the regional power ranking, she placed ninth. Others were still using wooden fences to block the wind, and her 2-tier stone wall was already the ceiling. Yet she had no confidence at all. Deep in the swamp, a demonized crocodile bellowed. Poisonous bubbles gurgled up on the water's surface. She pulled the iron sword out of the mud, her wrist shaking badly. She tore off a bloody strip of cloth and tied the sword's grip tightly to her right hand. Hand out the rest of the stone spears. Her voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. Tonight we fight to the death. The people around her had faces like ashen death. Everyone knew clearly that against a 10-fold strength monster tide, this wall couldn't withstand a single charge. 50 kilometers away, a barren mountain. Xiaohua spat out a mouthful of bloody spit, hefted a rock, and smashed it against a sharpened wooden stake. The stake drove into the frozen earth, the shock splitting the web of his thumb, blood beading up. Teacher, this Tier 3 thornwood fence, can it hold back a 10-fold monster tide? He lowered his voice, speaking to the black ring on the index finger of his right hand. A flash of white light crossed the ring's face. An aged voice sounded in his mind. Hard. 10-fold berserk, and the monsters won't even feel pain. This fence will last 10 minutes at most. The flesh on Xiaohua's face twitched. To build this wall, he'd used up every bit of the alchemy the old man in the ring had taught him, just to earn this bit of timber. He felt he'd already hit his limit. I can't die here. He clenched his fist, his nails digging into flesh. I still have to reach the summit of the myriad realms. How can I fall on day one? He drew the rusty iron sword off his back, ready to burn his fortune fate and fight the monsters to the bitter end. The ultimate demon city, the inner city. The rain had stopped. The golden dome filtered the blood moon into a warm yellow. I stood in the courtyard. Before me, the huge blueprint factory, a thick smell of engine oil. Iris, load the material. I kicked an iron bucket. Iris walked over with a face full of reluctance, lifted a bucket of high-grade monster crystal cores and a few chunks of raw mithril ore, and dumped them roughly into the intake. I jabbed at the screen a few times. Input conditions, absolute heavy firepower, indiscriminate area of effect kill. Rumble. The 2 smokestacks belched scalding white steam, hot enough to make Iris step back twice. The tray spat out a sheet of parchment glowing with dark gold light. Magitech Star Destroyer Cannon, miniature, blueprint. 1 million fine iron, 50,000 mithril, 3 high-grade cores. No hesitation. I went straight to the warehouse. Plenty of mithril left, fine iron piled into a mountain. My fingers flicked in succession. 10 purple gold blueprints spat into the tray. Use. I crushed the blueprints. The purple gold points of light shot skyward, rushing at the 50-meter fine iron outer wall. The wall body reconstructed frantically, the sound of twisting metal setting the teeth on edge. Huge bases squeezed out from the wall bricks, biting down hard onto the top of the wall. 10 cannon barrels, thick as water towers, slowly extended out over the wall's edge. Dark red destructive energy was gathering at the muzzles. 6 pointed at the wilderness outside the city. The other 4, their turrets slowly rotated 180 degrees at my command. The black, Gaping muzzles pointed straight at that buffer ground inside the dome. Wang Gang stood below, still cradling that chunk of roasted meat. He looked up at those cannon barrels pointed at himself, his legs went weak, and he sat straight down on the ground. B-boss. His tongue tangled up. We're fighting monsters. Why are the muzzles pointing inward? I patted the dust off my hands. Riot prevention. Once these refugees come in, anyone who dares take one step toward the inner city gets vaporized on the spot. 30 blue glowing thunderstorm towers, arrayed alternating with 10 Star Destroyer cannons. The whole ultimate demon city had become an awakened steel behemoth. The firepower wasn't overflowing. It was insane. Others bankrupted themselves nailing wooden sticks into the ground, and I hauled Star Destroyer cannons up onto a 50-meter wall, muzzles pointed inward at that. That kind of contrast carried an unreasonable, crushing dominance. Half an hour left until the crimson moon descended. Outside the dome, the monster's roars merged into one. The sky pressed low, the earthy reek in the air making it hard to breathe. I walked up the stone steps, sat back down in my grand armchair, opened the black market shopping column, and manifested an iron-gray loudspeaker. Whole zone broadcast loudspeaker. Its casing was peeling, a red button on the side. I brought the loudspeaker to my mouth, my thumb hovering over the red button. Clack. Pressed it. Clack. A burst of ear-splitting static crackled out from the loudspeaker's mesh cover, numbing my palm. The junk thing's quality really was poor, but it was loud enough. Everyone listen up. My voice was forcibly amplified by the system, rumbling across 1,000+ kilometers of wilderness, like a dull cudgel wrapped on everyone's forehead. The ultimate demon city shelter is now open. Want to live? Pay the entry fee. I paused, switched to my left hand, and pinched my aching brow. 10,000 basic timber, or 100 rare ores. Once you pay, the dome opens for you automatically. No credit whatsoever. Don't try to haggle with me. Those with no money, go outside and feed the dogs. I let go. The loudspeaker cut off. I casually tossed it down by my feet, the iron sheeting clanging crisply against the ground. The regional channel went quiet for 3 seconds. Then, like a hornet's nest jabbed open, it exploded. The whole screen full of blood-red cursing. 10,000. Why don't you just rob us? I couldn't scrape together 1,000 timber, even selling my underpants. This is murder in disguise. Profiteering off a national disaster. Suju, may you die a horrible death. Everyone unite. Boycott the black-hearted merchant. At the edge of the wilderness, beside a stinking ditch, Lu Chong hid inside the Tier 2 stone hut he'd just built, gripping a chipped iron hatchet, staring at the light screen. Brothers, don't fall for it. His fingers trembled as he typed. He's just trying to scare us. Everyone band together. Our walls can definitely hold out. Don't hand your materials over to that bloodsucker for free. His stone hut had cost 2,000 timber. It was solid, and he felt he was in the right. A crowd of dirt-poor lords in the channel jeered along with him. Right? I'll starve to death before I pay tribute. He's just waiting for us to cave. Hold on. I leaned back in my grand armchair, watching the scrolling comments. I didn't even have the urge to get angry. What was there to argue about with dead men? Just then, with a full 20 minutes still left on the countdown, the blood moon in the sky suddenly jolted, like a blood-engorged, spasming heart. A mass of thick red fog burst from the horizon. The countdown didn't even get to finish. The earth shook. Lu Chong lost his footing and knocked his head straight into the corner of the table, his front teeth splitting his lip, his mouth full of the taste of blood. The wind outside had changed entirely. It became a sticky, teeth-grating tearing sound. Bang! His prized Tier 2 stone wall didn't hold up even 1 second. A blood-red mutant centipede, big as a small truck, smashed straight through the wall. Broken stone and mud slammed all over him. He didn't even get half a scream out. Those barbed forcipules chopped down over his head, shearing him in two down the middle. Hot blood splashed onto the broken stone, giving off a wisp of white smoke. Lu Chong's avatar in the channel instantly went gray. This was only the beginning. Save me. The walls collapsed. The monsters are in. The crowd that had been shouting protests along with Lu Chong a second before watched, wide-eyed, as dozens of avatars went gray all at once within 2 seconds. Fear was like a basin of filthy water mixed with ice slush, dumped over their heads, dousing every hard bone. So much for dignity, so much for resources. With your life gone, would you leave 10,000 timber for the monsters to pick their teeth with? Reason was ground to powder in the face of that foul-smelling drool. I'll buy. I'll buy. I beg you, let me in. Grandpa Sue, I've transferred my entire fortune. Open the gate. The trade panel's notification tones instantly exploded. Green points of light lit up densely, joining into one blinding green sea. I leaned back against the chair, listening to the clinking sounds of deposits in my mind. The timber and stone numbers rolled frantically by the tens of millions. Rare ores were shooting straight up too. With a flick of thought, I opened the outermost dome's access. Small openings, each just wide enough for one person, split along the golden edge. Out in the wilderness, countless lords cast off armor and dropped weapons. Some had lost even their shoes, the soles of their feet scratched to bloody pulp by the underbrush, scrambling and crawling toward that golden light. Behind them was the ever-closer bloody wind and the scalp-tingling sound of chewing. Faster. It's catching up behind me. A tall, skinny man had just submitted his materials, and as the dome split open a crack, he squeezed in desperately. A berserk blood wolf pounced down from midair and bit onto his calf. The skinny man howled in agony, clutching hard at the mud inside, and forcibly wrenched his leg out of the wolf's jaws, dragging off a big chunk of skin and flesh. He rolled and tumbled inside, the gap sealing shut in an instant. The blood wolf rammed head-on into the golden dome, shaken into a puddle of pulped flesh by the rebounding force. Wang Gang stood on the buffer ground, draped in a ragged wolf fur coat, holding an iron sheet megaphone, kicking and stomping at the people rushing in. "Squat down, all of you. Hands over your heads. Anyone who dares take one extra step toward the inner city, see those cannon barrels on the wall." Spittle flew as he pointed at those black, gaping Star Destroyer cannons on the 50-meter wall, their muzzles flashing with dark red light. The lords who'd fled in were covered in mud, shivering from the cold. They followed Wang Gang's finger and looked up. They sucked in a cold breath all at once. Those cannon barrels, thicker than water vats, were locked hard onto them. Anyone who dared move wrong would definitely be blasted until not even a scrap remained. This was no shelter. This was plainly an open-air prisoner of war camp. But no one dared make a sound, dared even breathe too loud. Outside was a man-eating hell. Here, at least, they could keep their wretched lives. Within a few minutes, the wilderness outside the dome was cleared out. The 2,000-some lords who'd survived all shrank on the buffer ground like quails, squatting in a dense, packed mass. The price? I'd stripped them clean down to their underpants. The fortunes they'd saved up for so long had all gone into my warehouse. I sat in my grand armchair, wiping my fingers with a towel, listening to the astronomical figures the system reported. I quirked the corner of my mouth and laughed out loud. This man-eating apocalypse, this brazen, open robbery, was truly addictive. Collecting tolls was forever the fastest road to getting rich. The second after I laughed out loud, the ground suddenly lurched. Not a light tremor, the kind of a magnitude 7 earthquake. The wooden table shook along with it, the silver plate clattering to the ground with a jarring sound. The smile left my face. I stood up and walked to the wall to look down. In that thick blood fog on the horizon, a mountain-like crimson behemoth tore through the mist. Bone spikes covered its whole body. The ground split with every step it took. One roar shattered the layer of clouds. Behind it was an endless, densely packed sea of monsters, like a red mudslide, slamming viciously into the golden dome of the ultimate demon city. The blood fog was torn wide open, and the crimson behemoth charged out. It was like a mountain of flesh grown over with bone spikes, its forelimbs thick as bridge pillars, dark red slime hanging off its skin. With every step it took, the frozen earth heaved up and down, splitting into half-meter-wide cracks. It threw its head up, one roar shattering the layer of clouds, the bloody wind whipping up dead grass and broken branches. Behind it was an endless sea of monsters. The red tide blotted out the sky, slamming into the ultimate demon city along with it. Boom. The behemoth's head rammed solidly into the 9th-tier dome. There was no explosion, no shattering sound. That golden screen, thin as a cicada's wing, only rippled outward once, extremely faint. Immediately after, an irresistible rebound force surged back up along its skull. Crack. The teeth-grating sound of splitting bone burst across the wilderness. The behemoth's skull, comparable to steel, caved in a large chunk by force, several white bones piercing through the scalp and jutting out at an angle. Black blood sprayed wildly from all 7 orifices, splattering onto the dome. Hiss. Instantly steamed into white smoke by the high heat. The behemoth let out a wail, its massive body flung backward like a kite with a cut string, slamming heavily into the pile of monsters. Several hundred wild boars that couldn't dodge in time were crushed straight into pulp. Inside the dome, on the buffer ground, The loudspeaker dropped from Wang Gang's hand and rolled 2 turns down the slope. His mouth hung open, the flesh of his fat face all bunched together, and he forgot even to breathe. He instinctively backed up, stepping on the leg of a lord beside him. The man didn't cry out in pain. He was stunned dumb too. The 2,000-some lords who'd spent their whole fortunes to buy tickets were all shrunk in the mud like quails, staring hard through the transparent golden dome at the hell outside. The behemoth fell, and the sea of monsters behind it arrived. The red tide crashed against the light screen. The first several thousand monsters were flattened against the dome's surface by their own kind pushing from behind. A bloody mess, entrails everywhere. But they didn't feel any pain at all. The blood moon hung in the sky, casting down a piercing red light. Nothing was left in the berserk monsters' minds but the instinct to kill. Unable to break through this shell, they clawed at it like they'd gone mad. Their claws scraped a grating friction, then snapped off at the root. Their teeth shattered, scattering across the ground. The monsters outside piled up thicker and thicker, jammed together with nowhere to advance or retreat. Their frenzy erupted completely. A 2-headed hyena turned and bit into the belly of a demonized spider beside it, green venom spraying its face, corroding away a large patch down to white bone, yet it kept tearing like a mad dog. A few ghouls climbed onto the gravely wounded behemoth and frantically gnawed at its flesh. The behemoth rolled on the ground in pain, one sweep of its tail turning dozens of wolves into meat paste. Outside the dome, it had become an enormous meat grinder. Severed limbs, entrails, and black blood raised the ground outside by a full meter. The bloody smell was blocked by the dome, but that visual impact truly struck every lord's eyeballs. Mother of Wang Gang swallowed, his throat bobbing with difficulty. If it rammed into our stone wall. He didn't dare finish. A bespectacled man beside him trembled as he picked up the thread. Forget a stone wall. Even a mountain of iron would get gnawed flat by them. In the crowd, a woman covered her face and began sobbing. We survived. We really survived. Crying. She scooped up mud and smeared it onto her face. A man beside her laughed bitterly. Yeah, we kept our lives. He looked down at his empty backpack. But we've got nothing left. Not even a scrap of wood. 2,000-some people sat in the mud, feeling that trace of warmth seeping in through the dome. Relief and poverty intertwined, tormenting them. They turned their heads and looked at the 50-meter fine iron wall behind them. Those black, gaping Star Destroyer cannon muzzles on the wall were pointing coldly at them. In this tyrant's territory, they didn't even dare sigh too loudly. Inside the wall, the core of the ultimate demon city. Compared to the hell of flying flesh and blood outside, this was another world. The rain had stopped. The 9th-tier magic tower's golden light filtered out the blood moon's red, and the whole courtyard was bathed in a warm yellow glow, like an autumn afternoon on Earth. The underground frost core and hematite held steady, keeping the temperature constant at 20 degrees. Iris carried a wooden bucket, walking barefoot on the tiles, in a foul mood. That ram from the behemoth just now hadn't broken the defense, but the slight tremor had spilled a bucket of water she'd just fetched, splashing onto her hem, wet and uncomfortable. This junk dome has you protected like a turtle in its shell. She slammed the wooden bucket down hard on the steps and turned to look at me on the wall, her voice full of mockery. Hiding inside, never going out. Those filthy things out there will block your gate dead sooner or later. How gutless. I ignored her. I sat in my grand armchair. The chair had been moved to the lookout platform at the highest point of the wall. I held a newly changed wooden cup, filled with steaming pure water, its vapor curling up. I took a sip, my gaze falling on the system panel. I wasn't looking at those survivors in the channel. I was looking at the balance. The number had stopped. Stuck dead there, not moving at all. I set down the cup, my brow slowly furrowing. When the first wave of monsters had charged up a moment ago, the thunderstorm towers had slaughtered them wholesale, the notification tones clinking away, the gold coins jumping up by the hundreds and thousands. That was satisfying. And now, outside, over 100,000 monsters were gathered together, tearing at each other, trampling, dying in swaths. My balance hadn't gone up a single cent. The system's ruling was rigid. Only monsters that died at the hands of a lord's weapon, a defense tower, or a subordinate dropped chaos gold coins and materials. Those that bashed themselves to death against the dome or gnawed each other to death didn't drop even a copper. I stood up. The chair legs scraped a crisp sound against the fine iron floor. I walked to the edge of the crenellation, pressed both hands against the icy steel, and leaned half my body out to look down. The monsters outside, finding they couldn't break through this shell, spun in anxious circles. Some dug pits, trying to burrow in from underground, their claws snapping off the moment they touched the dome's extended underground face. Some tore at each other to vent, dense and packed, like a large field of wheat growing beautifully. But this wheat field was rotting itself away. Those monsters that should have dropped gold coins were dying out there for nothing, dying with no value at all. On the wall, the energy from the high-grade cores in the 10 Star Destroyer cannon muzzles was draining away for nothing. The 30 Thunderstorm towers hummed, but with the monsters blocked outside the barrier, they could find no targets. A serious waste of resources. A capitalist's veins had no room for this kind of inefficiency, taking hits and not hitting back. I tapped my finger on the crenellation twice, a crisp sound. I turned to look at the dense crowd of monsters outside, my brow furrowing tighter. All these gold coins on the ground. My voice turned cold. Aren't they just going to waste? I tapped my finger on the crenellation twice. All these monsters on the ground. All these gold coins on the ground. All evaporating in their mutual tearing. I turned around. Wang Gang. My voice wasn't loud, but on the quiet wall it carried clearly. Wang Gang, squatting in the mud below, jolted and scrambled over to the base of the wall, craning his neck. Yes, boss, I'm here. Go to the warehouse and bring up that fine iron barbecue grill. Wang Gang froze, dug at his ear, thinking he'd misheard. Huh? Barbecue grill. And get 2 sacks of charcoal and grab a few chunks of top-grade demonized wild boar pork belly. I didn't waste words with him. Wang Gang swallowed. The monsters outside were going berserk, and he was going to eat now? He didn't dare ask more, nodded, and ran off toward the warehouse. I opened the black market shopping column, flipped through a few times, and pulled out a black and white made outfit trimmed with white lace. The fabric was very thin. I casually tossed it onto the low table beside me and turned to Iris. Put it on. Iris stared at that pile of black and white scraps, her face instantly going black. You want me to wear this? She pointed at that pitifully short skirt. For that crowd of bugs down there to look at? I pulled up the chair and sat down, propping both legs on the crenellation. What else? You think you get to eat and drink for free? Iris gritted her back teeth. The dark gold mark on her collarbone suddenly burned hot, the stab of pain in the depths of her soul freezing her whole body. She snatched up the clothes and turned to hide in the corner tower behind. A few minutes later, she walked out tugging at the hem. The white lace stretched taut over her legs, pressing a faint red mark. She awkwardly yanked at the skirt, her expression uglier than the blood moon outside. Wang Gang brought 2 slaves to carry the barbecue grill up onto the wall. Charcoal poured in, torch lit, it burned red hot, crackling. I wasn't in a hurry to grill the meat. I opened the regional channel. Inside, it had utterly become a slaughterhouse. Blood-red text scrolled by fast enough to make the eyes swim, all the wailing of the dying. Save me. My arm's broken off. Don't bite me. Ah. The stone walls collapsed. They're inside. Row after row of gray avatars, like a death countdown. Su Mushua sent a voice message. I opened it. Inside was heavy panting, and the muffled thud of a blade cleaving into flesh. Third defensive line collapsed. Everyone fall back to the inner city. The usually lofty, ice-cold female tycoon. Her voice was full of despair she couldn't hide. I scrolled down further. Xiaohua's avatar lit up for a moment, sent out a string of gibberish, then went dark again. Probably being chased all over the mountain by monsters. 10 billion people worldwide were now like meat chickens in a cage, being bled one by 10-fold strength monsters. I closed the panel. I hauled an old-fashioned phonograph out of the system space, a piece of junk I'd casually bought on the black market. I cranked the handle twice, and hoarse jazz rang out on the wall, the trumpet drifting far in the cold wind. I pointed at the barbecue grill. Iris walked over with a black face, grabbed the chipped iron tongs, and roughly slapped a few chunks of pork belly onto the grill. Gently. The grease is spitting everywhere. I reminded her, leaning back against the chair. She shot me a fierce glare, the tongs nearly stabbing through the grill. She didn't know how to grill meat, so all she could do was conjure a bit of dark red demonic fire at her fingertips to sear those chunks. Under the high heat, the meat slices quickly curled, grease dripping onto the red-hot charcoal. Hiss! A wave of meat aroma, mixed with cumin, instantly burst out. On this night reeking of blood, the smell was unreasonably domineering. Below the wall, on the buffer ground, the 2,000-some lords who'd bought tickets and squatted in the muddy water like quails. Just escaped from the gates of hell, covered in mud, lips purple from the cold, teeth chattering. Outside the dome, tens of thousands of berserk monsters gnawed at each other. Severed intestines hung on the light screen, black blood flying. The scene churned people's stomachs, making them want to vomit up their gallbladders. But before they could even throw up, lilting jazz drifted down from overhead. Immediately after, a wave of barbecue aroma that made saliva pour madly. Human mixed with the smell of crisp, charred grease, boring straight up their noses. A bespectacled man swallowed, his stomach letting out a thunderous growl, especially jarring on the quiet, open ground. Is this barbecue? He looked up in disbelief at the 50-meter wall. The firelight flickered, and a man sat comfortably in a chair listening to music, with a woman of superb figure turning the meat for him beside him. The 2,000-some people below all went mad. They struggled at the edge of life and death, couldn't even get a mouthful of hot soup. Their whole fortunes emptied out. And I was actually throwing a barbecue party on the wall. Is he even human? A man punched the mud hard, muddy water splashing his face. So many people dying out there, and he's up there eating barbecue? I can't take it. This smell is more tormenting than the monsters outside. A young girl beside him clutched her stomach, tears mixing with black mud running down, drawing streaks of white. Dual torment of body and spirit. Watching the hell outside, smelling the heaven overhead. This crowd's reason was about to snap. A few people stood up uncontrollably, wanting to head for the stairs. Wang Gang's whip immediately lashed over, cracking a loud flourish in the air. What are you doing? Squat back down, all of you. One more step forward, and the cannon barrels on the wall don't have eyes. Those few people shuddered in fright and quickly squatted back into the mud, able only to smell the aroma in despair. On the wall, the pork belly was grilled golden on both sides. Iris picked up a chunk with the tongs and tossed it into the silver plate. I picked up my chopsticks, lifted that chunk of meat, blew on the heat, and put it in my mouth. Crisp outside, tender inside. The scalding grease melted on the tip of my tongue, the wild boar meat sprinkled with coarse salt, chewy, and full of bite. I narrowed my eyes in satisfaction and, to the hoarse jazz, lifted a second chunk. Just then, outside the dome, in that sea of monsters tearing at each other, there was a stir. That crimson behemoth with the shattered skull shoved off the ghouls pressing on it, its massive body swaying, and abruptly lifted its head. Those blood-red eyes, big as millstones, pierced through the golden dome and fixed hard on the wall. Its nose twitched, catching the barbecue smell drifting through the air. This pure aroma of cooked meat stimulated its berserk nerves. The monster felt no pain, but it had the instinct to be enraged. My leisurely, arrogant posture, utterly ignoring them, completely crushed the reason of this tenfold strength behemoth. It threw its head back and, facing that dark red blood moon, let out an eardrum-piercing howl. The sound waves shook the surrounding low-tier monsters into bursting in swaths. The blood fog in midair gathered frantically, red energy compressing and spinning above its head, forming a crimson beam of light thick as a water vat. The beam, carrying destructive heat and corrosive force, passed over the top of the ninth-tier dome. It didn't even bother with that unbreakable golden film. The crimson locking light drew a parabola in midair, pointing straight at the most fragile spot of the ultimate demon city, precisely locking onto that half-meter-thick fine iron gate. A strike at the fatal weak point. The blood-colored beam slammed down from overhead. Too fast. The air ignited instantly from the heat, a string of firecracker-like muffled thuds. That crimson energy, thick as a water vat, passed over the top of the ninth-tier dome, dragging a blinding red tail, straight for the fine iron gate at the very bottom. On the buffer ground, the 2,000-some refugees went utterly mad. The beam's oppressive force was like a guillotine hanging overhead. It's going to break. The gate's going to collapse. A bespectacled man screamed out of control, both hands clutching his head hard, burrowing face first into the mud, his whole body trembling like a sieve. Wang Gang's loudspeaker had long since been thrown who knows where. He scrambled to dodge aside, slipped, and fell flat on his back. He just gave up getting up, covered his ears, and shut his eyes. Everyone knew the wall was thick, but this was a death strike unleashed by a tenfold strength behemoth, energy that could scorch a person from far away. The gate would surely be blasted straight through. Once the city was breached, they'd all become snacks for the monsters. Boom. The beam rammed solidly into the 2 half-meter-thick fine iron gates. There was no earth-shaking roar, only an extremely dull, heart-clenching metallic hum. Immediately after, a blinding blood-red glare erupted with the gate at its center. Too bright. The whole sky was lit ghastly white. The shockwave swept out along the ground, tearing a layer of skin off the muddy water on the open ground. Several hundred lords standing close were flipped over by the blast wave, rolling into a heap on the ground, screaming endlessly. The intense light lasted a full 10+ seconds before slowly weakening. The air was full of the sharp smell of scorched metal. Wang Gang carefully moved his covering fingers apart a crack, swallowed a mouthful of mud and grit saliva, and braced to face a ground full of gate wreckage. The lords around him trembled as they looked up toward the gate. Then, the 2,000-some people collectively turned mute. Wang Gang's mouth hung open, his chin nearly dropping into the mud. That 10+ meter wide pure steel gate still stood there, perfectly fine. Forget blasted through, there wasn't even a dent. Not one white scratch could be found. Not only was it not broken, those mithril array circuits on the wall's surface, once glowing faint blue, now shone purple as if they'd drunk their fill of blood. That world-destroying crimson energy from a moment ago had been sucked in without a single drop remaining by this gate, forged from millions of units of mithril. Outside the dome, that army of berserk monsters was dumbstruck too. The several hundred ghouls in the front rank stopped gnawing at each other, cocking their mangled heads, a trace of bewilderment showing for the first time in those red eyes that held only the instinct to kill. This defied logic. The behemoth leader's full-strength strike should have flattened even a mountain. That behemoth couldn't believe it even more. It panted heavily, 2 jets of white smoke shooting from its nostrils. Rage burned away the last of its brain capacity. It roared at the sky, its massive body suddenly lunging forward, its 4 pillar legs stamping deep pits in the ground, like a bulldozer out of control, crushing every low-tier monster in its path, and rammed head-on into that purple glowing gate, bone spikes and all. Today it would smash this tin can open no matter what. Bang! Its head slammed hard into the gate. A crisp crack, and those white bone spikes on its head, thicker than a thigh, snapped straight off at the root, the broken bone stabbing back into its own skull. The behemoth wailed, but it refused to accept it. It backed up 2 steps, accelerated, and rammed with its shoulder. Bang! This time the sound was louder. The skin and flesh of its right shoulder instantly burst open, black blood spurting out like a fountain. The filthy blood had just splattered onto the gate. The mithril array's purple light flashed. Hiss! The strongly corrosive filthy blood was vaporized straight into gray smoke, not even qualified to wash the gate's face. The behemoth went mad. It rammed the gate again and again, the dull impacts echoing endlessly in the night. The wall didn't even sway. Instead, it battered itself bloody, its whole body fractured, dark red chunks of flesh dropping off one by one, ramming itself by force into a puddle of pulp. Finally, with a thud, it collapsed limp at the base of the gate, barely breathing. On the 50-meter lookout platform, the horse jazz was still playing lazily. I sat in my grand armchair, a sharpened iron skewer in my hand, threaded with the last chunk of wild boar pork belly. I took a bite, the charred, fragrant grease bursting in my mouth. Chewing twice, I leaned half my body out to look down at the behemoth that had rammed itself half to death. I couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. That IQ is worse than the slaves in the mining cave. I pointed the iron skewer down below. Keep ramming. Don't stop. If that fat body of yours can ram a dent in my wall, I'll write my name, Suju, backwards. The monsters below couldn't understand human speech. But once the behemoth fell, the remaining sea of monsters was leaderless, and a new round of mutual slaughter began. The carnage outside could no longer be called blood flowing in rivers. The corpses piled higher than a small hill. The refugee lords inside the city squatted numbly, looking at the behemoth that had rammed itself dead outside, then looking up at me, lofty and above it all. That kind of gap was worse than death. Others couldn't even leave a whole corpse in the apocalypse, and I watched the monkey show and ate barbecue on my wall. Was there any justice left in this world? Wang Gang swallowed, quietly crawled up out of the mud, and patted his chest. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. This gate of Boss Sue's. Even a god would probably crack 2 teeth coming at it. His worship of me had already gone blind. What long out yin? What richest man? In front of the boss they didn't even count as a scallion. On the wall, I swallowed the last mouthful of barbecue and wiped the grease off my mouth with a towel. I'd eaten my fill and watched enough of the show. Time to get down to business. I glanced at the battlefield outside. No thunderstorm tower bombardment. The ground covered with the corpses of monsters that had bitten each other to death, drops piled in a thick layer. Those chaos gold coins that hadn't been reclaimed by the system glinted with an enticing light. This was all money. The one thing a capitalist can't stand to see most is money dropped on the ground with no one to pick it up. Waste is shameful. I muttered, casually tossing the iron skewer aside. The skewer bounced twice on the fine iron floor, a crisp ring. I turned to glance at Iris. She was tugging at the hem of that black and white maid outfit, the cold wind raising goosebumps on the legs left exposed. She sulked, staring hard at the barbecue grill. "Eaten your fill?" I stretched, my joints cracking, and pointed at that dense, dark sea of monsters outside the wall, my tone like I was assigning some trivial matter. "Go. Harvest our leek field for me." Iris lifted her head, a flicker of displeasure crossing her red eyes. She patted the charcoal ash off her hem. "You think I'm a harvester?" Complain as she might. The mark on her collarbone ached faintly, the contract's compulsion leaving her no way to refuse at all. "What can't do it?" I raised an eyebrow. "You seemed plenty eager when you were grilling meat just now." "Shut up." Iris cut me off through gritted teeth. She'd had enough of standing here being gawked at by the bugs below, and even more enough of these humiliating clothes. Only killing could ease the fire in her heart a little. She walked barefoot to the edge of the crenellation, the cold wind whipping her long hair into a wild dance. The monsters below, catching the scent of a living person, grew more agitated, their roars rising one after another. I leaned back into my grand armchair, took an empty cup out of the system space, poured a cup of warm water, and settled in to watch the show. That money had to go into my pocket, every last coin. Not one monster could be let off. I looked at her back. "Make it quick. And don't get the gold coins dirty. I can't stand the hassle of washing them. All you do is boss people around." Iris bit her lower lip and reached down to tug at the pitifully short, drafty lace hem, the red mark on her leg still a little itchy. She wore no shoes. Her pale toes touched the fine, iron crenellation, the chill of the metal making her shiver. I leaned back in my chair holding my water cup and didn't take the bait. A capitalist never cares about a worker's complaints, as long as the job gets done well. Iris drew a deep breath, the air full of blood and monster stench. She frowned in disgust. A light tap of her toes, and her whole body lost its weight, slowly rising into midair. This time she didn't stand on the wall tossing a few small fireballs like before. She floated straight out past the golden dome of the ninth-tier magic tower, fully exposed under the crimson moon. The dark red bloodlight struck her body, and that neither here nor there made outfit was somehow forced by her into carrying the air of a god of death. The sea of monsters below seethed, catching the scent of a fresh living person. Tens of thousands of berserk demon beasts threw their heads back and roared madly at her in midair. A winged mutant gargoyle pounced first, its claws dripping green venom, straight for her throat. She didn't even look. Hovering in midair, her arms slowly spread to both sides, her fingers drawing two black trajectories in the void. The gargoyle hadn't even come within 3 meters of her. Its body suddenly became like a tomato thrown into a juicer. Squelch. Bones and organs were twisted into a knot by gravity that appeared from nowhere, blood raining down into the pile of monsters below. This was just the appetizer. Iris closed her eyes, her red lips parting, and spat out several obscure abyssal syllables. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried a soul-piercing resonance. Below the wall, the 2,000-some lords all covered their ears at once, some with eardrums shaken straight into bleeding. What is she trying to do? Wang Gang squatted in the muddy water, clutching his head hard, peering up at the sky through the gaps of his fingers. The sky changed. The night sky, once dark red from the crimson moon, was suddenly like a huge bucket of ink had been splashed over it. Pure black spread madly outward with Iris at the center. A few seconds. The blood moon was gone. The clouds were gone. The entire Tinley radius around the ultimate demon city fell into a pitch-black darkness where you couldn't see your own hand. The temperature plummeted. Even the falling spiritual energy rain froze into ice pellets in midair, pattering against the wall. Dark meteor. Iris's eyes snapped open, two pitch-black flames leaping in her dark red pupils. Her right hand pressed downward. The black canopy of sky split open. An enormous meteorite, over 100 meters in diameter, squeezed out through the rift in the void. Not ordinary stone. Pitch black throughout, its surface burning with a black flame that devoured all light. That was the pure destruction law of the abyss. It carried world-ending kinetic energy, slamming down toward the dense sea of monsters below. The air was ground into an ear-splitting shriek, like 10,000 saws dragging across a steel plate. Before the meteorite even landed, the mud below was baked dry and cracked by the heat. The monsters below finally sensed something was wrong. The berserk state had stripped them of their sense of pain, but not their survival instinct. Several high-tier Demonized giant bears threw their heads back and let out despairing roars. They wanted to run, but it was too crowded, tens of thousands of monsters packed together with not even a gap to turn around. Boom. The meteorite slammed solidly into the dead center of the monster tide. There was no earth-shattering explosion, because the sound was swallowed by the destruction law the instant it made contact. Only a black shockwave, sweeping out along the ground like a tsunami. The tenfold strength crimson monsters, whose hides a lord's iron sword couldn't leave a single white scratch on after hacking half a day, were as fragile as water-soaked toilet paper before this black shockwave. No whales, no flying flesh and blood. Because the temperature was too high, the law too domineering. The instant they touched the black flame, those monsters' fur, bones, and organs vaporized straight away, not even a drop of blood spilling out. The black sea of fire spread outside the dome, devouring everything that moved. That behemoth that had earlier rammed itself dizzy at the base of the gate took the brunt. Its massive body struggled in the black fire for less than half a second before turning straight into a patch of white ash. One gust of night wind, and it scattered clean away. Inside the golden dome, the 2,000-some lords buried their faces hard into the mud, their backs scorched hot by the heat seeping in, their clothes nearly catching fire. No one dared lift their head to look. This wasn't a battle at all. This was one-sided weeding. This was an immortal mopping the floor. On the wall, my hand holding the water cup paused. The warm water in the cup was shaken into a ring of ripples. I looked at the black sea of fire outside and smacked my lips. That's a bit too big a scene. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that the system notification tone in my mind had already gone completely mad. Killed tier, 2 demonized wild boar, chaos gold coins +3. Killed tier, 3 two-headed hyena, chaos gold coins +10. Killed tier, for mutant ghoul, chaos gold coins +50. Killed leader class crimson behemoth, chaos gold coins +10,000. The notification tones were as dense as a downpour, impossible to tell apart one by one, until finally they just became one long beep. In the lower right of my vision, the balance number soared at a frequency that quickened my heartbeat. 10,000, 100,000, 500,000. Those monsters were vaporized, but the system ruled the kills valid. On the scorched earth outside the dome, the black fire gradually died out. The ground was covered in a thick layer of glittering chaos gold coins, like a golden carpet stretching all the way to the edge of the black forest. Even those broken monster cores and hides had been preserved intact under the control of the black fire. Iris drifted down from midair, her bare feet landing on the fine iron floor of the wall. She panted lightly, her face a little pale. Casting a forbidden curse of that level was still a bit of a drain in her current state. She shot me a glare. Harvest done. Her tone was sharp, carrying the resentment of someone who'd just finished hard labor. I paid her attitude no mind. I looked at the gold coin balance that had broken the million mark, unable to keep the corner of my mouth from twitching up. I set the water cup on the armrest. 1,000,000 gold coins. Enough to clean out the black market's top-grade mystery boxes for several days. This was the correct way to open the door to capital accumulation, just as I was about to send that crowd of slaves below to pick up the money. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. An extremely sharp notification tone rang out in my mind. This wasn't an ordinary lord's private message. It was the emergency contact tone the system set specifically for the top-tier lords ranked in the regional top 10. I frowned and opened the panel. In the private message box, red urgent messages flashed nonstop. Several names from the region's top 10 power ranking were lined up, sending messages. The contents were almost identical. All pleas for help. Ranked 9th, the female tycoon Su Mushiwa. Suju, my city's breached. Her voice carried a sob, the background full of the roar of collapsing stone walls and the chewing of monsters. I led my people back into the last cellar, and the boards overhead are about to be dug through. Save me. Whatever you want, my tens of billions in assets back in reality, or the rare resources here, I'll give you all of it. Ranked 3rd, the Turtling School, Lord Lin Feng. Big shot, Su. I dug 30 meters underground, and it was useless. These bugs can tunnel. I'm about to be gassed to death. Give a brother a hand, and I'll give you the whole mithril vein I discovered. Ranked 5th, the Destiny School, Lord Xiaohua. The text he sent came in fits and starts, clearly while fleeing for his life. The wooden fence collapsed. My teacher's gone dormant. Suju, I've got an ancient ruins treasure map. Just send troops to save me, and the map is yours. I leaned back into my grand armchair, tapping the wooden armrest with my finger. The intention to go pick up money slowly withdrew. I looked at these despairing pleas for help on the screen. These top-tier lords who'd once been lofty and above it all, calling the wind and summoning the rain in the channel, were now all like rats driven into a dead-end alley, tossing away even their dignity, crying and begging me to save their lives. Outside the ultimate demon city, the crisis was over. The ground full of gold coins wasn't going anywhere. I could pick it up whenever. But the top-of-the-line goods in these big shots' hands, if they got eaten by monsters along with their owners, would vanish from this world entirely. That wouldn't do. I stroked my chin, a flicker of the greed unique to a capitalist crossing my pitch-black eyes. A moment like this was perfect for looting a burning house. The red light in the private message box flashed nonstop. I leaned back in my grand armchair holding my water cup and casually opened the female tycoon Su Mushiue's voice message. Suju, 1 million units of timber, plus 3 rare building blueprints. The woman's voice couldn't suppress her panic, the background full of the muffled thuds of beasts battering the wall. Just send troops to save me, and after we return to Earth, I'll split half the shares of my tens of billions corporation with you. I nearly laughed out loud, my hand tilting, spilling a few drops of warm water onto the tiles. At a time like this, she was still negotiating with Earth banknotes. This woman was so used to giving orders in the business world that her mind hadn't caught up. I opened the Destiny School Lord Xiao Hua's message next. Brother Su, emergency. I'll trade half an ancient Dragon Clan treasure map for 1 deployment of your troops. The Turtling School Lord Lin phone was more direct, sending a string of coordinates, saying a large mithril vein was buried underground. All rare goods you seldom saw. In the whole beginner zone, only these few top-tier prodigies could produce them. But I wasn't the least bit tempted. I set the water cup on the low table and tapped a few times on the virtual keyboard. I don't want resources. I've got no use for blueprints or veins either. Wanting to send troops? There's only one condition. I typed fast, without a single pause. Hand over 51% absolute control of your territory. Sign a subordination contract. Become a subordinate colony of the ultimate demon city forever. Group sent. Straight to those ranked in the top 10. Dozens of kilometers away, in an abandoned cellar beneath the black swamp. Su Mushue was covered in mud, shrunk into a corner. The cellar reeked of rotting leaves and fermenting mud. It was cold, cold enough to set her teeth chattering. The iron sword in her hand had a curled blade, the cloth strip on the grip soaked with blood, slippery and impossible to hold. The wooden cover board overhead shook violently, dust sifting down, falling into her collar and sticking to her skin. The panel lit up. Trembling, she opened my reply. The instant she read those lines, a surge of fury shot straight to her forehead. 51% control. She cursed through gritted teeth. Why don't you just rob me? Control over half meant her life and death, her resource output, even what houses she built, all had to obey me. How was that any different from selling herself into slavery? She was a dignified CEO of a tens of billions corporation, a proud, strong woman. She held down the voice key, her voice shaking with rage. Suju, this is looting a burning house. We're all earthlings. Do you have to be this ruthless about it? I'd rather die than be your dog. The message sent out, stones sinking into the sea. I simply didn't reply. Not just her. Xiao Hua, on another bald mountain, had also had his defenses broken. He was cornered in a cave by a dozen mutant two-headed wolves, his torch nearly burned out. Seeing the condition, he punched the stone wall, scraping the skin off his knuckles. Suju, you go too far. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't bully a poor youth for being. Before he could finish, a two-headed wolf pounced, biting into his thigh. Xiao Hua screamed, swinging his iron sword wildly, desperately kicking the wolf off. He hurried to retract his message. But on my end it was still the cold silence of a read receipt with no reply. On the wall of the ultimate demon city, I shifted into a more comfortable position, looking at the wilderness outside that had already turned to scorched earth. The cold wind blew over, carrying off a bit of my drowsiness. Iris stood not far off, wiping the ash off the soles of her feet with a rag. The 2,000-some refugees below the wall were now as quiet as the dead, none daring to look up at me. The thing Adil fears most is chasing after it. Right now it was a buyer's market. I wasn't in a hurry. The claws of the monsters out there would teach these prodigies how to haggle, and teach them well, on my behalf. 10 minutes later, in Su Mushiue's cellar, the boards overhead let out a dull crack. Several thick fangs punched straight through the wood. A berserk swamp crocodile. The boards shattered completely, big clumps of mud mixed with splinters falling down. The crocodile's massive body was wedged in the cellar mouth, its rank, stinking drool dripping beside her feet, corroding with a hiss. She screamed and backed up, her back pressed hard against the cold, damp earthen wall. Nowhere left to retreat. Outside the cellar, her last two militiamen let out a short, sharp scream. Then no more sound. Dead. All dead. The crocodile struggled to squeeze in, its red eyes like two big lanterns in the darkness, fixed hard on her in the corner. It opened its blood-basin maw and bit down on the iron sword in her hand. Crunch. The iron sword was bitten into two pieces like a biscuit. The web of her hand split from the shock, the broken half of the sword dropping into the mud. Her last weapon was gone. Fear was like a hand, gripping her heart hard. So much for pride, so much for dignity. Before the terror of being devoured alive by a beast, it all became garbage. She didn't want to die. She really didn't want to be chewed to bits and swallowed by this monster. She frantically opened the panel, her fingers shaking so badly she could barely hit the keys. Mud smeared the screen, and she hurried to wipe it with her sleeve. She found that subordination contract. I'll sign. She burst into tears, the tears washing away the mud streaks on her face. Suju, I signed it. I beg you, save me. She bit her finger open and pressed the blood onto the confirm key. A sharp pain shot through her fingertip, but she couldn't spare a thought for it. At the same time, in the cave, Xiaohua was bitten bloody all over by the wolf pack. The old man in the ring, to save him, burned up the last shred of his soul power and went fully dormant. Watching the wolf pack closing in, Xiaohua broke down sobbing and pressed the agree key. Lin Feng, gasped until he'd vomited up even his gallbladder, signed the contract with his eyes shut. On the wall, the system notification tones in my mind rang out one after another. Ding. System notarization successful. Lord Su Mushue has signed the subordination contract. Handed over 51% territory control. The ultimate demon city holds absolute command authority. Lord Xiaohua has signed the subordination contract. Lord Lin Feng. A long string of names flashed on the panel. These big shots who usually called the wind and summoned the rain in the channel were now all lying neatly in my subordinate list. I stood up and patted the creases out of my cloak. Once they signed the contract, they became my, Suju's, private property. I have one virtue. I protect my own, especially a money tree freshly in hand. I walked to the edge of the wall. On the 50-meter fine iron wall, the muzzles of 10 Star Destroyer cannons flashed with a red standby light. Coordinates: Black Swamp, Bald Mountain, Poison Gas Valley. My voice was flat, like ordering takeout. Lock onto the monster gathering points around these subordinate territories. I paused, tapping the fire key lightly with my finger. Fire. The Black Swamp cellar. Su Mushue closed her eyes. The crocodile's blood basin maw had already drawn up to her face, the rotting stench making her want to vomit. She could even feel the icy scrape of the monster's teeth across her cheek. Too late. Across a distance of several thousand kilometers, even sending troops now would take days and nights on the road. She'd signed the contract, and in the end she still had to die. In despair, she clutched the mud beneath her, just as the crocodile was about to bite off her head in one gulp. Above the cellar, that dark red sky shrouded by the crimson moon was suddenly, brutally torn open. Without any warning, without any sound, a blinding purple-gold beam of light punched straight through the thick clouds, carrying the aura of absolute destruction that belonged to the ultimate demon city, arriving in an instant from a horizon several thousand kilometers away. It had descended. The purple-gold beam tore through the clouds. No sound. Everything was too fast. Su Mushue only felt a flash of white before her eyes and instinctively shut them tight. That swamp crocodile with its blood basin maw wide open, its drool dripping onto her face, didn't get even half a whale out before it melted straight away in the purple-gold glare. Yes, melted. Not even a fragment of bone left. The intense light dispersed. Su Mushue slumped in the mud, gasping for breath, the muddy water choking into her windpipe, coughing until it tore at her heart. The cellar was gone. Not just the cellar. A large stretch of the black swamp around the outskirts of her territory had been forcibly scraped of a layer of earth. A glaze-like trench over 10 meters wide was left on the ground. That was the trace of absolute heat instantly crystallizing the mud and sand. Trembling, she wiped her face, coming away with a handful of black ash. Her life was saved, but looking at the ruins around her, an even deeper chill rose in her heart. What level of attack was this? Was this the ultimate demon city's true depth? The dark red blood moon at the edge of the sky began to fade. A ray of normal morning light broke through the thick fog. The system's cold mechanical voice rang out across the myriad chaos realms. The Crimson Moon Cataclysm has officially ended. Congratulations to the lords who survived. You've earned a chance to catch your breath. The ultimate demon city, atop the 50-meter fine iron wall. I stood up and stretched, my joints giving off a few crisp cracks, and wrapped the black cloak a little tighter. I'd stayed up all night, my throat a bit dry. I picked up the wooden cup on the low table and drank a mouthful of water that had long gone cold. My gaze swept over the panel. The once empty subordinate territory list was now crammed with names. Su Mushiue, Xiaohua, Linfeng. The top 10 prodigies of the beginner zone had all become my exclusive laborers. I tugged at the corner of my mouth and opened the management permissions for the subordinate territories. By the contract's terms, I held 51% absolute control of these territories. That meant I could unilaterally set the rules for them. My fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard. Whole zone subordinate territory notice. Starting today, a territory protection tax is officially levied. Tax rate, 95% of total daily output, including timber, stone, grain, blueprints, and all items dropped from killing monsters. To be handed over on time before noon each day. Tax resistors, killed. The red text popped forcibly into the dead center of every subordinate lord's field of vision. Having sent it, I closed the panel and sat back down in my grand armchair. The relief of surviving a disaster that had just risen in the regional channel after the cataclysm ended was instantly cut off. Dead silence. A few seconds later, the whole screen filled with wailing and cursing. 95%? Are you insane? Yesterday you robbed us with the tickets, and today you levy a heavy tax. Do you have any humanity at all? I hack 100 timber half to death, and I have to hand 95 over to you? Everyone unite and resist the tax. Just don't pay it, and see what he can do. Su Mushua sat in the ruins looking at this notice, her nails digging deep into the mud in her palm, scraping out threads of blood. She'd signed a contract to stay alive, but this was making her a mindless sweatshop machine. You really won't leave anyone even half a way to live. She bit her lip, tears spinning in her eyes. A dignified tens of billions CEO, now a slave under a black-hearted labor contractor. In the ultimate demon city, I couldn't be bothered to watch the cursing in the channel. I turned and called down below the wall. Wang Gang. The fat man was squatting in the muddy water rubbing his hands. Hearing my voice, he scrambled up the stairs. Boss, your orders. His face was full of flattery, his waist bent nearly to his knees. I pulled a black flag out of the system space, printed with the ultimate demon city's skull emblem, and casually tossed it at his feet. Take this and go collect taxes from every subordinate territory. Anyone who doesn't pay, plant the flag at their front door. The system notarized subordination contract came with built-in node teleportation. Wang Gang picked up the flag, green light practically shooting from his eyes. This was the work of an imperial envoy. Borrowing another's power to bully people, that was his specialty. Rest easy, boss. Anyone who dares hand over one stone short, I'll peel his skin. He thumped his chest in guarantee. A flash of white light, and using the system permissions, he teleported to the first subordinate territory. This was a battered Tier 2 stone keep, its lord a burly man with a face full of vicious flesh. Wang Gang planted the skull flag in the ground, the iron pole clanging against the stone. Tax collection, 95%, hurry it up. The burly man's eyes went red, gripping a stone axe hard. I've only got a few chunks of roasted meat left. What do I eat if I hand it over? I won't. Wang Gang gave a cold laugh and pointed at the sun in the sky. Won't pay? Fine. The boss said, tax resistors not only get their protection canceled, they get a free Star Destroyer cannon to mop the floor as a bonus. See that beam of light last night? Want to try it? The burly man's hand shook, the stone axe clattering to the ground. Everyone had seen that purple gold beam last night that instantly killed everything. The burly man covered his face, knelt, and bawled, obediently transferring over all the materials remaining in his warehouse. Wang Gang walked over and kicked over the iron pot beside him, the pot boiling meat soup, the greasy soup spilling across the ground. This pot counts as output too, docked as tax. He bent over, picked up the iron pot, and tucked it under his arm, his face and manner ugly to the extreme. A capitalist lackey has never needed a conscience. In one morning, borrowing my prestige, Wang Gang scraped dozens of subordinate territories 3 feet deep, not even sparing the dry straw off the thatched roofs. His tax collecting was truly savage beyond reason. The ultimate demon city. I looked at the numbers leaping rapidly in the warehouse. Timber, stone, monster meat, piled up like mountains. I yawned, meaning to go catch up on some sleep. I'd stayed up all night, and with the sun beating down, my eyelids were fighting each other. Iris was dozing in a corner of the wall, her head nodding. I didn't disturb her, wrapped my cloak on, and closed my eyes. Just as I'd settled in, drifting off, nearly asleep. Beep, beep, beep. The private message channel suddenly let out a burst of sharp, urgent notification tones, stabbing straight into my brain. I frowned, opened my eyes, and opened the panel. It was a voice message from Wang Gang. The instant it connected, out came the muffled thud of fists pounding into flesh and the crisp crack of breaking bone. Ah! Wang Gang's voice was so shrill it had changed pitch, carrying thick sobs and terror, the background full of heavy panting. "Boss, save me!" he cried out, scrambling and crawling. "That orc bloodline Zhao Ritian has rebelled. He won't pay the tax, and he broke my leg. He said he's going to fight his way to the ultimate demon city and take your dog life." The voice message cut off abruptly. Only a burst of noisy static remained. I gripped the armrest of my grand armchair and slowly sat up straight. The voice message cut off abruptly. Only a burst of noisy static remained. I gripped the armrest and slowly sat up straight, the drowsiness scattering clean in an instant. I didn't smash a cup, didn't curse. I just tugged the collar of my cloak down a bit. The cold wind blowing on my neck cleared my head a little more. Zhao Ritian. I ran the name over in my mouth. I had some impression of him. The brute ranked 10th on the power board. Opened his game, leaning on an orc bloodline to take a group of simple-minded half-orcs under his wing. A fool with muscles grown into his brain. Resisting the tax was one thing, but he'd beaten up my tax collector too. This was slapping a capitalist in the face. More than that, it was reaching a hand straight into my money pouch. I opened the panel and glanced at Zhao Ritian's territory coordinates. 3,200 kilometers from the ultimate demon city. Send a large army over to suppress him? Too slow. The marching cost and time expense of the round trip weren't worth it. I swiped my finger and opened the still unclosed black market interface. Of today's 5 items, besides that 9th-tier magic tower, 4 remained unviewed. My gaze swept over the remaining cards and stopped on the 3rd. The card depicted a hazy gray phantom hand. Long-range spatial seizing hand. Description: ignores distance, ignores defense, forcibly seizes the target. Price: 1 gold coin. I didn't even blink, pressing purchase straight away. The single gold coin in my pocket turned to nothing in an instant. Over 3,000 kilometers away, on a bare, rocky flat, Zhao Ritian was bare-chested, showing off a body of gray-green corded muscle, 2 thick fangs curling out over his lower lip. In his hand, he gripped a broad flower blade axe smeared with bits of flesh, 1 foot stamped on Wang Gang's chest. Wang Gang lay in the pile of broken rock, his right leg twisted at a bizarre angle, the stark, white, jagged end of the bone poking through his pant leg. His face was covered in sweat from the pain. Blood froth kept bubbling from his mouth, and he clutched that black skull flag hard against his chest. Collect taxes? Zhao Ritian spat a mouthful of spit onto Wang Gang's face. That crap boss of yours. Has water leaked into his brain? 95%? Why doesn't he just come rob me directly? He knocked the great axe against the ground, shaking broken rock flying. I just carried my brothers through the monster tide, and I'm fretting over having no meat to eat. Go back and tell that one called Suju. Not only will I not pay the tax, I'll bring my people to smash his tin shell into a pulp. Wang Gang convulsed all over from the pain, glaring at him hard through gritted teeth. You're done for. The boss won't let you off. Still talking back. Zhao Ritian's temper surged. He raised the flower blade axe, aiming it at Wang Gang's head. I'll split you open right now and have you for dinner tonight. The axe blade whistled down with a rush of wind. Just as the blade was only a few inches from Wang Gang's forehead, Zhao Ritian's motion stopped dead, not because he'd softened, but because the air around him had suddenly turned hard as stone. The sky went dark. The space above the rocky flat was like a tattered cloth torn open from the middle. A black rift over 10 meters long hung in midair, a suffocating icy aura seeping out of it. Zhao Ritian looked up. Before he could see what was inside, a giant hand made of gray mist thrust out from the rift, so fast there wasn't even an afterimage. The giant hand seized him in one grip, like an adult pinching a little chick. Ah, Zhao Ritian wailed. The 5 fingers of the giant hand suddenly tightened, the bones all over his body bursting in a dense crackle, 3 or 4 ribs snapping in an instant. The flower blade axe in his hand dropped to the ground and broke in two. The giant hand gripping him retracted, dragging him straight into that black rift. The rift closed in an instant. The rocky flat returned to calm, leaving only Wang Gang lying on the ground, mouth hanging open, face full of bewilderment. The ultimate demon city, atop the 50-meter fine iron wall. A black rift suddenly split open in midair. That gray giant hand thrust out, and its 5 fingers loosened. Thud! A ball of flesh over 2 meters tall slammed heavily onto the fine iron floor. Zhao Ritian was thrown into a daze, his stomach churning, and with a retch he vomited up a mouthful of sour water. Dizzy and disoriented, he scrambled up and shook his huge head. Before he could make out his surroundings, he first saw the pair of mud-spattered black military boots in front of him. He looked up along the boots. A man draped in a black cloak was leaning back in a grand armchair, looking down at him from above. That gaze was very calm, like looking at a lifeless stone. Zhao Ritian shuddered and turned his head to glance around. Black, gaping Star Destroyer cannons. Blue glowing thunderstorm towers. A towering wall you couldn't see the bottom of. He immediately realized where he was. The ultimate demon city. 1 second ago he'd been throwing his weight around 3,000 kilometers away, and the next he'd been tossed here like someone catching a pig. This power that defied all common sense utterly shattered what little arrogance he had. A warm liquid ran down his thigh and dripped onto the icy fine iron floor. The stench of urine instantly spread. He'd wet himself in fright. Su. Big shot Su. Zhao Ritian's legs went weak, and he knelt straight down on the ground, his massive body shrinking into a ball, kowtowing nonstop. I was wrong. That was just drunken nonsense a moment ago. I'll pay the tax. I'll pay 100%. I beg you, just let me off like a fart. His head banged against the iron plate with a rhythmic thudding. I covered my nose in disgust. Really stinks. I paid him no mind and turned my head to glance at the corner tower. Gu Outyin. A ball of black mist floated out from the corner tower. The myth-class Lich King Gu Outyin condensed into form. He wore a tattered robe, blue soul fire leaping in his eye sockets. Master, what are your orders? His voice was like sandpaper grinding, seeping with the air of death. I pointed at Zhao Ritian on the ground. Strip him. Don't leave him even a pair of underpants. Zhao Ritian went pale with shock and tried to resist. The ghost fire in Gu Outyin's eye sockets flashed, and several white bone chains drilled up from the ground, coiling tight around his 4 limbs, pulling him into a spread eagle. In under half a minute, those few pitiful pieces of hide armor and the spatial pouch on Zhao Ritian were stripped clean. Stark naked, he lay prone on the ground, shivering purple from the cold. Get chains. I stood up and walked to the edge of the crenellation. Run them through his ankles and hang him upside down for me at the most conspicuous spot above the main gate. Zhao Ritian went mad. He struggled desperately, tears and snot smearing his face. No, kill me. Big shot Su, give me a clean death. Gu Outyin simply didn't listen to his nonsense. 2 fine iron chains, thick as thumbs, flew over. Squelch. They punched straight through Zhao Ritian's ankles. Blood spurted out. He rolled his eyes back from the pain, nearly passing out. Gu Outyin dragged the chains, hauling him to the wall's edge like dragging a dead dog, and kicked hard. The over 2-meter-tall, burly man dropped. The chains scraped against the crenellation, striking blinding sparks. The instant they snapped taut, Zhao Ritian let out a wail that didn't sound human. And so he was hung upside down on the outer face of the 50-meter fine iron wall, facing straight at the main gate of the ultimate demon city. The sun came out. The sun after the crimson moon was unusually vicious. Golden sunlight beat directly onto the black fine iron wall, the metal surface heating rapidly, like a giant oven. Zhao Ritian's bare back pressed against the scalding iron wall. Hiss! A sound like grilling meat. White smoke rose. He writhed madly from the pain, but the chains on his ankles locked him fast, and every move tore the wound a little wider. I opened the panel, switched to the regional channel, and opened the video livestream function. The lens aimed at Zhao Ritian hanging upside down outside the wall, and I pinned the livestream straight to the very top of the entire zone. The livestream's name was just a few simple words. The Fate of Tax Resistors. The instant it went live, over 10,000 surviving lords all received a system prompt forcibly popped up at once. The feed played forcibly before everyone's eyes. No one spoke. The whole regional channel fell into a dead silence lasting a full 10 minutes. In the video, Zhao Ritian's wails pierced through the screen and stabbed into everyone's ears. That scorched flesh all over his body, those despairing bloodshot eyes, made the scalp of everyone watching crawl, their stomachs churning up sour water. This was that orc tough guy who'd claimed he'd fight his way to the ultimate demon city. Now he was like a piece of meat hung to grill on an iron plate. Fear, fear even deeper than facing the monster tide before, utterly destroyed these Earth Lords' psychological defenses. If the monsters were brainless beasts, then I was a demon who knew exactly how to torment a person's spirit. No one posted so much as a single punctuation mark in the channel. But my warehouse panel welcomed a massive explosion 10 minutes later. Lord Li Si handed over 8,000 timber, 5,000 stone. Lord Wang Wu handed over 200 fine iron ore. Subordinate Lord Su Mushiwe handed over a full set of rare blueprints, 100,000 timber. Subordinate Lord Xiaohua handed over 50 fire attribute monster cores. The notification tones merged into a dense drumbeat. No one dared bring up resisting the tax again, and even the thought of hiding away private savings died clean. Everyone was scrambling to dump the things in their warehouses to me, terrified that 1 second late and the next one hung on the wall to bake dry would be themselves. I closed the notification tones and let the numbers in the warehouse roll upward at a terrifying speed. This was the power of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. 1 body hung on the wall was more useful than 10 warnings. The sun grew more vicious. Zhao Ritian's wails gradually turned into faint moans. Blood dripped down his hair, knocking little pits one after another into the muddy ground below the gate. He baked for a full day. By evening, he was fully dehydrated, turned into a shriveled corpse, his skin and flesh clinging tight to the bone. I didn't have Gu Outyin take the body down, just left it hanging, as a wind chime, to remind those who came after. The evening wind blew over, carrying a trace of chill. I turned around, looking at the blueprint factory running at full capacity in the inner city, then glanced at the epic-grade resources that could no longer be piled up. This zone had now utterly become my leak field, dug up down to the roots. I walked to a control console at the wall's edge and pressed my hand onto a blue crystal. This was the ultimate Demon City's territory control hub. It was time to pull the net a little tighter. The blue light of the control hub shone on my face. I paid no mind to the desiccated corpse hanging outside the wall and opened the regional channel directly. The tone had utterly changed. The screen full of curses, protests, and wailing to the heavens had vanished clean. Not even a single punctuation mark daring to complain. Long live Boss Su. Today's tax is paid in full. Paying taxes on time is glorious. Tax resistors are all idiots. Thanks to Big Shot Su for providing us an umbrella of protection. This 95% is well worth paying. A lord named Li Si even posted a screenshot of his warehouse turned upside down. Not even a scrap of rotten wood left inside. Boss, look, I pawned even my underpants to trade for iron or to hand over. Absolutely loyal. I tugged the corner of my mouth. Spineless wretches. They have to see some blood before they know how to talk to a capitalist. The system warehouse's notification tones merged into one buzz. No need for me to haul anything. Materials poured into the ultimate demon city from all directions like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Beginner Zone 999 had utterly become my private farm. Just then, a mechanical voice, more resonant than any before, boomed out in my mind. Ding. Detected that the host has fully taken control of all surviving territories in Zone 999. Regional unification complete. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the special, unique title, Tyrant's Throne. The moment the notification finished, a crimson beam of light descended from the sky without warning, slamming straight onto the grand armchair I always sat in. The wooden chair let out a violent cracking, instantly twisting and swelling. Wood shavings flaked off, turning into pitch-black cold iron and stark white bone. The armrests became 2 ferocious giant beast skulls, and sharp bone spikes grew out along the chair back. It carried a strong air of death and dictatorship. Please have the host formally name the unified territory. I stepped forward, turned, and sat into this throne radiating cold air. The texture of bone was hard, but it fit my spine surprisingly well. I raised my hand and typed 4 characters into the input box. Ultimate Demon City. Naming successful. The Ultimate Demon City is officially established. The regional barrier begins reorganizing. I leaned back against the beast bone armrest and tapped the stark, white bone twice with my finger. Since the region was unified, I might as well meet the high-grade beasts of burden working for me. I opened the subordinate lord list and checked off those few names ranked in the top 10. Su Mushiwe, Xiaohua, and Lin Feng were all in there. I pressed forced summons. The teleportation array in the center of the courtyard suddenly lit up with a blinding white light. Thud, thud, thud. A few muffled impacts. 7 or 8 figures rolled out of the white light, slamming solidly onto the obsidian tiles. The air was instantly filled with a stench of mud and blood mixed together. Sumushua lay prone on the ground, coughing violently, hacking up a mouthful of mud-laced sour water, and barely propped up her upper body. Xiaohua clutched the bloody hole in his thigh, hissing from the pain. Lin Feng, like a startled rat, hunched his neck and looked around wildly. The spiritual energy rain fell on them, washing part of the black mud off their faces. The few of them looked up, and the instant they made out their surroundings, they all froze. The 50-meter fine iron wall blocked out all wind and rain. Atop the wall, dozens of thunderstorm towers gave off a sizzling electric current. The black, gaping Star Destroyer cannon barrels pointed coldly at them. The floor tiles carried starlight when you stepped on them. This was no territory. This was a metal monster armed to the teeth. Compared to that hell of flooding mud and water outside, this place was clean enough to be frightening. Sumushua looked up toward the top of the stone steps. I sat on that terrifying white-bone throne, a black cloak draped over me. Beside me, the myth-class witch Iris, dressed in the black and white maid outfit, held a silver plate with a cup of steaming water on it. Welcome to the ultimate demon city. My voice was very flat, but in the empty courtyard, it carried plenty of oppressive weight. The few prodigies on the ground didn't dare breathe loudly. Sumushua bit her lip, tasting a trace of blood. On Earth, she was the female CEO of a tens of billions corporation, with attendants everywhere she went, signing contracts worth hundreds of millions. Now she was covered in mud, kneeling at another's feet like a beggar. What? What do you want us to do? Xiaohua asked through gritted teeth, his voice badly hoarse. I picked up the water cup and took a sip. You're all top-tier talent. Sending you to mine or would be a waste. I extended a finger and pointed at Sumushua. You, Sumushua, go to the logistics warehouse. Count up every day's timber and stone handed over from the whole zone. If the books are off by even 1 stone, you don't eat for 3 days. Sumushua's shoulders slumped, her nails sinking into her palm. She closed her eyes and, with difficulty, gave a nod. A dignified female tycoon, reduced to a warehouse inventory clerk. My gaze moved to Xiaohua. You, the one with the ring. Go to the base of the outer wall and haul away those monster corpses. And the bloodstains on the wall, scrub them clean for me with a brush. If you can't scrub them clean, I'll use your blood to repaint them. Xiaohua's face flushed red, veins bulging. But the enslavement mark on his neck burned faintly hot. He could only lower his head and swallow the curses back down. A generation's child of destiny, become a street-sweeping janitor. Finally, I looked at Lin Feng. You like digging tunnels, right? Lin Feng shuddered in fright and hurriedly bowed and scraped. The slave camp's public latrine is yours to clean from now on. Lin Feng's stomach heaved, but he reacted fast and immediately kowtowed hard against the ground. Thank you, boss, for grooming me. I'll definitely scrub it spotless. The work was assigned. I waved my hand. Wang Gang, who'd been waiting a while beside me, immediately ran over holding a whip. Everybody up. Don't dirty the boss's floor tiles. Like driving livestock, he herded this crowd of former prodigies toward the work area in the corner. The courtyard returned to quiet. Only the drip of the spiritual energy rain falling. Iris rolled her eyes and set the silver plate down hard on the table. You really have no shortage of ways to torment people. I ignored her. I leaned back against the dragonbone armrest, looking at the sky overhead. The unification of Beginner Zone 999 was only an insignificant beginning. The real leaks were out there on that vaster expanse of the myriad chaos realms. And those lofty native powers. The night deepened. The wind died down. Dawn. Deep in my mind, a long, dull bell rang out right on time. Midnight had arrived. I sat up straight and, out of habit, waited for that dark gold light each day, waiting for the 1 gold coin black market to refresh. But this time, the black market panel that popped up before my eyes had mutated. There was no familiar dark gold backdrop, nor that monocled skull emblem. The virtual screen suddenly shook hard. A blinding, colorful, myth-class halo erupted from deep within the panel. The light was too fierce, instantly piercing through the edges of the panel, lighting up the whole night sky of the ultimate demon city as brilliant as a rainbow. The light was too blinding. I instinctively raised my arm, blocking my eyes with the wide sleeve of the black cloak. The fine hairs on the back of my hand stood on end one by one under that layer of colorful halo. The heart in my chest skipped a beat, then began to accelerate. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of my heartbeat clamored against my eardrums, aching all the way into my brain. I waited a few seconds, until that intense light weakened a little, before lowering my arm. In the void before me, that black market panel that had accompanied me for several days had utterly changed. The once monotone dark gold border now flowed with 7 different colors of light. That monocled skull at the edge had become a half-human, half-divine polyhedral relief. The system's cold mechanical voice boomed out in my mind. Detected that the ultimate demon city has completed the unification of Zone 999. Territory rating soaring. Current rating, Regional Overlord. Black market upgrade condition met. The 1 gold coin absolute black market, Myth version 2.0, has been opened. I licked my dry lips, a faint taste of iron rust in my mouth. I was flush with wealth now, the materials in my warehouse piled into dozens of small mountains. But I knew that relying on ordinary fine iron and timber alone would sooner or later strain against the stronger enemies to come. The black market upgrade came at just the right time. I rubbed my fingers together, my gaze falling on the 5 freshly refreshed items. The first card had a coiling starlight dragon on its back. Interstellar Jump Engine Blueprint. Concept grade fragment. Price, 1 gold coin. I raised an eyebrow. Good stuff. But no use for it now. Where would I even get the materials to build a spaceship? Skip. The second card. Myth Class Mass Brainwashing Tower. Yuri Special Edition. Price, 1 gold coin. This thing looked a bit interesting. I made a note of it, planning to buy it in a while. My gaze continued moving down. The third. A card giving off a nauseating dark purple light. Even just looking at the image, I felt the temperature of the surrounding air drop a solid 2 or 3 degrees. I fixed on the text above it. Abyssal Origin, Fallen Demon Heart. A row of fine print followed below. Extracted from a fallen first-generation abyssal demon god, containing endless dark laws. Can serve as an infinite energy core for a territory, city, or ultra-large wonder. Note: once installed, the structure will gain the abyssal corrosion trait. Price, 1 gold coin. Infinite energy. Seeing those 4 characters, my breathing grew a touch heavier. The ultimate demon city's thunderstorm towers and star destroyer cannons all ran on the monster cores dropped from monsters. The firepower was fierce, but it burned money too fast. In that battle against the tenfold monster tide, thousands of high-grade monster cores had turned to ash just like that. If I had 1 core with infinite energy, my city defense firepower could stay on 24 hours around the clock. Buy. I didn't hesitate at all. A stir of thought, and the single gold coin in my pocket turned to flying ash. A blinding purple light popped up on the virtual panel and shot straight into my system warehouse. Thump. An extremely dull heartbeat sound came from the warehouse slot deep in my mind. Iris, standing beside me, suddenly stiffened all over. She was still holding that silver plate used for tax collection. Clatter. The plate fell onto the obsidian tiles. Several chipped teacups shattered to pieces. Shards of porcelain spattered onto the top of her foot, but she couldn't spare a thought for the pain. Iris's face went deathly pale. She turned her head, her dark red eyes full of terror, fixed hard on where I stood. You, what did you bring out? Her voice shook like it had been soaked in ice water. This is the smell of the deepest layer of the abyss. A pollution source of this level. Where did you get it? Iris felt her very soul trembling. As a witch, she was most sensitive to the aura of the abyss. That was a pure malice even she didn't dare approach. Touch a bit of it, and you'd be assimilated into a brainless demon. I paid her loss of composure no mind. I stood up, the hem of the cloak sweeping across the tiles. Wang Gang. I called out toward the work area below the inner city. Wang Gang, who'd just been throwing his weight around in the slave camp, came running while holding up his pants. Boss, whatever you need, just say it. The fat man ran up out of breath. Find 2 slaves and dig open the core hub chamber at the very bottom of the inner city a little. I gave the order. Wang Gang didn't dare ask more and hurried off to fetch people. I turned and walked toward the city lord's manor. Iris gritted her teeth, hesitated a couple of seconds, then steeled herself and followed behind. She wanted to see what this madman was actually up to. Beneath the city lord's manor of the ultimate demon city. This had originally been a cellar for storing top-grade materials, later converted by me into the control hub. The walls were all cast from 10-meter-thick fine iron, carved all over with mithril isolation formations. 2 trembling slaves swung pickaxes, laboriously chipping out a groove the size of a water vat in the fine iron floor at the center. Sparks kept flying. That's enough, get out. I spoke coldly. The two slaves tossed down their picks and fled the basement, scrambling, pulling the heavy iron doors shut behind them. Only Iris and I remained in the basement. The air was a bit stuffy and hot. I walked to that groove, took a deep breath, opened the system warehouse, and clicked extract. A ball of black-purple light gathered in my palm. The surrounding light was instantly devoured. The several torches hanging in the basement, their flames suddenly wavered a few times, turning an eerie, ghastly green. The temperature plummeted. A layer of black frost rapidly formed on the stone walls. In my hand, there was now a heart. It was only fist-sized, its surface covered with black-purple blood vessels, black magma seeming to flow within them. Thump! The heart beat once, heavily, in my hand. I felt as if my palm held a block of 10,000-year ice. A bone-piercing cold. That chill crawled up my arm, bored into my blood vessels, carrying a maddening, destructive impulse. I bit the tip of my tongue. The taste of blood spread in my mouth, forcing me to stay clear-headed. This thing's corrosiveness was too strong. Even I, the host, found it uncanny to hold. An ordinary person touching it once would probably burst on the spot. Behind me, Iris had already retreated to the corner. She pressed hard against the cold, fine iron wall, arms hugging herself. Even an abyssal witch, facing the heart of a first-generation demon god, was suppressed until she couldn't even lift her head. Put it in. Iris's teeth were chattering. Hurry and throw it into the formation. This thing will assimilate every living person into a monster. I didn't waste words. I bent down and threw the fallen demon heart straight into that groove. Clack! The demon heart touched the cold, fine iron at the bottom. The basement fell dead silent for a second. Then, a roar as if from the deepest depths of hell exploded beneath the ultimate demon city. Boom! A pure aura of darkness, terrifying beyond words, surged skyward with the fallen demon heart at its center. A thick black-purple beam of light punched straight through the floor of the city lord's manor, through the roof, breaking through the clouds. The entire ultimate demon city underwent a drastic transformation in this moment. I stood beside the groove, watching the demon heart grow countless black tendrils. Those tendrils, as if alive, stabbed hard into the surrounding fine iron walls, following the mithril circuits, spreading madly toward every direction of the whole territory. The brick and stone on the ground began to change color. The once drab fine iron wall surface took on a deep dark red, like dried bloodstains that couldn't be washed away. Those 30 thunderstorm towers on the wall had originally flickered with eerie blue lightning. Now, the electricity had all turned pitch black. Violent dark energy gathered at the tower tips, warping the surrounding space severely with electric current. The barrels of the Star Destroyer cannons grew rows of ferocious barbed bone along their surfaces. What spilled from the muzzles was no longer firelight, but abyssal death aura enough to devour everything. The ultimate demon city. This war fortress, once merely stacked out of iron, ore, and mithril, came fully alive. It became an abyssal behemoth crouching on the Chaos continent. Energy. Endless energy. I looked at the control panel hovering before me. The territory's energy reserve column had turned straight into a sideways figure eight. Infinite. I would never again have to scrimp over fragmentary monster cores to charge the cannon barrels. Outside the city, in the subordinate slave camp, Su Mushue, who'd just finished counting a pile of timber and was about to catch her breath, looked at that black-purple beam of light piercing heaven and earth in the sky and plopped down into the mud in fright. That oppressive weight was even more despair-inducing than the earlier crimson moon. What did he do this time? She muttered to herself, her face pale as paper. I stood in the basement and clapped my hands. The demon heart had fully fused into the territory's formation, its oppressive aura locked down by the control hub. The temperature in the basement returned to normal, and the color of the torches turned back to orange-yellow. I turned my head to glance at Iris, still trembling in the corner. That's enough. Stop playing dead. Go to the kitchen and make me a late-night snack. I'm a bit hungry. I rubbed my hands and walked lightly up the stone steps. At the very second the fallen demon heart was successfully embedded and the dark aura surged skyward. Tens of thousands of li away from beginner zone 999, at the very center of the Chaos continent. This was a land completely shrouded in holy light. A giant inverted cone floating island hovered in the sky. On the island stood the most core structure of the Church of the Light God, the Holy Cathedral. Inside the cathedral, the soaring dome was painted with murals of the gods creating the world, holy fire burning eternally all around. The air was suffused with the scent of soothing incense, sacred and solemn. At the very front of the main hall, an old man in a pure white gold-threaded robe knelt before the divine statue, eyes closed in prayer. He was the Church of the Light God's cardinal. On the white jade offering table before him hovered a crystal ball the size of a human head. This was the heresy detection crystal that had been enshrined for over 1,000 years. Pure white and flawless throughout, giving off a gentle holy light. As long as an aura of heresy enough to threaten the Church's rule appeared on the continent, it would sound an alarm. For 1,000 years, this crystal had turned quietly. Even when those veteran demon kings of the abyss went berserk, it would at most flicker a bit of red light. The old man held prayer beads in his hand, chanting sacred scripture. The main hall was very quiet. Suddenly, crack! An extremely faint yet piercing crisp sound rippled through the empty main hall. The old man's chanting stopped abruptly. He opened his eyes and, somewhat puzzled, raised his head toward the offering table. The instant his gaze fell on the crystal ball, the old man froze. On that pure white, flawless heresy detection crystal, enshrined for 1,000 years, a black crack had split open from the bottom. Aura. Crack. An extremely faint splitting sound, yet in the empty holy cathedral, it was like a clap of muffled thunder. The fingers of the old cardinal, holding the prayer beads, froze. He even forgot to breathe, staring hard at that crystal on the jade offering table. On the surface of the pure white, flawless sphere, that black crack was spreading rapidly. Like a twisting venomous snake, it crawled upward along the crystal's grain. Black cheese seeped out from the crack. The soothing incense that always filled the cathedral was instantly overtaken by a pungent, rotting stench. How is this possible? The old man squeezed out half a dry sentence from his throat. The detection crystal, enshrined for over 1,000 years, had never been touched by even dust. Yet now it was crumbling from within. He stood up in a panic, and because he rose too fast, his knee knocked against the edge of the prayer cushion and he pitched forward. The prayer beads dropped onto the white marble tiles, the beads scattering with a crisp, chaotic clatter. The old man couldn't spare a thought for picking them up. He scrambled to the offering table and stretched out a withered hand, meaning to cover that crack. His fingers had just touched the black chi. Hiss, like a drop of water falling into boiling oil. The old man's fingertips instantly charred black, the flesh dissolved straight away by that pure malice. A heart-piercing agony rushed up his arm and into his skull. He let out a wail and fell to the ground clutching his arm. The several guard priests outside the main hall heard the commotion and pushed open the heavy bronze doors, rushing in. Your Grace the Cardinal. The few priests had just run into the main hall when they all stopped in their tracks in unison. Looking at the crystal on the offering table, their calves began to cramp. In the span of a few seconds, that detection crystal symbolizing the faith of light had already completely changed color. The pure white faded. It was pitch black as ink throughout. Thick, dark aura churned inside the crystal, as if some living thing were about to break out of its shell from within. Clang! A cross fell from a priest's hand to the ground. He knelt down, covering his face with both hands, crying out in despair. The abyss. The gate of the abyss has opened. Divine punishment. This is divine punishment. Shut up. A low, deep, rich voice came from the entrance of the main hall, carrying an authority that brooked no doubt. The crying stopped instantly. The priests turned their heads and scrambled to clear a path. A middle-aged man in a pure white robe trimmed with gold walked in. In his hand, he held a scepter set with a holy light gem, and atop his head he wore the triple crown symbolizing the church's highest power. The Pope of Light, Paul. Paul strode to the offering table, his heavy footsteps echoing through the main hall. He looked down at the cardinal on the ground wailing while clutching his severed fingers, his brow twisting into a dead knot, and moved his gaze to that pitch-black crystal. The Pope gripped the scepter, his knuckles whitening from the force. The pure gold shaft was forcibly squeezed into several finger-shaped dents. For 1,000 years, Paul's voice was very cold, seeping with unsuppressible fury. Even when those 7 veteran demon kings of the abyss awoke at once, this crystal only turned red halfway. He slammed the bottom end of the scepter hard against the floor. The white marble tiles shattered straight into several pieces. Now it's gone completely black. Paul closed his eyes. His vast spiritual power, following the guidance of the divine statue, forcibly probed into that blackened crystal, trying to capture the source of this heretical aura. A second later, he snapped his eyes open and stepped back half a pace, his chest heaving violently. Just now, inside the crystal, he'd seen a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. and that ultimate malice enough to devour all holy light. That was no ordinary demon. That was the most original fallen law of the abyss. Your Holiness. The cardinal on the ground bit back the pain and spoke, trembling. What great demon has descended upon the world? If it isn't eliminated, our church's foundation, in the wilds of the Far East. Paul cut him off, his face gloomy enough to drip water. That's a wasteland abandoned by the gods. How could heresy of this level be born there? He turned around, his crimson cape drawing an arc through the air. Pass down the order. Paul's voice resounded through the entire cathedral, even carrying out to the plaza outside. Ring the holy bell. This great demon, unseen in 1,000 years, is the greatest provocation against the faith of light. He looked at the blinding sunlight outside the door, his eyes full of killing intent. Assemble the Holy Crusade. Have those old fellows of the Inquisition come out of seclusion too. Whatever the cost, wipe that heretic, together with that land, utterly off the map of the continent. Beginner Zone 999, the ultimate demon city. I leaned back in the white-bone throne and let out a long yawn, squeezing a little tear from the corner of my eye. I rubbed my eyes with my finger, looked at the virtual panel hovering before me, in quite a good mood. That fallen demon heart beneath the city lord's manor was simply a perfect perpetual motion machine. The entire territory's energy reserve had now all turned into the infinity symbol. On the 50-meter fine iron wall, those 30 thunderstorm towers no longer flickered with eerie blue lightning, but were wreathed in a heart-shaking layer of black-purple thunder. The barrels of the Star Destroyer cannons were also faintly hot, the energy in their muzzles in a state ready to fire at any moment. Never again would I have to stingily calculate the consumption of monster cores. Full firepower. 24-hour, uninterrupted standby. This was a truly invincible fortress. Nouveau riche. Iris came over from the corner tower, holding a wooden tray with several charred black meat steaks on it, plus a cup of steaming water. She set the tray down hard on the low table beside my hand, the wood knocking out a bang, a bit of the water in the cup spilling out. She rolled her eyes. Couldn't find any decent cook. You make do yourself. She was barefoot, the mud spots on her hem already dried, standing some distance from me, seeming to deliberately avoid the demon heart aura seeping up from underground. I paid her attitude no mind. I picked up a meat steak and took a bite. A bit charred, but the texture was still fairly firm. I chewed while opening the resource submission list for the subordinate territories. Su Mushue's side had submitted 20,000 units of timber. Xiaohua had turned in a dozen crystal cores from unknown wild beasts. Wang Gang was out collecting taxes everywhere right now, squeezing those lords until they wailed like ghosts. Everything was running along in order. Just as I was about to pick up the water cup for a sip, the system panel in the lower right of my vision suddenly stuttered. The once translucent blue interface instantly turned a blinding blood red. This wasn't the red of the regional channel, but the system's highest level warning prompt. Beep. An extremely sharp long tone rang out in my mind, stabbing my brain with pain. I set the water cup back on the table, my gaze fixed hard on the bold red text popping up at the center of the screen. Warning. The system has detected an abnormally massive hostility locking onto the host's coordinates. The abyssal origin item you embedded in your territory has drawn the awareness of a native superpower of the Chaos Continent, the Church of the Light God. I raised an eyebrow. The Church of the Light God? The world background introduction had mentioned it once before, the most massive native power on this continent. Monopolizing faith, immensely wealthy. The red text on the screen kept scrolling down, an urgency of impending disaster between the lines. Warning. You have drawn the extreme hatred of the Church of the Light God. The other party has judged you as the great demon unseen in 1,000 years. The Church of Light is assembling the Holy Crusade, the Heresy Inquisition, and the High-Tier Priest Corps. The army is expected to launch a crusade holy war against the ultimate demon city in the near future. Please have the host immediately prepare defenses, or choose to abandon the city and flee. Abandon the city? Flee. I looked at that last line and leaned my back against the backrest of the white-bone throne. The bone spikes poked at my clothes, a bit hard. I didn't panic. I didn't even change my sitting posture. My fingers tapped the dragon bone armrest twice, giving off a rhythmic talk-talk sound. Fleeing was out of the question. I'd put in so much thought, sunk in over 100 million in resources, to build this metal monster. My several Star Destroyer cannons were fretting over having no place to test their power. Now someone was voluntarily delivering themselves to the door as targets. I couldn't be happier. What's more, that was the Church of the Light God. a superpower that had monopolized the continent for several thousand years. How much grease must there be to squeeze from that? Boss, boss, I'm back. The gate of the inner city was pushed open from outside. Wang Gang ran up panting, still dragging a bulging, tattered burlap sack in his hand. The sack was filled entirely with the top grade, or he'd just scraped from all the lords. He ran to the bottom of the steps and tossed the sack onto the ground. Clang, a few glowing stones spilled out of the sack's mouth. Wang Gang wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, grinning with a face full of flattery. Boss, today's taxes are pretty much collected. Those bastards, the moment they see me now, they're so scared their legs won't even hold them straight. They obediently hand over even their underpants. He patted the sack as if claiming credit. But boss, Wang Gang stepped in 2 paces closer and lowered his voice. Those slaves in our mine pits outside have been dying a bit much these past few days. The high-intensity round-the-clock shifts. Several people worked so hard they coughed up blood. And the newly merged-in lords aren't sharp at the work either. Our labor force, is it falling a bit short? Wang Gang complained. He'd been managing over 1,000 slaves lately, the daily output quota pressing down hard, and he really did feel the manpower was a bit strained. I listened, then said nothing. I turned my head, looking at that line of blood-red warning on the system panel. The Church of the Light God, the Holy Crusade. I slowly chewed these words over in my mouth. Suddenly, I curled the corner of my mouth and laughed out loud. The laughter, in this quiet courtyard, seeped with an undisguised greed. I reached out and tapped the armrest of the white-bone throne, lowered my head, and looked at Wang Gang below the steps. I was just fretting over not having enough labor on hand. My tone was relaxed, as if discussing what to have for dinner tonight, and I pointed at the horizon. The Church of the Light God? You can tell from the name alone. They're a flock of top-grade fat sheep, well-equipped and able to do heavy labor. Woo! The dull sound of a horn tore through the morning mist. The sound rolled down from the top of the cathedral, making the floor tiles on the white jade plaza tremble faintly. Talia stood at the very top of the steps. She wore a full suit of pure white mithril plate armor. The metal plates were clasped tightly against her body. Heavy. The icy touch pressed against her skin through the lining, making her feel very clear-headed. She was the first holy maiden of the Church of the Light God, a fanatical devotee who'd carved the church's rules into her bones. Talia planted a greatsword nearly 2 meters long, a golden cross set into the hilt. The wind blew across the plaza, lifting the golden hair behind her. Talia had a severe cleanliness obsession. She hated dust, and hated even more those heretics who didn't believe in the gods. In her mind, the world divided into only 2 things, clean light and garbage that had to be burned to ash. Below the steps, 30,000 holy knights formed neat square formations. The men wore heavy armor, the horses draped in white robes. The cold gleam of their weapons merged into one sheet, stinging the eyes sore. Even the sound of the warhorses snorting was uniform. Pope Paul stood before the cathedral's tall bronze doors, gripping his scepter. Talia. Paul's voice carried an authority that brooked no doubt. That heretic in the Far East has polluted the detection crystal. Carry the wrath of the gods and purify that filthy land. Talia knelt on one knee. The heavy mithril knee guard knocked against the white jade slab with a crisp sound. The blood of the heretic will wash away the church's shame. She lowered her head and kissed the base of the scepter Paul held out. Rising to her feet, Talia turned to face the 30,000 holy knights. She said nothing superfluous. She only drew that enormous sword of light, its blade pointing straight at the sky. March. 2 words. The 30,000 knights below simultaneously drew the swords at their waists, the sound of metal scraping scabbards merging into one wave of sound. For the light. The roar scattered the drifting clouds in the sky. The mighty army marched out of the holy city. A white torrent surged up the dirt road, tens of thousands of pure-blood warhorses trampling the ground at once, the whole wilderness shaking along with them. The hooves kicked up a sky full of yellow dust, blotting out the sun. Along the way, the native villages, those commoners in ragged burlap, ran out of their houses the moment they heard the commotion from afar. After making out that white banner with the gold cross, everyone knelt at the roadside in unison. Muddy water dirted their knees. Some pressed their foreheads hard against the mud on the ground, not daring even to breathe. As the warhorses passed, the dust kicked up by the hooves smeared their faces, the stench of horse dung mixed in boring into their noses. But no one dared look up. A few timid villagers even wet their pants. The holy knights. This was the most invincible killing machine on the Chaos Continent. Wherever they went, that place became a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Talia rode a tall white horse at the very front. She looked neither left nor right, not caring at all about those commoners kneeling at the roadside like insects. Mud spots splashed onto her white horse's hooves. She frowned, thinking only that apart from the holy city, everywhere on this continent was filthy enough to sicken her. Pick up the pace. Talia coldly issued the command. Within 3 days, I want to see the heretic's nest called the Ultimate Demon City. She stroked the hilt, imagining the sensation of driving the blade into that heretic lord's heart. It would surely spurt out the filthiest black blood. The outskirts of Beginner Zone 999, the Ultimate Demon City's subordinate mine. Wang Gang was squatting on a mound of dirt gnawing dry rations. The dry, hard flatbread scraped his throat, and he swallowed it down hard, thumping his chest. Several slaves in charge of keeping watch at the outermost perimeter came scrambling back, one having lost a shoe. Supervisor Wang. Supervisor Wang, something big has happened. The slave pitched headfirst at Wang Gang's feet, his mouth full of dirt. Wang Gang gave him an irritated kick. What are you wailing about? Dug up poison bugs again. Not bugs. The slave gasped for breath, his face pale as a sheet of paper. An army. A huge white mass of an army. The half-piece of flatbread in Wang Gang's hand dropped to the ground. He grabbed the slave by the collar. What army? Straighten out your damn tongue and speak. The church's crusade. The slave shook with fright. Tens of thousands of white horses, all wearing armor like tin cans, flying cross banners, killing their way right at us. The ground shook so hard I couldn't even stand steady up on the hill. Wang Gang's mind buzzed, as if struck by a giant iron hammer. The church's crusade. Though he was an Earth arrival, over these past few days he'd heard this name from the mouths of those natives too. That was a terrifying force that could flatten a hilltop. Tens of thousands of fully armed heavy cavalry. We're done for. Wang Gang let go, and the slave fell to the ground. He couldn't spare a thought for the dry rations on the ground, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone stop digging. Run. Run to the main city. Dragging that broken leg that still hadn't healed right, he rolled like a ball of flesh toward the Ultimate Demon City. He took who knows how many tumbles along the way, thorns scratching several bloody gashes across his face. The Ultimate Demon City, the inner city courtyard. I was leaning back in the white-bone throne, holding an old sheet of parchment in my hand, studying a building sketch I'd just drawn on it. The fallen demon heart underground was still steadily supplying energy, the scent of grass and trees in the air mingling with a faint trace of abyssal aura. Bang! The inner city gate was slammed open. Wang Gang stumbled and lunged in, his feet slipping, dragging a long wet streak across the obsidian tiles. Boss! Wang Gang's voice was hoarse from shouting. He crawled and rolled his way to the bottom of the steps, sweat pouring, the sweat mixed with dust into mud on his face. Boss, save us. We're going to be finished. Wang Gang wailed while pounding the ground with his fist. The church's army is killing its way over here. I lifted my gaze from the parchment, looked at this fat man below who was nearly frightened out of his wits, and was in no hurry to speak. Iris came over from the corner tower, still holding a rag. Hearing the 2 words, the church, she stopped in her tracks, her brow knitting together. What are you panicking about? Did a dog bite off your tongue? I tossed the parchment onto the table. Catch your breath first, then talk. How many came? Wang Gang swallowed, his hands shaking like he had Parkinson's. 30,000. A full 30,000 pure holy knights. My men outside got a clear look, all heavy cavalry. The one leading is a woman, seems to be called some holy maiden. Her combat power is unfathomably deep. You can feel the oppressive weight, even tinsome Li away. Wang Gang slapped his thigh in a panic. Boss, our wall is thick, but it can't hold against 30,000 heavy cavalry ramming it in waves. Those people aren't like the beasts. They have formations, they can use magic. Let's hurry and pack up and flee. As long as the green hills remain, we won't fear having no firewood. The more he said, the more frightened he grew. 30,000 people. On Earth, that would be the scale of a large concert. But here, 30,000 transcendent knights who could fly through the sky and burrow through the earth. One glob of spit each would be enough to drown this city. Iris threw the rag onto the table. The holy maiden of the Church of the Light God leading the team personally? Her voice carried a trace of irritation. That's a pack of mad dogs. Once they latch onto you, even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin. She looked at me, unusually offering no mockery. This time the trouble is big. The ultimate demon city's formations are strong, but if 30,000 holy knights form a holy light grand array, they really could melt the city gate straight through. The courtyard fell quiet, only Wang Gang's heavy panting. I didn't move, still leaning steadily against the backrest of the white bone throne. The bone spikes pressed against my black robe. I reached into my wide sleeve, fumbled a few times, and pulled out something. Not any magic scroll, nor any peerless weapon, but a palm-sized abacus made of black wood. I'd bought this at the black market for 1 gold coin a couple of days ago to kill time. I'd been fiddling with it in my hand. I laid the abacus flat on my knee, my right index and middle fingers resting on the beads. Clack! A wooden bead was flicked up. A crisp sound. Wang Gang froze, his scrambling and crawling stopping stiff in place. Iris also knitted her brow, looking at me like I was an idiot. 30,000 heavy cavalry. I muttered to myself, my fingers flicking rapidly across the abacus. Clack, clack, clatter. The sound of the abacus beads striking each other was unusually clear in the quiet courtyard. A full set of mithril armor, call it 100 caddies per set. 30,000 sets. That's 3 million caddies of top-grade mithril. My eyes brightened for a moment. That was the look of a capitalist seeing a profit statement. Clack, clack, clack. My fingers didn't stop. 30,000 pure-blood warhorses. Even if I can't sell them as mounts, slaughter them for horse meat, for 100 caddies of meat per horse. That's 12 million caddies of high-tier monster meat. The more I calculated, the faster my hands moved. The abacus beads were flicked into afterimages. I hadn't even bothered to count the weapons and magic scrolls in those knights' hands. Having tallied the last figure, I pinched the edge of the abacus with 2 fingers and gave it a light shake. Clatter. The abacus cleared to 0. Wang Gang squatted on the ground, his jaw nearly dropping off. "Bo boss," he stammered out. "What are you calculating over there? Those people are coming to kill us." I stuffed the abacus back into my sleeve and stood up. The cloak billowed in the wind. There wasn't a trace of fear on my face, only an excitement I couldn't hold back. 30,000 sets of mithril armor, plus pure-blood warhorses. I split my mouth into a grin, baring 2 rows of white teeth, smiling like a starving wolf that had spotted a meat bun. I slapped the white bone armrest. "We're rich." Wang Gang was dumbstruck as a wooden chicken. Iris also felt her brain wasn't quite keeping up. How on earth was this madman's mind wired? An army was bearing down on them, and here he was calculating the purchase prices of scrap iron and pork. I walked down the steps and strode right past Wang Gang. Passed down the order. Have the slaves outside hurry back to the city. Don't block the god of wealth's path. I looked up toward the distant horizon beyond the city gate. There, a vast cloud of dust and smoke was faintly rising. I licked my lips, an undisguised greed in my voice. Tell them to walk faster.